Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Chapter YGGDRASIL. Muspelheim. In the world of fire and magma within the virtual universe of YGGDRASIL, the most popular DMMO-RPG on Earth, two beings fought crazily with all their might, moving through the air like twin meteors of destruction. One of the players, a seraphim with 6 pairs of wings, swung his sword while calling out one of his signature Tier 7 spells, Holy Blade Slash. His opponent, a Dragon Lord, the highest rank of the Dragonoid race class, similarly used one of his own signature skills to counter his longtime rival and friend's attack. Resist Element, Flame Strike. The sword of the angel that looked like it was made with crystallized rainbow thanks to its ever-shifting, kaleidoscopic light, clashed with the Tier 7 immunity spell, Resist Element. The angel reacted nearly instantly and pulled back, barely avoiding the counterattack from the Dragon Lord's follow-up attack, the Flame Strike, which created a blade of fire to cut through the defensive spells of his opponents, dealing fire damage status effect and increasing his own critical hit damage should the blow land. If the player avatars were capable of expression, there would be no doubt that these two would be grinning like madmen at this moment. How about we take this up a notch? Dracovan. Dracovan, the world champion of Muspelheim, the tyrant of Ash, grinned in the real world at the challenge from his eternal rival and best friend. Took the words right out of my mouth. Etherian. Etherian, the Dawnbringer, the greatest solo player in the world of Muspelheim, also grinned in the real world, preparing to end this fight quickly. With a wave of his hand, the kaleidoscopic sword in his hand twisted, turning into a lance that could be thrown while the Dragon Lord activated his own special item, making the beautiful crown on his head turn grey like the ash in the air, while it burst into hellish black flames. Etherian pulled back his arm, preparing to throw the lance while spreading his wings completely. Holy Strike, Bless, Aura of Purity. With the 3 Tier 10 buff spells, the angel's stats shot through the roof temporarily as the world item in his hand, Aurora's Oath, gained a substantial boost. But he was not done yet, as he used a final spell to boost its damage further. Heaven's Judgment. A super tier spell so powerful that it was comparable to another super tier spell famously used by the guild master of Ainsolgaun, Fallen Down. The additional effects of Heaven's Judgment immediately boosted Aurora's Oath to the point where its power was nearly unstoppable. The same power that earned its wielder the nickname One-Man Raid due to how powerful he becomes with this combo. Of course, being the rival of such a being, Dracovan was not someone to be trifled with so easily either. Prismatic Resistance, Scale of the Eternal Dragon, Worldbreaker's Fury. With his own buffs boosting his stats and resistance across the board, directly matching his rival's own power and even countering it on some level, Dracovan used his own super tier magic to boost his own world item, Crown of Ashes. Eternal Pyre of Tyranny. At once, the Crown of Ashes experienced a drastic buff to its abilities, which were already a ridiculous buff to Dracovan's breath attacks. Opening his maw, which engaged his breath attack animation on his avatar, he used his stronger dragon breath skill. A ball of pure power manifested within the maw of Dracovan while the kaleidoscopic lance of Etherian struggled within said angel's grasp, desiring to leap out on its own and kill its target. As one, the angel and the Dragonoid let loose their final attacks. The lance tore through the air, leaving behind a line of kaleidoscopic colors as if space itself had been torn asunder in its wake, while the breath attack manifested in a thin but potent stream of energy, as if an angry laser that sought to reduce everything to ash. It was when these two attacks that brought great renown to their wielders clashed that the world of fire and magma turned silent, as if in respect and fear of these formidable beings. However, it was at this moment that the Dragonoid showed why he managed to become the world champion of Muspelheim while his friend and rival fell to him in that fateful tournament. While his breath attack was still clashing with Etherian's world item, Dracovan unleashed another super tier magic, albeit at a great cost. Dragon Horde. Instantly, 20 dragons manifested in the air, each one at level 80 and wielding powerful breath attacks as an addition to their already impressive stats. But Dracovan was not done yet. Dragon's Dominion, Draconic Supremacy. The buff, Draconic Supremacy, boosted the summoned horde of dragons to nearly level 90 while Dragon's Dominion negated the flight buffs that Etherian had used some time before to boost his agility in the air, making him slower to react. Familiar with his friend and rival's move, Etherian used his own summoning spell, knowing that it would be a futile effort but unwilling to give up that easily. Pantheon. 6 Cherubium Gatekeepers, powerful NPC angel summons of level 80, were summoned immediately by Etherian's side. Their lion heads and manes and armored humanoid bodies painted a majestic and holy radiance as their 4 wings unfurled completely, giving them a divine visage. And leading this group of powerful angels was the greatest angel summon in the game. Its pure and radiant form looked similar to an armored knight, wearing pristine silver armor with embedded jewels across its form, similar to a human knight, yet its 10 radiant wings made of pure light gave it a divine visage similar to the stories of old. Seraph Empyrean. The level 90 angel summon was unrivaled in terms of summonable creatures of the heteromorphic kind. Yet, Etherean did not stop there. Freedom, Heaven's Ward, Mass Sanctuary, Holy Aura. One after another, he stacked buffs on his summons and himself, trying to gain an edge against his rivals' attacks. Freedom fought against Dragon's Dominion to release his and his Angel's flight restrictions. Heaven's Ward struggled against Draconic Supremacy that boosted the Dragon Horde's stats while weakening Etherean and his Angel's stats. Mass Sanctuary worked to boost his own stats along with his Angel's, while Holy Aura tried to shield his summons from being targeted by Dracovan's debuff spells. Yet, while doing all of this, he was distracted from his main attack by diverting his mana to other spells, just like Dracovan wanted. By forcing Etherean to divert some of his mana, which fueled his Aurora's Oath, Dracovan could use his natural advantage in mana capacity to overwhelm his rival's attack. Which is exactly what he did, causing his breath attack to quickly tear through the Aurora's Oath, reducing it to motes of light that returned to Etherean's inventory. The breath attack quickly tore through Etherean's wings, causing true elemental damage, which instantly inflicted several debuffs on him and reduced his HP to a mere few points. Ha ha ha. I won. Just like always. Screw you. At the angry angel's shout, Dracovan simply laughed again as the duel notice appeared between the two, announcing Dracovan's win and Etherean's loss. With a shake of his head, Etherean dismissed his summons and pulled out a few healing items while Dracovan did the same. With a few clicks on the console, the two top-level solo players disappeared from the central volcanoes of Muspelheim and appeared at the edge of the realm where the main city of this realm existed. A place where most of the solo players gathered. And yet, as the two players walked through the streets, they did not find the bustling area as they had expected. Instead, all they found were a sparse few players and a handful of NPCs manning the various stores. I guess, not even such a big event would make people come back here, huh? Dracovan's glum words made Etherean stay silent, yet he too felt just as sad as his best friend. They were veteran players of the game, playing since the day it was launched to escape the cruel reality of Earth and find some solace in this world. Yet, who would have thought that even this final sanctuary for their sanity would be taken from them like this? It cannot be helped. Those bastards at the government have been placing increased taxes on everything, especially the entertainment sector, which has forced Yggdrasil's developers to pay more money than they earn. It only makes sense that they would choose to let go of this project and focus on something else. What are they supposed to do now? Even if they make another game, they will still have to pay those unfair taxes. At his friend's bitter words, Etherean had no response as he too felt the same. Because in their shitty world, where the planet had long since died and people lived in a dead world, with food, water, and even oxygen, being sold at exorbitant prices to the civilians while the big companies and governments relish in luxuries far beyond the wildest dreams of the common men, safely living out their lives of decadence within domes full of the last vestiges of Earth's nature while ordinary people like Etherean, real name David Goodman, and Dracovan, true name Michael Connor, had no rights and no way to truly lead a happy life under the smog-covered skies, the acid rains, the unbreathable air that required people to have artificial lungs to breathe and the polluted earth beneath their feet. Soon, the two arrived at the local tavern, where solo players normally gathered once upon a time to have some fun, yet now, it was nearly barren with only a handful of scattered players here and there. The two friends silently sat down at an isolated table and watched as the shutdown counter started to tick down. 1. I guess, I never did manage to defeat you, eh? Etherean's words came steadily, yet in real life, there were already tears gathering in his eyes as he knew this would probably be the last time he would ever see his friend in person. The travel charges for traveling between states were so exorbitant that most people could not afford such a luxury. In such a situation, it was a given that an ordinary factory worker like Dracovan could never afford a ticket to travel from San Francisco all the way to New York to meet him, just like he could not afford the travel since he, too, was a regular worker in a private firm. All they could afford was phone calls, which was not the same as meeting each other face to face like this. Not to mention their 12-hour shifts, which were recently implemented across the country, making it really hard for people to have the time to do anything else aside from work and sleep. Such is the cost of unchecked capitalism after all. 0-0. Yeah. My record still remains. That means I am a better PvP player than you. Hey. That is uncalled for. I am still a powerful PvP player that is very well regarded, you know. Sure. Except that I am still better than you. You. 0-0. With a sigh, the two friends watched the ticking timer. I'll miss this a lot. Michael. So will I. David. But it's not like we will never talk again, right? In real life, the two friends had a wry smile on their faces as tears slowly fell down their faces, already mourning the loss of this friendship that had lasted for so many years, ever since they first met in the game during the launch. 0-0. Goodbye, World Champion. Tyrant of Ash. Dracovan. 0-0. Goodbye, Dawnbringer, one-man raid, Ethereum. 00. May we meet again, in another branch of the world tree. 00. With a flash of light, everything vanished from Ethereum's vision. Yet, before he completely lost consciousness, he saw a peculiar sight that chilled his heart for some reason. The counter that had gone down to midnight suddenly started counting up again. And he knew no more. Chapter 2, Chapter. I do not know how long I was unconscious, but the moment my consciousness returned, I knew that things were not right. Instead of waking up in a shitty apartment with my neural nano-interface showing me the timing for my next shift at work, what I found was a strange ruin that looked like it would crumble if I looked at it the wrong way. Made of stone that had long since withered due to the elements, it was the ruins of some sort of castle that would not look out of place in Yggdrasil's Midgard. But I knew that this could not be the game. Mainly because I could feel my face and the expression forming on my face. I could feel everything that my hands were touching as if I were in real life, which should not be possible in the game since the sense of touch over there was greatly muted, mostly similar to the haptic feedback systems from nearly a century ago. I could even smell the scent of sulfur and other such things in the air. While most of these restrictions in the virtual world were something artificially created thanks to the Social Order Maintenance Act that most countries of the world had signed long ago to keep people from confusing the virtual world with the real one, and to heavily limit the escapism spike that appeared in the populace after the last few forests of Earth died out due to pollution, it did not mean that some people did not try to hack into the systems and enable these settings. Something that I had once tried out of curiosity. And yet, even that near-realistic sensation that I experienced for that limited time was nothing compared to what I am feeling right now. Slowly, I got up from the ground, and only then realized that I was still wearing my armor for my avatar. Okay, something is seriously wrong here. Am I still in the game somehow? Was there some kind of glitch that happened at the game shutdown? I shuddered as I thought about that scenario. That disaster of 2080, when a few hundred players from an early prototype of a DMMO-RPG game were killed during the beta test due to a bug in the game flashed through my mind. I despise the earth of my time, and wish for nothing more than spending my life in the world of Yggdrasil, but that does not mean that I want to die either. Alright. Don't panic. First things first, scout out the area. I thought to myself as I felt my emotions slowly stabilize, allowing me to analyze my situation more clearly. First things first, I need to search for hostile mobs or creatures in the area. Detect life. A simple spell that looks for any hostile mobs in the area is a QOL spell and not categorized into the tier system. The moment I cast the spell, I knew that something was wrong. Because instead of a simple drop in my mana being shown on the screen, I actually felt something within me being reduced by a little bit. The amount was so small that I could barely detect it, but I still felt the difference. Okay, now I am really starting to worry about what is going on here. Thankfully, the Detect Life spell came back negative on any mobs nearby, so that means I could at least take the time to survey my surroundings. Looking at the ruins around me, I started to slowly walk around, trying to see if I could find anything that would tell me what was going on. It was only when I walked a little bit that I found that there was some kind of strange magic circle drawn into the floor of the crumbling ruin, in the same place where I had just woken up. Weird. Did I accidentally end up in some unknown area of Yggdrasil due to some bug after server shutdown? Whatever the case might be, I think I need to get out of here as quickly as possible. I waved my hand in the air, right in front of me. An action that would always manifest the screen full of menu options, which included the logout button. The console from which we players control everything about our avatars and interactions in the game. Yet, no such console manifested at my actions. I felt panic slowly grow within my heart as I waved my hand again, a bit more aggressively, yet the system did not recognize my actions. Fuck. What the hell is going on here? Is this really a bug, or is something else going on? If I am somehow trespassing or something into some internal beta testing of a different game or something of that nature, I really will be screwed. The police will throw me away for a long time. With no other choice, I decided to first try and reach the administrators and the shitty devs somehow. Maybe message will work. I don't really have any hope for it since the message spell was designed for use between players and not the GMs, but I don't have any other choice. Besides, if Dracovan or any other player is out there who is also caught in this bug or whatever this is, it could be a boon to try and find out what is going on. So, without wasting any time, I cast the spell. Immediately, I once again felt that familiar dip in something within me, as the spell activated. Yet, it did not even ring like it should and instantly terminated, making a pit form within my stomach. This can only mean one thing. I am alone out here, no other player aside from me. Fuck. Okay. Calm down. I need to survey the area and see if I can recognize anything from it. Maybe I am still in Yggdrasil or something. Given that I can smell sulfur and the scent of something burning in the air, maybe I am still in Muspelheim. I wanted to unfurl my wings and take to the skies. Something that I could do with a mental command that the system would interpret as a system command. However, before I could even make the system command, the very moment I thought of taking flight, I felt my 12 wings unfurl and fill up with the energy within me, my mana, my brain supplied to me automatically. In an instant, I shot into the air like a meteor and tore through the skies at lightning speed. I wanted to scream at the sudden speed and actions of my body, but somehow, I suddenly felt a bit calmer and felt like all of this was very familiar. Like I had done all of this many times before. The undercurrent of emotions was still there, but I felt like there was no need to let them take control. And right now, I do not even have the time to feel any of that. Because right now, I could tell that all of this was not some bug. Not some kind of error in the code or anything like that. This was real. As real as the wings that I could feel behind my back that I could control flawlessly, like the sheer power bubbling beneath the surface within me, like the strange sense of disgust I felt for everything around me, like a halo of divinity hanging above my head. All of this was real. Somehow, my avatar from Yggdrasil had become real, and I had become one with it. David Goodman, an ordinary office worker from the devastated world of Earth from the year 2138, had somehow become Etherian the Seraphim. I continued rocketing into the sky, tearing through the clear purple skies of wherever I am, as my instincts screamed at me to do something. So, I decided to let my instincts take over and let my control over my body go. However, what I did not expect was for my world item, Aurora's Oath, to manifest in my hand as a particular spell came to my mind. Might as well try it and see what happens. I felt a significant chunk of my mana disappear as I primed the spell and raised my spear. With a swing, I called upon the spell that, in the game, was able to deal significant damage while ignoring all protection and armor points. However, in this reality I found myself in, it did something far more interesting. Reality slash. The Tier 10 spell tore through the fabric of space, creating a momentary breach into which my body shot into as I was far too surprised to stop. Then, only darkness remained as I once again went unconscious. Chapter 3, Chapter Lusafad, Underworld. In the ancient forgotten city of Lusafad, the original capital of the devil race, multiple devils flew in the air, surveying the area with their magics, while one particularly powerful devil oversaw everything from above. Lord Zekrom. We have found the source of the anomaly. Zekrom Baal, the former lord of the Baal family, the progenitor of the Baal bloodline, the unofficial leader of the Great King faction, simply nodded as he waited for his subordinate to speak. The devil took the cue and immediately started speaking while showing the photos that he and his team had taken. What his ancient purple eyes saw in the photos was enough to send a jolt of shock through his body as he instantly recognized what he was seeing. The devil subordinate, who had no idea that his master had already realized what was going on, started speaking. From what we found, there appears to be various prisons thousands of years old underneath the city. The purpose of these prisons and who they were used for is still unknown. But what we did find by tracing the source of the enormous holy energy was some sort of imprisoning circle that recently ran out of power. The devil subordinate hesitated for a bit before speaking again. We believe that these magic circles might have been used to imprison angels. The sudden interruption from his master startled the devil, but soon his eyes were filled with admiration. Indeed. As expected of my lord. That is the same conclusion that my team has come to as well. Anything else? We have also found traces of old Satan faction activity, but those details have already been sent back to the capital for the 4 Satans to take care of. In that case, have your team retreat back to our territory. I will return once I am sure that there is nothing else left here. Of course. It was only when all of his subordinates had left the area that Zekrom allowed his nervousness to show as he shot towards the ground, straight towards the ruins that were once the concentration grounds for the enemy during the Great War. Even after all these years, the great king of the Baal still remembered the layout of the city like the back of his hand and easily navigated its underground structures, easily arriving at the familiar place that had not seen use since the end of the Great War nearly 1,000 years ago. Rows upon rows of prison cells lined with the black stones of the underworld, allowing the devil race to use their magic circles to suppress the weaker angels of heaven during the Great War. Many were the atrocities committed in this place, ones that would make the current 4 Satans even more disgusted with their predecessors. Countless lesser angels had been tortured, interrogated, and destroyed in these very cells. Some became fallen angels after their purity was defiled by their captors physically, mentally, and in every other way imaginable, while others who refused to break were driven to death by demonic hands. Yet, there was one cell that no devil dared to touch. A prison that housed the prized prisoner of the original 4 Satans. Specifically, the Morning Star himself. Nobody knows who or what required such personal attention from the original 4 Satans and why they were imprisoned in a forgotten cell that nobody was allowed to approach. Some believe that the cell held the last remaining demon of the underworld. The original denizens of the underworld that were massacred by God and his armies before Lucifer's exile. Others believe that it was an angel. A powerful seraph that Lucifer somehow managed to capture and imprisoned in the underworld for some reason. Many were the legends and theories that spawned from this place, only to be slowly forgotten by time. Zekrom and the rest of the progenitors of the 72 pillars never really put stock into those legends. If it really was a demon, then it was a good thing that such a savage and powerful being was held prisoner in the forgotten old capital of their race. If it were an angel, then it was a good thing that nobody remembered this place anymore, since they did not wish to fight the heavens right now by exposing such an existence within their world. And yet, now, after all these years, Zekrom could not help the trepidation that filled his heart as he remembered the ridiculously potent holy energy he felt in the air. Holy energy so intense that it reminded him of the time when the heavenly host marched through the battlefield with the 10 seraphim leading them from the front and God himself as their general. Soon, he arrived at the forbidden area where no one was allowed during the reign of the original 4, the place that was forgotten after the 2-century-long Devil Civil War and left to rot for the past 800 years. And what he found there was exactly what he had seen in the pictures that his subordinates had taken. An empty, crumbling cell with a colossal stasis magic circle etched into the floor. The remnant demonic energy was finally spent after centuries of continuous use. And the potent remnant holy energy that no doubt belonged to an angel. Zekrom did not know who or what exactly was being imprisoned in this place, but one thing was for certain. Someone powerful had just woken up from a 1,000-year-long imprisonment. Someone who possibly did not know about the end of the Great War, the death of God, the Devil's Civil War, and various other events that might stay his hand. And it did not bode well for anyone to have someone like that in the wild. Perhaps, it is time I contact that brat Surzex and his friends to take care of this mess. They are the current rulers of the devil race, so it is only right that they take care of this issue. With a decision made, the devil progenitor left the area, heading straight for the city of Lilith, the capital of the underworld. As for the being in question, he was having a rather hard time understanding just what kind of world he ended up in. Chapter 4, Chapter. Every child on Earth knows the story ever since they are of an age to learn. A propaganda that children only realize when they grow up and learn the cruelty of reality. It is said that by the beginning of the 22nd century, the advanced environmental destruction caused by the neglect of the governments across the world led to massive food shortages that shortly led to riots and coups across the world. What the people in charge failed to teach with propaganda is that they, the various companies, industries, and firms, were the primary cause behind the environmental destruction, with the governments only being guilty of turning a blind eye to the suffering of the common people until everything came to a head. A propaganda that everyone is forced to believe. Because the promise of universal knowledge and equal rights had long since faded from my world. The moment the private industries got a hold of political power and started to rule the world, it was a guarantee that the common people would no longer have any rights. In my generation, children were born into a desolate world where the skies are perpetually clouded with smog, acid rains down from the skies, the land is barren, and the water is polluted. Even our very lungs are injected with nanomachines from the very moment of our birth to modify them artificially, creating a set of artificial lungs that would allow us to breathe in the polluted atmosphere. Such is the fate of the common people of my world. As for the rich, they are the ones who truly live in luxury. With real fruit and vegetables growing within their personal domes called arcologies, where the atmosphere is carefully controlled by AI systems to maintain a perfect atmosphere free of pollution. With clean and pure drinking water, authentic food, the last few specimens of flora and fauna, and other such luxuries and decadence. It was because of this darkness that we faced every day that people always sought an escape, even if it was in a virtual world. Of course, the companies would not allow that, so they passed the Social Order Maintenance Act and other such things to keep the ordinary people under their thumb, but that is a different matter altogether. Now, why am I bringing up all of this? Because what I am seeing in front of me is something that I had only ever seen in old recordings from the early 21st century. Beautiful, clear blue skies with the warmth of the sun shining on my skin. Clean and refreshing air that felt invigorating. The small creek showed crystal clear running water. The large real forest stretched as far as I could see. And the distinct feeling of life that I could sense with my new senses made hope bloom in my heart. Life. That is what I was seeing all around me. Something that was lost to my Earth for a long time. Something that we never even dared to hope to see in our lives. With an unnatural ease, I flexed my wings, making them disappear into my back along with my halo, which also disappeared at my command. With another thought, my armor disappeared into motes of light, and a simple level 20 clothing set, which was made up of a simple white button-up shirt, black pants, and black boots, materialized on my body. Bending down to the stream, I carefully dipped my fingers into it, afraid that my move would somehow contaminate this beautiful stream. Logically, I knew it was not possible. Unlike the people of Japan, who were suppressed so heavily that they were not even allowed basic education by the conglomerate controlling the Japanese arcology, we in the USA at least were allowed to complete high school, even if the quality of education was nowhere near what it was in the early 21st century. Hence, I knew that merely touching the water would not pollute it. And yet, I could not help but treat it as a fragile existence that would fade if I looked at it the wrong way. A fear born out of yearning for this beauty that I always saw in my dreams and in videos of old. By this point, I am fairly sure that I have somehow traveled to a different world altogether. And it should still be some version of my Earth, given that the first thing I did after arriving here from wherever I was before was to shoot into low orbit and survey the planet below me, which clearly showed the familiar continents and the space junk that we call satellites. Now, one might question why I concluded that I am on an alternate Earth instead of simple time travel. The answer is quite simple. I can feel unnatural energies from across a few hundred miles of land all around me. Energies that simply cannot belong to humans because my newly gained instincts are telling me so. Tracking one of these energies to this forest exposed a strange creature that looked like a chimeric existence. A merger between a man and a goat, similar to the demon race in Yggdrasil, only uglier. After it showed blatant hostility, I used a simple tier 5 spell, Holy Smite, which was enough to vaporize the creature, leaving nothing behind. Yeah. This kind of creature most definitely could not have existed on my Earth. Because the conglomerates would never stop bragging about having these kinds of strange creatures under their control to the rest of the world. Looking into the stream, I saw my appearance for the first time since waking up, and I could not help but feel stunned at what I saw. Long blonde hair and beautiful blue eyes. A masculine face and purely human features when I am actively hiding my race. It was exactly like what I had designed my player avatar as during character creation. Yet, now, there was an unearthly beauty to my appearance that I simply could not place. A charm that would probably be irresistible for most people should someone like me appear in any place. Although I guess this could work to my advantage at the moment. First things first, I need information. To do that, I need some sort of place where I can access said information. My best guess is an institute called a library. A place where anyone could simply walk in and gain information freely. A foreign concept in my time, but one that was supposedly quite common in this era. Next, I need money. I need the currency of this era to fit in with the regular people for a while, until I can make sense of what is going on and where to go from here. To that end, I can only rely on my current powers to steal little bits of cash from a lot of people until I have enough for temporary arrangements. How the mighty have fallen. To think that the famed Dawnbringer has been reduced to a petty thief. Anyways. After the money issue is sorted, I need to start investigating what the hell that strange creature was and what kind of danger level I am playing with in this world. In Yggdrasil, it was common practice to carefully scout out any uncharted area since there was a high chance that any mob could kill even a top player if they were not careful. So the same rules should apply here as well. I will have to slowly and carefully scout out this Earth and see what kind of foes I will have to deal with. For now, this is the only plan I have. I can make up more as I go, but these are the essentials. With that in mind, I used the fly spell to take off and keep close to the Earth, keeping my race a secret for now since I do not want to give away everything about me just yet. When I first arrived here, I felt a large concentration of energy that felt strangely similar to my own power towards the east, so I think that should be a good spot to start my plan. Etherian, click for image. Chapter 5, Chapter. When I followed the energy signature that felt similar to my own, I expected many things. I expected to find some kind of monster with a holy attribute or maybe even some kind of native creature that would give me a clue as to what is going on with this world. However, what I definitely did not expect was to find a rather small town that was full of peaceful people moving about their daily lives with nothing out of place. In fact, these people were so unguarded that some of them did not even notice when I sneakily used my superior stats to nick some money from their pockets. Granted, I could have used Time Stop to achieve the same effect with none the wiser, but I did not want to use a tier 10 spell for something as mundane as theft. After stealing from a lot of people, just enough to not be noticeable but enough for a good stack in my inventory, I quickly began the next step in the plan. Information. Surprisingly, it was rather easy to locate a local library and easily get access to it. And just like the story said, the information inside really was free for anyone to access. An unfathomable fact for someone from my time. It was thanks to this unrestricted access to general information, combined with my overwhelmingly superior mind that I gained, based on my avatar's stats. It did not take me long to figure out where exactly I was. From what I found out, I am in a small town called Kuo, located in the Kanagawa prefecture of Japan. The very same country that was the most oppressed in my time by the conglomerates and was still a rather hostile place for common people of this era, given the existence of the infamous black companies and terms like death by overwork. Fortunately, it would seem that I have somehow ended up in a place where not much goes on, and it is a rather quiet town. This means that I can take some time to reorient myself and conduct a few experiments to see just how much of my abilities and equipment I still have with me and how much of my body and mind has changed with this sudden transition from a human to a game character. The only problem now is a place to stay. I could make a base of operations for myself with the resources found in the forests nearby, thanks to my crafting skills, but any base I make with such low-level resources will not be good enough to handle my experiments. I could also use the tier 10, Create Fortress, spell to make a place for myself that can easily resist all of my testing, not to mention that the space it would provide inside would be more than sufficient for me. However, the problem is that the fortress that the spell creates is so vast that it would stick out like a sore thumb in this small town and easily attract the wrong kind of attention. This means I will have to go the mundane route and get a regular apartment or something for myself, which is rather hard to do without any kind of identification. Hold up. Now that I think about it, aren't there supposed to be those criminal groups called Yakuza in this country who can do nearly anything for enough money? Maybe I should track some of those people down and use a tier 4, charm species, spell to make them get me an ID and some money. Worst comes to worst, and they somehow resist that spell, I could still use a tier 10, control amnesia, spell to erase their memories of me completely. Yeah, sounds like a solid plan for now. Now, to find them. Sitting on the fresh and unpolluted ground of the forest, I concentrated inward and called upon the spell that I would have once used through the console in the game. Whiten Magic, God's Eye. In the game, this magic allowed me to see my surroundings in a bird's eye view. As a tier 9 magic, it is a spell that can see through everything. Illusions, stealth, items, nothing could stop me from seeing everything and identifying them on the screen. Yet, here, it felt completely different. It was as if the very sky had become my eyes, allowing me to peer down at the earth below me and to see anything that I wished to see. From the sneakiest mole hiding underground to the criminals hiding within their dens, I could see everything within this small town and the surrounding area. And unlike in the game, where labels were added to everything that was detected by my spell, here, I did not need any kind of system interface to tell me what I was seeing. I could instinctively tell what I was looking at. A small cat called Taro is running away from its home. A Shiba is dragging its owner with it as it chases after a squirrel. A man called Ryu was dealing with some shady stuff in a back alley near the mall. A biker gang bickering with the local Yakuza. A man of faith called Masaomi Yagaki is going on a date with his devil girlfriend, Cleria Belial. Okay. What was that last part? I peered down with my God's Eye and refocused on what I just saw. And sure enough, what I just saw was not some hallucination. The young man with long black hair and eyes, clearly of Japanese descent, was identified as Masaomi Yagaki by my spell. It told me that he is a man from the Protestant church and something called an exorcist. Truth be told, it is hard for me to contextualize what my spell is telling me. I know that Christianity was a major religion during this time, but I don't understand what Protestant means in this context. By the time of my generation, religions of all kinds were banned from being practiced. A ban that the conglomerates enforced rather thoroughly by destroying any and all artifacts, holy sites, and anything else that could be associated with any religion in the world. They said that religion poisons the mind and divides people. But everyone knew that what they were doing was taking away the solace and hope that common people could have through religion. After all, if there is no hope, no solace, no cultural and religious identity to call your own, then what would you fight against the conglomerates for? What would motivate you to go against such behemoths? Anyway, back to the topic. The boy seems to be someone from the church, and he seems to possess some kind of holy energy that is partially resonating with my own power. An interesting development, one that I will study at a later time. But for now, it is his companion that has garnered my full attention. Cleria Belial. A child from the Belial clan of devils. That is what my spell is currently telling me about her. But the thing that is making me interested is how I felt a sudden surge of unease and rage the moment my spell told me that she is a devil. An interesting reaction considering that I never felt like this back in the game. I mean, I have met a lot of players with different types of races, ranging from undead to slimes, to dragonoids, and many more, including devils and demons, yet I have never felt this way when meeting them. This means that the source of these emotions must be this new situation I have found myself in. Truly, how intriguing. I continued watching the duo as they moved towards the local mall. However, when I tried to take a close look at the woman's face, her head suddenly snapped towards the sky, straight into my God's Eye with her eyes wide in terror. Interesting. Looks like she has detected my observation. A shame. With a thought, I cut off the flow of my mana to the spell, allowing it to fade and making my vision return to my physical body. A devil, huh? So my conclusion was not wrong after all. This really is an interesting world. I will need to investigate her and her boyfriend later on. But for now, I need to take care of the shelter issue. And given that I already found the local Yakuza, it is time I pay them a little visit. A strange feeling of elation and anxiousness flooded my heart as I thought about what the future might hold from here on out. Excitement. An emotion that I have only ever felt in Yggdrasil. Who would have thought that I would be lucky enough to feel such an emotion in real life? Hopefully, I will feel more of this emotion in the future. Fly. With the flight spell activated, a necessity since I chose to hide my wings, I shot into the sky while also activating a tier 9 spell called Perfect Unknowable that rendered me invisible to the eye, removed my scent, muted my sound, and removed my presence, making me impossible to detect by anyone that does not know the God's Eye spell. Time to get a temporary home for myself. Chapter 6, Chapter Agony. That is the only thing I could remember as I jerked awake. My vision did not exist. A blindfold. I felt my teeth bleed as they bit into whatever restraint this angel placed within my mouth, and miraculously, I managed to bite through it. Please, let me go. I don't want to die dash. My words stopped as a scream tore through the air. Was that my voice? Was I the one screaming? I don't know. The pain is too much. I can't think straight. I don't know how long the scream resounded in my ears before it was abruptly silenced by agonizing pain coming from my mouth. Even through my delirious mind, I could instinctively identify the holy energy that burned my mouth shut. This angel, he forcefully sealed my mouth shut by burning it close. Oh. Interesting. So my theory was right. Your body's true nature is closely related to the evil alignment, and holy damage is significantly amplified against your kind. I did not want to stay awake for the sick and twisted torture that this angel was committing on me. I want to go unconscious. I want to die already. Wait a minute. I know what to do. I forcefully mobilized the demonic energy within me and forced it into the pawn piece within my heart. If I detonate the evil piece, I can die in the explosion. I will be free. Ultimate disturb. Once again, agony dominated my mind as those words rang out across the tapestry of reality. I felt my magical resistance and physicality in general be enhanced far beyond what I could have ever dreamed of, but I could no longer mobilize my demonic energy. Good. Looks like it worked exactly how I wanted it. I can't have you dying so easily, and neither can I have you attempting suicide like that. So, I made your body stronger so that it can withstand some more experimentation. The downside of this spell is that your ability to mobilize your mana or whatever equivalent you have is now rendered impossible. Suddenly, despite not having my eyes covered, I could tell that I was being stared at by a burning gaze. I felt my body shiver in terror as the angel's calm words rang out in my ears. Do you wish for mercy? Weakling. Do you wish for this suffering to end? I could not have nodded faster at those words, but my only response was another bout of agony as I felt one of my ribs being forcefully ripped out of my body. Unfortunately, I have no mercy to spare for a monster like you. I felt another rib pulled out of my body. Do you remember the screams? Beast. The screams for mercy that your victims called for. My right arm's skin was torn away, after which he pulled out the tendons beneath. And yet, I felt a spell take hold of my mind and make me remember exactly what he was speaking about. My burnt-shut lips tore open as I screamed myself hoarse, as the angel dug into my back and slowly started to pull on my vertebrae. Finally, the blindfold fell from my eyes as my body thrashed under the agony. But I soon came to regret it. The visage I beheld was beautiful. Long blonde hair tied back into a tail. Beautiful blue eyes that felt like they would pull me in. A charming face that would make anyone swoon, regardless of gender. A divine radiance that would make most humans kneel almost on instinct. Yet, such a beauty could not hide the burning rage I beheld in his eyes. The holy energy around him was thin, like wisps of smoke that would coil around a person who had just come out of a hot bath. But this did not fool me one bit. Because I could feel the colossal weight of his holy energy tightly restrained within his body. It was a testament to his skill and ability that only those tiny strands of energy were leaking from him despite his apocalyptic rage. A beautiful, melodious voice escaped from his mouth. A voice that could enchant any god or devil and make them do anything he wanted. Yet, all I felt was terror as that beautiful voice slithered into my ears like a poisonous snake, proclaiming my doom. Such an evil being like you has no right to beg for mercy. Mercer the stray devil. With your own memories that I have seen as the proof, I hereby proclaim you guilty. Your punishment is death. Holy fire. If what I experienced before was agony, then this was so beyond it that I had no words to describe it. Beautiful white flames danced in the air in such a way that they would mesmerize anyone who beheld them. Yet I felt soul-chilling pain as these holy flames burned me on a conceptual level. I wanted to scream, curse, beg for mercy, and many more things. Yet, I was denied that as the flames quickly consumed me. And then, I knew no more. Etherean POV. I felt pure disgust as I watched the stray devil burn in my holy fire spell, his disgusting form reduced to atoms by the pure energy of the spell. A week. That was all it took for this damned world to show its ugliness to me. Things were going so well. I had gone to the Yakuza, convinced them to make me an identity to blend in. Got some money by using the Create Greater item spell. In hindsight, maybe that is what I should have done from the very beginning instead of stealing from others, and even got myself a rather quaint apartment at the edges of the town. However, just as I was getting ready to hunker down and test out my abilities, I was overwhelmed with disgust as a rather weak energy signature washed over me. It was as if I had smelled something particularly foul, making me gag and reflex while my instincts practically demanded that I annihilate this offensive thing before it spread its filth in the area I lived. So, it is exactly what I did. I flew into the air using my hiding spell and came to the source of the smell in a small warehouse nearby. What I saw inside made my blood boil. A grotesquely deformed humanoid creature was feasting on the corpse of an elderly man. Given his clothing and the discarded bag nearby, he must have been an employee of the firm that is right across my apartment complex. The curious thing was that this creature reeked of the same kind of demonic energy as that of the Belial girl that I was observing when I first came to this world. The only difference was that this creature's energy felt much more corrupt, darker, and evil compared to that of the girl. I wanted to smite the creature then and there. But given the lack of information that I had on this world, I wanted to know more about this thing before making a decision. So, in a foolish move that I am still regretting, I activated the spell Retracognition after knocking him out and restraining him. In the game, this spell allows the user to sneak a peek into their opponent's character setting, their karmic value, their spell repertoire, items, and many other such things. The only downside was that this spell cannot be used on players and monsters that are equal to or above the caster's level. However, in this world, the spell worked differently. I saw everything that this creature ever saw. All his knowledge and memories became mine. And all I felt was absolute disgust, enough to make me consider scrubbing my own soul if that was even possible. Somehow, I felt tainted by just looking at his memories. I saw how this monster relished in killing and violating innocent people to satiate his endless hunger. I saw how he felt glee in lording his power over the common people that unwittingly walked into his path. I saw the monster for what it was. And I decided to punish it for its actions. I could have simply ended its life then and there, or maybe even tortured it some more, now that I knew what exactly it was, what its status was in the pecking order of this world, and how exactly I should harm it to prolong its pain. Yet, I wanted it to experience pain. The same pain that his victims felt. So, I decided to kill two birds with one stone. So, this creature suffered agony, the payment for his sins, as I used a level 50 blessed knife to cut him open and see how his body functioned. A win-win scenario. And yet, even as his body was reduced to dust, I felt no satisfaction. Just because he died in agony does not mean that the poor girl he killed would come back home to her devastated parents. Just because he died does not mean that the old woman who was waiting for her husband would find solace. Just because he died does not mean that the innocent child who died at his hands would come back to life. If their corpses were intact, I could try to use resurrection magic to see if I could bring them back. But unfortunately, this monster had long since devoured them whole. Even the old man that he was in the process of eating when I stumbled upon him, only had his bottom half and clothes left behind. I felt it was too cruel to leave parts of his body behind for wild creatures to eat or for the police to find and tell the devastating news to the old woman. So I destroyed his remains and only kept his ID so that I could track down his address later on. With a sigh, I cast a Tier 1, clean, spell to get rid of all the blood and gore, then put away the body parts one harvested from the creature before I left the warehouse and slowly walked towards the cemetery near the edge of the town, right by the pristine church. As a player with my alchemist, herbalist, and various other crafting classes maxed out, I could always see harvestable resources marked for me within my view as highlighted objects. But here, I did not see things like that. Instead, I could instinctively tell what things I could use for my crafts and what I could not. And the body parts that I pulled from the stray devil were definitely good materials for alchemy, even if they are not that high quality. Soon, I arrived at the graveyard by the church, which was unguarded, showing that people were not really afraid of grave robbers. Making sure that nobody was around, I used Create Greater Item to make 3 nameless gravestones and placed them in the ground. The damned stray devil did not even know their names, so I had nothing that I could carve on these headstones. So, I had no choice but to leave them be. Once again, I spread my senses across the area, making sure that nobody was nearby, before I let go of my disguise. My wings unfurled as my halo erupted with pure light above my head, illuminating my surroundings. Remembering what I once saw in the videos of old, I took a knee and clasped my hands together in a praying motion. I do not know how to pray properly or how to say final rites for those who have departed. But if there is a God in this world, I want you to listen to my words. I ask that you guide these unfortunate souls to the afterlife unbothered. I ask you to tell them that I have avenged their unjust deaths. I ask that you prove yourself better than whatever God existed in my world who could not care less about us, and protect these poor people who died so horrifically. Once again, I reined in my wings and halo, returning to my human visage, and bowed down to the 3 headstones. I hope you find peace in whatever afterlife you end up in. As for your families, I will try to find out who they are and try to guide them indirectly to your graves. At the very least, they need to know that you are all in the afterlife. I know that I would be killing their families emotionally by taking away their last hopes that their children and the old woman's husband would come back safe, but I cannot have these unfortunate people live with false hope for their entire lives. As someone who once lived with such false hopes, I know how painful it is if such a hope is not nipped in the bud. Truly, such a strange world I have found myself in. I cast my invisibility spell and used fly to take off, heading straight home. The knowledge I gained from the stray devil is too vast for me to take at face value. I will need some time to contemplate and understand what I received. As the otherworldly angel left the cemetery, he was unaware that wisps of pure holy energy gently curled down from the heavens and tenderly stretched into the ground, exactly where he had placed the graves of the 3 victims. The tendrils of holy energy originating from the very system of heaven, a hidden part of the system that nobody alive knew about, slowly and carefully held onto the 3 human souls and gently pulled them into the sky, straight into heaven. Once upon a time, it was said that the Heavenly Father would welcome any lost lamb through the pearly gates of heaven. That anyone deemed free of sin, those who were deemed innocent, and those who once lost their path only to find it again, would be welcomed into his embrace. In those days, when the Lord walked among his people, it was common to see the system of heaven guide the lost souls of people who had died unjustly to the gates of heaven, welcoming all who chose to follow his teachings. Yet, after certain events, such was no longer the case. It had become sadly common for many a soul to simply slip through the net, as it were. For those who died unjustly to be left on the mortal plane, doomed to roam around as restless ghosts or wraiths, slaves to accomplished mages or exorcised as evil spirits. Mortals who were born with weapons and tools that he had created to protect them were either killed before they could bloom or were tempted away from their race by darker beings that lurk in the shadows, all because his children no longer performed their duty as the guardians of the world. Mortals looked up at the heavens for salvation, a salvation that would never come, for the denizens of the 7 heavens had shut themselves away from their charges. With no other choice, the mortal then looks to their fellow men and women of the cloth, only to find darkness lurking within their white robes. All the while, the heavenly system, the very thing that the Lord created to prevent all these tragedies, tried and failed to react in time, trying to follow its original programming, yet failing to do so, all because its true wielder, the one who would supply it with his potent light, was no longer there, and in his place was someone who was simply not strong enough to bear such a burden. But now, after nearly 1,000 years since it was last seen, the heavenly system acted on its own once more, piggybacking on the absurdly potent holy energy it had felt in this area. Its programming running at full power for the first time in a millennium, as its power was felt across the 7 heavens, jolting awake all of the seraphim who were busy with their own things. For the first time in 1,000 years, the daily prayers and heartfelt pleas of those who follow heaven's teachings were rewarded. Lost souls that wander the world were snatched up by the system, guiding them to their destination as it was meant to be. For a few precious moments, the entire world came alive as the heavenly system reigned supreme across the territory of what is known as the Abrahamic faction, spooking many a god and pantheons that were eyeing these territories with ill intent. Unfortunately, just as quickly as it came alive, the system soon reverted back to what it was before, as the small fragments of pure holy energy it gathered were spent. What did all of this mean for the world moving forward? Nobody knew. But one thing was for certain. Things were finally starting to change, and the future that was once fixed had now become muddled. Chapter 7. I closed my eyes and concentrated inwards. There, deep within myself, I felt for the so-called light that the stray devil believed I had. And sure enough, I found it. It was a strange form of energy, intrinsically linked to my mana and indistinguishable unless I am looking specifically for it. But now that I am aware of it, I can easily call upon it. So I did exactly that. Using the stray devil's memories as the guide, I pulled on the light, trying to shape it into a light spear as the native angels of this world could supposedly do with ease. Yet, my power refused to comply. I could manipulate the light energy just fine, making it move within my body as I wished and even making it form a thin film around my body. But the moment I tried to materialize it, it refused to obtain a coherent form, as if my very being was being suppressed by something unknown. With a sigh, I stopped trying and started writing in the small journal that I was quickly filling up after my experiments in the past 2 days. Light spear experiment result, failure. Same issue as the other native, holy, spells that I faced before. My light refuses to manifest according to the system of this world, only materializing when I use spells from Yggdrasil. My theory is all but confirmed. I cannot use any spells or abilities that fall outside the system of Yggdrasil. Unless I use a certain object. I stared at the black ring on my thumb, shaped like a serpent biting its own tail. The Ouroboros. A world item that could literally break the game by overturning the rules that govern the system. Back in the game, some guild once used this item to keep Ain's Ulgaun from claiming the 7 hidden mines, one of the rare few sources of the prismatic ores. I would know, since I was contracted by that guild along with many other top solo players to mine those resources for them since the time limit given to them by the shitty devs for only a single month before the effects of the ring would fade. Of course, they were not foolish enough to advertise their name so that the legendary heteromorphic players guild could track them down for retribution and kept their identity hidden, so I don't know who they were, only that they used that specific world item to achieve their objective thanks to the developer message and compensation that was given to all the players as a result of the item's usage. The payment for that task was a good chunk of real money and some top-tier materials, along with a good chunk of the prismatic ores that I stole from under their noses. It was this large chunk of money, combined with my own whaling attempts at the Gashapon website, that helped me gain my own Ouroboros ring. Seriously, I lost nearly a third of my income to the gacha, along with the small fortune I made from that harvesting job. But all of this was in the game. Right now, it cannot be denied that I am in a real world with its own strange circumstances. Truth is, I don't know what will happen if I try to use this ring, so I am not too keen on using it right away. Thankfully, I could test things out with a few other items and spells that have similar properties. Concentrating on my spell repertoire, I called upon a particular super tier spell. Wish upon a star. In the game, when invoking this spell, a special effect similar to a meteor shower would form around the user as they are presented with options to choose from. The number and quality of the options available depended on how much EXP the player was willing to pay for invoking this spell or using it through an item of the same name. In some ways, it was a drastically less effective version of the 5 elements overcoming world item, which was itself a lesser version of the Ouroboros. However, it was no longer the case here. The moment I invoked the spell, I immediately felt like the world itself held its breath. As if all life had come to a grinding halt in awe of the power I just called upon. As if a part of creation itself was now peering down at me, willing to do anything that I asked of it. Frankly, it felt a little intimidating to feel all of this. Holding the spell, I tried to imagine some of my EXP disappearing into this spell, and immediately felt something within me drain at a rapid rate until a good chunk of it was gone. However, I did not find any menu manifest in front of me, and neither did some instinctual knowledge about what I could do flood my mind. Instead, I felt like I could literally wish for anything under a certain threshold that I could instinctively tell, and it would come true. That the world itself would bend over backwards to make my wish come true. Looks like this is a success. Without making any wish, I cancelled the spell, making the EXP go back within me since I did not make any wish. Although I did lose all the mana that I used to invoke that spell, along with one of the 3 uses of the ring shooting star, which makes this spell possible. Once again, I started writing down the result of my experiment. Super tier spell, Wish Upon a Star, is capable of being executed in this world and seems to be much more powerful and versatile than it was in the game. It serves as strong evidence that Ouroboros can be used in a similar way to allow me to grow without hard limits inherited from Yggdrasil. But first, I need information. I need to know if there is anything in this world's supernatural scene that is worth me breaking my limits by using such a unique item. I cannot waste such a cheat code unless I am absolutely sure that things in this world cannot be dealt with my current repertoire of skills and spells. Best option is to access the supernatural version of the internet and then find a way to get some general information about the global supernatural scene. Easier said than done, since I don't know where to get access to said network. The Stray Devil's memories told me that there were things like smartphones for the devils and many other supernatural creatures in the world, but the distribution of these things was handled by proxy companies that were under the control of the devils. This meant that I would have to leave the safety of this town and find such an outlet to buy one, which is also an issue since these people have ways to identify counterfeits or magically conjured money, so I will need some real money. Which brings me back to square one. Maybe I could use Wish Upon a Star to will one of those phones into existence. No. I can't do that just yet. I will need to see if I can still earn EXP in this world before I spend any of my reserves. If I cannot get EXP, then I will end up losing levels by consuming EXP and end up weaker than I am right now, which is unacceptable until I am sure that nothing can threaten my life for now. But I can't know if I can gain EXP unless I consult some EXP to give space for newly gained EXP, since I am already at the level cap for all of my job classes and racial class. Such a headache-inducing situation. With a sigh, I got up from the chair and put away the journal into my inventory before casting my concealment spell and taking off into the air through the window. I guess I will use that spell after all and try to see what I can manifest from my immediate needs that cost 1 or 2% of my EXP. After that, I need to find some kind of monster to kill and see if I can gain EXP. So much work to do. I guess that old saying about free lunch was right after all. I had to pay the price for this once-in-a-lifetime chance at a new life somehow. Chapter 8, Chapter 7th Heaven Gates, the Realm of Heavens. At the gates that lead to the 7th heaven, a place that was once home to the God of the Bible and the place where the central core of the sacred gear system and heaven system resides, a beautiful angel paced with worry. Her beautiful blonde hair fell like a waterfall behind her as her blue eyes kept going towards the gates, waiting for her brother, who had gone in to confirm what they were worried about. Soon, the gates started to open, making her perk up and head towards the entrance, her 12 wings fluttering as she shot forward with immense speed and came to a stop in front of her brother. Michael. What did you see? Michael, one of the first angels created by God and the current supervisor of heaven's system, shook his head at his sister's question. I did not find the source of the anomaly, Gabriel. I think whoever had initiated the salvation system has hidden themselves again. Worse yet, the system is refusing to track them even at my request. It says that my authority is not high enough for that. Gabriel could not help but feel confused at those words. But why would any angel hide themselves like that? Given the power we felt, they have to be someone on par with the seraphim, so it should be an occasion of celebration for us to have gained another angel of that caliber. Michael could not help but smile wryly at his sister's words. Gabriel, have you forgotten that we, the angels, created by Father, are incapable of growing in strength, unlike true living beings? Gabriel simply nodded her head with a pout. Why are you asking me such a basic question? Of course, I remember that fact. Then, can you tell me how an angel of such power suddenly appeared out of nowhere? Only with this question did Gabriel see what the problem was. God had originally created the angels as his helpers in shaping the world into what he wanted. To protect the original natives of this world, the humans, whom he had grown fond of shortly after he arrived here and saw them. Back then, his creation method was not as refined as it would be later on, so the first generation of angels had more in common with automatons than actual living beings. The first generation angels were incapable of growth. Incapable of change unless their very nature was twisted, like in the case of the morning star and the fallen. Incapable of growing outside the set parameters that they were born with. Eternal, unchanging, incapable of growth and change. Such is the fate of the first generation angels, including the seraphim. That is why, in this day and age, where the devils replenish their numbers and strength through the evil pieces and legitimate children born of their flesh, just like with the fallen who gained the ability to grow stronger after they were banished from heaven, the angels were left in a precarious situation where their numbers could not be replenished in any way. This meant that the death of every angel, even the weakest of them, was felt dearly. Worse still, unlike the devils and the fallen that could reproduce with each other or with other races, the angels could not do something like that unless they used a very arduous ritual that lasted an entire day and would not be allowed to have possessive or lustful intentions when procreating, something that is borderline impossible with how attractive the angels generally are, which meant that any such union would lead to the angels falling from grace, so nobody even tried that anymore. It was because of all these reasons that the angels had no choice but to shut themselves in heaven and ignore everything that was going on in the mortal world, abandoning the very duty for which they were originally created, all in the name of self-preservation and the preservation of their species. Watching his sister's contemplative face, Michael placed his palm on her head and spoke softly. We will have our answers after we find our missing brethren. Whoever they are obviously hiding themselves from harm. So it is imperative that we don't accidentally expose them to their enemies because we are in a rush. We will need to carefully investigate and find them as covertly as possible and then welcome them back into the fold. We cannot afford our kin to be divided in these trying times, even if the holy energy that the system felt from them was the strongest it had ever felt from an angel. Gabriel nodded her head to those words before an idea flashed in her mind. How about I go down there and try to search for them myself? Michael shot that idea down with a shake of his head. No. That is far too risky. Not to mention where that energy signature was detected, we do not know what will happen if our enemies learn that you are down there all by yourself. Then, how about I take Brother Uriel and Brother Raphael with me? Again. No. They have their own duties that they need to attend to, so you can't disturb them. Gabriel once again pouted at her brother's words as he chuckled at her expression. I'll send a message to Vasco Strata to start investigating. Given that the church has a presence in Kuo, it only makes sense to use that to our advantage and try to be subtle about our intentions. Fine. But I want to go with you when we find our kin so that I can greet them with you. Very well. Now, let's get going. The two angels soon left the seventh heaven and headed back to their abodes in the sixth heaven, where Michael sent a message to Vasco Strata, who, in turn, sent the message to Masaomi Yagaki, not knowing that something truly explosive was about to happen in a few days' time. Something that would shake up the Abrahamic faction's future for good. As for the focal point of all this mess, he was right now buried deep in countless online articles that he got from the newly created phone that allowed him to access the supernatural internet. Chapter 9, Chapter. Magic Girl Levitan is here to save the day. The video continued playing, showing the devil girl shooting ridiculous-looking pink beams at her enemy, ending the show at that point. As the credits rolled, I did not know how to feel about what I just saw. Fuck. So this is what it feels like to be bamboozled. Ever since I created this smartphone with the wish upon a star spell that surprisingly cost only 1% of my EXP, I had been going through the supernatural internet to understand the power dynamics of this world and what kind of beings existed here. It still hurts to lose some EXP, especially since I don't know if I can regain it in this world, but I have no choice in the matter. Surprisingly, it was rather easy to access most of this information, except for some things that were only referenced but were kept out of my reach due to their classified nature. However, during this search, I came upon a particular link that spoke of how the true power of one of the devil race's superiors, one of the four Satans, will be shown in a TV show of all things. So, I decided to check it out, only to feel like I needed some bleach for my eyes. How the hell is this woman one of the four strongest devils? This is clearly a chunny girl, far too lost in her own world. Truthfully, the girl was not bad, either in acting or in appearance. At least, she is far better than what passes for professional actors in my time, who could never hide how dead they were inside from showing in their eyes and expressions. But the issue here is that I end up feeling second-hand embarrassment just watching this woman, who is centuries old, acting in such a way. Yes, Seraphal Leviathan is supposedly more than 800 years old. She was supposedly a teenager during some kind of conflict called the Devil Civil War that took place 8 centuries ago. With a sigh, I put away the phone and leaned back into the couch, thinking about what to do from here on out. From what I found out, this world has all kinds of supernatural creatures that belong to various mythologies. Ranging from ghosts, spirits, and other such things, all the way to top-level beings like gods and dragons. Something that gave me quite the pause. Even in Yggdrasil, dragons were considered quite the dangerous monsters to hunt. The damned things even manifested as raid bosses sometimes, especially when you least expect them. The last time I faced a dragon, it took me a whole lot of luck, trickery, and cash item spamming to defeat one all by myself, earning me the title of one-man raid. Conversely, the bodies of dragons are freaking treasure troves. Everything from their bodies could be harvested into rare items if someone had the right crafting class equipped, not to mention the rare quality data crystals and high-end artifacts they always drop. The fact remains, however, that the danger that I can face in this world could very well be on the same level as those raids, maybe even on the level of world enemies. The damned things that require entire guilds to bring down, like the Lords of the 7 Deadly Sins, or the 10 Archangels of Sapphira that forced Dracovan and I to hire a guild that would help us take out those monsters in exchange for a 50% share of the drops. Worse yet, unlike those monsters that had set patterns and areas that they would not move out of, these beings in this world have free will and can literally appear anywhere should they want to, which means that I am in serious danger if one of those top-tier beings comes after me. Once again, looking at the Ouroboros ring on my thumb, I felt trepidation and determination fill me. There is no choice. I will have to remove the level cap and learn the native magic system if I am to become stronger. I will have to use up this trump card of mine. If I end up dead down the line because I was not strong enough and wish to preserve this power, it will be too late to cry about it at that point. The problem here is, where do I even attempt such a thing? The use of a world item leads to one hell of a light show that can be seen from a long distance away, not to mention the long casting time. The shitty devs designed it in such a way to balance the game-breaking powers that a custom world item has. However, in this world, this also means that I can easily attract the wrong kind of attention if I am not careful. So, the problem remains. Where do I even make this wish on my item? Looks like I will have to use that fortress after all. Hold up. Why not find an isolated location on the internet? The moment that idea entered my mind, I immediately got on my phone and started searching for an isolated place where I could do what I wanted. And wouldn't you know it? There was such a place available in Scotland. A small cluster of islands that nobody bothered with, either in the mundane world or in the supernatural community, given that the group of mermaids that were renting this island cluster on the net were rather blatant in listing it as a barren land that is practically worthless to anyone. It also helped that the rent that they are asking for a day is rather reasonable. Either a kilo of silver, which is roughly 2 pounds or so, or the equivalent of mortal currency. Not a bad deal, given that I could make a whole lot of that metal with some regular metals thanks to my alchemist class. Those barren lands should serve as a good place for me to use my Create Fortress spell, which will give me a secure and isolated place where I can use Ouroboros without anything or anyone disturbing me during the process. With the decision made, I immediately contacted the Finfolk who listed the place and got down to negotiations. Hopefully, all of this effort will pay off, and nothing in this world will no-sell my world item's attempt at removing my level cap and getting stronger. Chapter 10, Chapter. The powerful winds of the Scottish Highlands swept through my hair as the scent of the sea dominated my senses. The crashing of waves on the island and the sheer breath of life that I could feel all around me reminded me once again of what my world lost because of a handful of people and their greed. Such beauty, such nature, deserves to be protected. And if I can have my way this time around, I will make sure that this beautiful world will not walk on the same path as my own. Shaking my head to get rid of those thoughts, I turned back to the huge patch of barren rock that made up the main island between the cluster that I rented out for this day from the local Finfolk. Supposedly, this land was artificially created after a battle between something called a bobri, a native monster in the area, and some kind of lesser dragon. Since both the creatures left the area soon after, the island fell under the ownership of the Finfolk, who decided to list the place on the supernatural net to make some profit out of it. Which was fair, I guess. I mean, compared to many other isolated islands that the same group lists on the web for exorbitant prices because of their scenery and some of them having something called ley lines, another subject to study later, this place serves well for my purposes. Spreading out my senses, I made sure that none of those curious Finfolk were close by. I pulled on my mana and invoked the spell that I wanted to cast. First things first, the fortress. Create Fortress. The Tier 10 spell took hold of reality immediately as the very earth rose from beneath my feet. The stone morphed like liquid, climbing into the air like living tendrils before taking on a defined shape. The moment it attained the form of a 30-meter-tall fortress, it solidified into what looked like ordinary brick and mortar. But I knew the truth. This damned thing is a defensive structure in the same league as the Tier 10 defensive druid spell, Nature's Shelter. The only thing that can pierce its defenses are absurdly powerful super-tier spells specifically designed to destroy defensive magics, like Sword of Damocles. With the structure created, now it's time for concealment. Mirror World. The moment I invoked the spell, a hemispherical barrier sprang into existence around the castle, completely hiding it from the outside world. In some ways, it could be said that this screen acts like an isolating spell, completely separating this island from the outside world in every way. In the game, it was even capable of absorbing or reflecting a certain percentage of any attacks leveled against it, if it was discovered in the first place, which is hard to do. With both spells done, now it is time to go inside and take care of this issue immediately and get to work on learning this world system. One of the many features of the Create Fortress spell is that it is bigger on the inside than what its outward appearance would suggest, giving me plenty of space to use. It is a shame that this fortress is temporary and will fade when I will it. If it were a permanent structure, I would not mind trying to buy this island from the Finfolk. Then again, it is not wise to have my base of operations located in a place that is known to others. Walking into the massive chamber within the fortress, I unfurled my wings and halo, illuminating the space around me with the holy energy. But what I am more concerned about is the ring on my thumb. Truthfully speaking, I am very reluctant to use Ouroboros so early. It feels like I am using up one of my few trump cards merely because I am afraid of the adversity I would theoretically face in the future. But the same thought also leads to the various articles and information I read about the dangerous creatures of this world, and my determination once again grows stronger. An item is only useful as long as I am alive. What use is a world-breaking artifact if I am no longer there to use it? So, with my resolve once again going strong, I gritted my teeth and activated Ouroboros, making the ring shatter as a strange effect took place. The strange roar that felt like a mix of a snake's hiss and a dragon's roar rang out in my mind, followed by a strange dark void enveloping everything in the area, including the fortress. Good thing I used Mirror World earlier. If not, who knows what kind of beings I would have ended up attracting with such a commotion. Alright, enough distractions. Concentrate on the present. Closing my eyes, I waited for a few seconds until the phenomenon of activation stabilized. It was only when my instincts told me that the spell was ready that I made my wish out loud. I want all restrictions and limits removed from me. I want to be able to continue growing in every way possible without being restricted in any form. I want all level caps removed from all my classes and race classes. I want to be able to learn all the magics and abilities from this world without any kind of restrictions or obstacles getting in my way. No kind of limits, restrictions, obstacles, or caps shall exist on me anymore. I want to be able to gain EXP from anything that I kill in this world. I blurted out everything that came to my mind without thinking. I don't know how this spell will work in this world, so the safest method that I can think of is to spout out every wish that I have and see what sticks. I really hate wasting such a precious item even when I have no guarantee that it will work, but I really don't have any other choice. So I simply gritted my teeth and waited for anything to happen after speaking everything out. Thankfully, it would seem that my loss of a world item was not in vain, as I felt something within me break. But the moment it happened, I felt agony as something else tried to reach my very soul. Whatever it was, my instincts told me that it was pure and filled with holy energy, but I could also tell that it was not a living thing. Thankfully, whatever it was, it retreated after that initial probe as I flared my mana and light outward. Wait. Am I seeing this right? I am sure that my face held a stunned expression as I tried to move my light energy with my mind, and it easily responded to my thoughts, forming tendrils of energy in the air which I slowly morphed into a spear, a sword, a blade, and then into a ball. The same energy that resisted my attempts to materialize it in the past was now responding to me as naturally as my mana, as if I were born with the ability to manipulate it. It worked. It really worked. Hell yeah. I grinned happily as the initial results showed that my gamble was a success. With this, I can now really start learning about the spells and abilities that he natives have and blend in better. With the happy grin still on my face, I dissolved the fortress and the mirror world before taking off back to Kuo. Now, all that is left is to earn a steady income for my stay in this world, and I already have an idea of how to do it. Chapter 11, Chapter. You will stop your investigation right here. Cleria. Cleria Belial, a child from the branch family of the Belial clan, bit her lips as her grey eyes showed her unwillingness to give up. Yet, faced with the stern face of her uncle, Lord Belial, she could only swallow her argument and bow in deference. Yes. Uncle. I am sorry for worrying you and Aunt. Lord Belial's eyes softened slightly as he watched his niece's depressed look. Cleria heard her uncle sigh, making her look as he leaned back into his seat and watched through the projection. My dear child. I am doing this for your own good. Zekrom has been particularly twitchy these days and has made life hell for many of the moderate members in the Great King faction. He leaned forward and stared into his niece's grey eyes. If he were to catch wind that you have been meddling in the king peace business, I have no doubt that he will make sure that you can never move past the high-class level and suppress your future opportunities, and it is only because you are from a pillar family. If you were an ordinary devil, I have no doubt that the old monster would not think twice before annihilating you and the rest of the family. Also, last I checked, you still want to enter the underworld's government and try to make things easier for the reincarnated devils. Am I wrong? Cleria sighed heavily before shaking her head, making her long, grey locks sway with the movement. There you have it. Leave this issue here, Cleria. It is not worth ruining your future over something so controversial and frankly, above your pay grade. And I am not saying this to discredit you, but because I am worried about you. I understand, Uncle. I will leave things as they are. For now. Lord Belial caught those last words and could not help but shake his head in amusement. You and your cousin are the same. Stubborn to a fault. Just be careful. You hear me? If anything happens, call me immediately. Cleria smiled at her uncle's words before bidding her goodbye, disconnecting the call. Just in time for her boyfriend to hug her from behind. You did not tell him about that matter. Cleria leaned back into the embrace of her men for comfort as she mumbled out her thoughts. I don't want to worry him needlessly. Besides, after that time when I felt that absurd holy energy in the sky, we never came across any of it in the town. We only found regular levels of holy energy at a few places here and there, which are most likely from other exorcists. Masaomi raised an eyebrow at those words, knowing that she was only trying to convince herself and trying not to look at the truth lest it worry her even more. So, being the good boyfriend he was, he left things be and just held onto her and changed the topic. When do we leave for the underworld? In a week. Aunt is really looking forward to meeting you. Cleria smiled happily as she remembered the last conversation she had with her aunt, talking about introducing her boyfriend formally to her family in secret. Being one of the 72 pillars, the Belial family would be discredited and would be made fun of by the other nobles if they knew that her boyfriend is an exorcist from the church, so she had no choice but to do this in secret, which always made her feel guilty, thinking that she was doing him an injustice. Like she was ashamed of the relationship she had with him. Thankfully, her boyfriend was an understanding person and never faulted her for all of these political issues. That's good. It gives me the time to pick up a gift for Lord and Lady Belial. Cleria gave her boyfriend an amused look. Trying to charm my aunt and uncle so early? One would think you had some kind of hidden ambitions. Masaomi grinned mischievously as he leaned forward, pushing his lips to hers. Who says I don't? Stop you. Hey, that wasn't what you were screaming last night. Cleria's face turned beet red as she hid her face into his chest. After playing around for a bit, the couple finally straightened their clothes and walked out of the small house that they owned in Kuo privately. When are you going on that mission you got assigned? Masaomi turned to his girlfriend and gave her a hug. Tonight. It's a standard stray devil extermination mission. But they say that this one is much stronger than others, so they are sending a different group of exorcists from out of town to assist me. Worst case, I should be back by tomorrow morning. But what about that mission you got earlier from the Vatican? Something about tracking down strange holy energy traces. Masaomi frowned at that reminder. Strangely enough, I did not hear any changes about that one. Maybe they are expecting me to continue on that mission after I take care of the stray devil. Cleria shared her boyfriend's frown as she too failed to grasp the logic in that. But given her limited knowledge of how the church functions, she chose to let it go. All right. Call me the moment you get back. Why? You worried about me? Cleria smacked his shoulder with a light glare before smiling and giving a small goodbye kiss to him. If one were to ignore their species and occupations, they would look like a standard married couple where the wife was sending off her husband to work while she took care of the chores at home, except that the husband was a powerful exorcist for the church and the wife was a child from the 72 pillars of the underworld. Maybe this is why it was so easy to convince certain people of certain things and set things into motion that would have ended in a tragedy on both sides. Fortunately, this is not that timeline, for there exists an anomaly here that nobody could have accounted for. I never realized how much the limitations of Yggdrasil were holding me back until this moment. With my 12 wings outstretched and my arms spread wide, I pumped as much light energy into my wings as I could, along with my mana, boosting my flight speed far beyond anything that I could ever imagine. Blasting through the air right above the surface of the ocean below me, I could not help but laugh out loud. Truly, this is such a liberating sensation. A feeling that I simply could not put into words. Let's see how far I can push this. Greater haste. Air walk. Heavenly acceleration. At once, my speed increased to such ridiculous levels, making the ocean part beneath me due to the sheer pressure of my flight. But I was not done just yet. Time to bring out the big guns. Wings of purity, wings of acceleration, angelic glide, wings of dawn. Another burst of speed, but this time, it was such a big boost that it felt like time itself had slowed down while my body sped up to levels of speed that were hard to describe. Sonic booms erupted as I easily broke through the sound barrier and kept going faster and faster, pushing my powers to their limit. Within a matter of a single hour, I arrived at the shores of Japan all the way from Scotland. A journey that would normally take roughly 12 hours if I had flown at the speeds of a commercial airline. This meant that I was going at least Mach 9 to make such a quick trip. Very satisfying. It was only when I was close to the coast of Hamamatsu that I slowed down and cast my concealment spell to keep myself hidden, and continued heading northeast towards the Kanagawa prefecture. It really was a satisfying day for me, and I could not help but get home and get some sleep before getting to work on my next idea. Unfortunately, all my plans came crashing down when I returned to Kuo Town and saw a rather strange scene. That boy, Masaomi. The kid that I had seen previously with my god's eye was surrounded by a bunch of humans who wore similar robes to his. Given his injured state and the way he was gritting his teeth while the other humans were saying something else, it is clear that this is a hostile situation. An internal conflict. How interesting. Masaomi Yagaki, click here for image. Clearia Belial, click here for image. Chapter 12, Chapter. Masaomi glared at the man leading this group of exorcists. The man that he once called a friend, and could not help but spit out his bitter words, which reflected his own inner turmoil. Yuji, you bastard. I'll kill you for this. The man called Yuji simply stared coldly at Masaomi as he put away his light sword. You won't have that chance, Masaomi. And neither will that devil bitch dash. Shut up. Masaomi lunged forward with his sword, aiming to pierce the heart of the man he was facing, but he was quickly restrained by the holy chains that exorcists usually keep with them, pulling him down to the ground, while Yuji's expressions did not even change, as if he did not see the men before him as a threat. As I was saying, Belial has her own issues to deal with right now. Turns out, you are not the only one who pissed off their comrades by soliciting with the enemy. It did not take a genius to realize what Yuji was talking about, making Masaomi panic at the thought of any harm coming to his girlfriend. He looked towards his other superior, Toji Shido, who just stared at his best friend with a neutral look. At least, he tried to look neutral. Because Masaomi knew the man well enough to see the heartbreak hidden within his gaze. You were in on this, Toji. Even you betrayed me. I am sorry, Masaomi. But this is an order that came from the higher-ups. I have no choice. Masaomi immediately started struggling as much as he could, trying to get out of his binds and get to his beloved, to protect her from whoever was going to attack her. A sudden explosion rang out from the edge of the city, followed by multiple demonic energy signatures washing over the town. Yuji's lips barely turned up as he looked down with amusement at Masaomi's despair-filled face while Toji looked away, unable to witness his friend's struggle like this. Looks like the other side has already begun. Might as well wrap this up and get out of this town before anyone realizes what happened. Shido. Take that holy sword. Toji did not even look at his fellow pastor before speaking coldly. No. I am not worthy of touching that blade which belongs to Masaomi, in life and in death. Fine then. I hope you are ready to explain that back at HQ. Yuji reached beside Masaomi and took his nameless holy sword, wincing lightly as the blade rejected his hand. And yet, he still held onto the precious weapon that belongs to the church. It is a shame, really. As a natural holy sword wielder, we hope that you would lead us in the future to get rid of those blasphemous creatures. But who would have thought that you would fall for that bitch's seductions? No. The real issue is not that you fell for her seductions. Suddenly, magical energy erupted from Yuji's body as he leaned down and stared coldly into Masaomi's eyes while Toji completely turned away, getting ready to leave this place behind. After all, he did not have anything left holding him and his family back in this town. Yuji's inner darkness showed as he gritted his teeth and spoke words filled with venom, something that would normally bring shame to any man of the cloth, but was commonplace in the church of this era. If you had just played around with her and left her behind after making her fall for you, breaking her heart, we would have praised you for your dedication to bringing the hurt to that wretched kind. But no. You actually fell in love with that devil. For that sin alone, you will die here today. Yuji raised the holy sword above him and forcefully pushed through its rejection of him, enduring the pain of having his hand burnt, as he pushed as much mana as he could into the blade, before swinging it down. With that motion, a large beam of holy energy burst out of the blade like a cannon, intending to vaporize Masaomi and everything else that was behind him. Unfortunately for Yuji and his companions, that was an action that the hidden figure above them could not accept. Suddenly, a dome made of pure light manifested around the entire group, isolating them from the outside world while also stopping the sword beam in its tracks through sheer pressure alone. The moment this happened, the holy sword in Yuji's hand caught fire, as if rejecting the man's very presence, making Yuji drop the blade in surprise and pain while Toji stared up in surprise. Under the stunned eyes of the crowd, the sword levitated into the air on its own and shot upwards, right into the outstretched hand of the being that had intervened in this fight. The humans felt chills go down their spines even though awe and reverence filled their fanatical hearts. The enchanting blue eyes that glared down at them coldly, that long mane of gold that fluttered in the wind, those two wings of beautiful white, and the divine presence that could soothe anyone in his presence. The people of the church did not even hesitate before they fell to their knees in worship and joined their hands in prayer. For floating in front of them was an angel of heaven. Their direct superior, even surpassing the Pope in rank, even if the angel only had 2 wings. The angel lazily looked at the sword that had come to him on its own before staring down at the group. His tone sounded lazy, but the humans did not miss the hidden ire within his voice. I do not care if you lot fight to the death. Because it is not my place to intervene in an internal issue. However, if you dare bring harm to the innocent with your recklessness, you will answer to me. Yuji did not dare look up at the angel before he spoke out with conviction. My lord. We ask for your forgiveness. I was just trying to bring this sinner to justice, so I got too carried away. The angel simply raised his eyebrow at those words while Tuji looked at his fellow pastor as if he had lost his mind. Not even the Pope, or even Vasco Strata, would dare to question the words and commands of an angel, so what gave Yuji the courage to speak like this against one such heavenly being? The angel, on the other hand, simply stared at Yuji before speaking again. Sinner, is it? Is he some monster that killed innocent people? No, my lord. Is he someone who has either directly or indirectly brought suffering to the masses? No, my lord. Then, is he a bandit? A murderer who killed his fellow men unjustly? A man who harmed innocent beings for his own greed, lust, or any other such things? Cold sweat started to pour down the backs of all the church people as they felt the steadily rising holy energy of the angel with each of his questions being given a negative answer. No. My lord. Then, what is he guilty of? He solicited with the enemy. He fell in love with the Belial girl. Yuji nodded enthusiastically at the angel's words, but he felt a pit form in his stomach as the angel gave him a confused look. What of it? How is falling in love a sin? Shock was not a good enough word to describe what the exorcists felt when they heard those words from the angel. But let me stop you right there. Can you explain to me what is wrong with someone falling in love? She is a devil. And is that the only justification you have? At least tell me that the girl is someone evil. That she has at least committed one of the crimes that I spoke of previously, or is manipulating the kid over there for her own ends. Wait, really? Your only justification for attacking your comrade was based on something as stupid as the girl's species. Once again, silence reigned as the humans had no answer for the angel's questions that shook their faith in the teachings of the church, while Tuji nearly fell to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut as he put 2 and 2 together, realizing that this mission was not one sent to them by heaven but those old fools at the church for their own goals. If the orders of the church were not given by heaven, just what the hell was I even fighting for? Did I just raise my sword against my best friend because of those damned bastards at the Vatican and not because God willed it so? In this group of people, Tuji was not the only one that called Masaomi a friend, so he was not the only one that was having such an internal crisis, while the rest of the exorcists who came from outside the town, including Yuji, who knew of the true dealings that took place at the Vatican, who knew that truth that the explosions happening on the other side of the town was not a battle between exorcists and a devil woman but a fight between the Great King faction and the lone Belial girl, started sweating bullets as their hearts were filled with pure terror. The angel sighed heavily before he mumbled out. I am not in the mood to deal with this. Sleep. The moment the spell was cast, the humans were instantly out cold and fell to the hard ground like a sack of potatoes, making Masaomi stare at the angel with awe and caution. But his majestic outlook on the angel was instantly shattered as the angel groaned into his palm. Damn it. I should have knocked them out after I made them go to the church. Now I have to carry their asses all the way over there myself. Another explosion rang out across the town, bringing Masaomi back to reality as he struggled against the chains, making the angel turn to him. Easy there, kid. Let me deal with those chains. Break item. The chains were reduced to scrap the moment the spell was uttered, releasing Masaomi, who gave a quick bow to the angel. Thank you, my lord, for this mercy. But I must go now. To save that Belial girl. Yes, my lord. Do you truly love her? So much so that you are willing to throw away your own life for her? Masaomi did not reply, but only gave a gaze full of determination. He expected many things to happen. He expected the angel to laugh at him, maybe call him naive and short-sighted, call him someone blinded by emotions, or maybe even chastise him for getting involved with the enemy. What he did not expect was the soft smile that graced his face or how his eyes gazed at him with a warmth that made Masaomi feel embarrassed, while his devotion to his God and his angels strengthened, thanks to the words that came out of the angel's mouth. Do you know how rare it is to find such a pure love? Especially when the people involved are separated by so many things out of their control. Masaomi did not say anything and continued looking away from the angel. That is why he did not notice when the angel unfurled 10 additional wings from behind his back while his halo's intensity skyrocketed. True blessing of heaven, angelic protection, divine barrier, holy armor, aura of purity. Masaomi felt astonished as the angel cast several spells on him in succession, making him feel like he could take on anyone right now and win. The angel's warm expressions remained, but there was now an edge in his blue eyes that made Masaomi stand tall. As I said before, I do not believe I have the right to interfere in this conflict. But I cannot watch such pure love be destroyed because of greed, envy, and blind hatred on the part of those above you. So, I have given you a chance to protect your love with your own hands. The sheer majesty and divinity that Masaomi felt at the moment from the angel, no, the seraph, would have made him drop down and worship him then and there if it were any other time. Go. Protect what you hold dear with your own hands. Never let anyone take it from you simply because they are born superior to you. Never let the world beat you down and reduce you to a mere cog in someone else's machine. Change your destiny with your own two hands. Remember, the freedom of choice is your birthright, but with every choice comes a consequence. So, if your love is true, if your conviction is unbroken, face those consequences that come with your choice head on. Do not back down, do not give up. As long as your determination remains, nothing will ever stop you for long. With those words, the angel let go of Masaomi's holy sword, which fell straight into the human's hands, making him bow towards the angel. Thank you, my lord. The human did not even waste a single second and shot towards the conflict happening on the other side of the town, taking advantage of his overwhelmingly boosted abilities to make a beeline for the battlefield while his heart and faith felt firmer than ever before in his life, now knowing that he had gained the approval of those that he and everyone else in his life answers to. All the while, the otherworldly angel, Etherian, leaned back into the air, watching the departing humans back with a complicated look. Love, huh? I truly envy you, kid. I wish I had the privilege to feel such a pure emotion in my old life. Perhaps, it is worthwhile to give such a beautiful love some level of boon in the future. With those words mumbled out to no one, the angel shot towards the battlefield as well, his form slowly fading from view, indicating that he had used some form of concealment to hide himself. Chapter 13, Chapter Heaven. The upper ranks of the angels were in turmoil as they ran around like headless chickens as Heaven's system suddenly went into overdrive over Japan and started doing random things. But the ones who were the most affected were the four great seraphs, the leaders of Heaven. Michael closed his eyes with a frown, connecting with the system and trying to understand what was going on. Gabriel paced near her brother. Her emotions were in a constant flux as she tried to come to terms with what she had felt just a few minutes ago. Uriel frowned as he looked at the supernatural phone in his hand, trying to see if there was any news in the supernatural community about what was happening over in Japan right now, which was a lot since the Heaven system was going into overdrive in that section of the world and was causing significant damage to any and all things and people that held even a shred of demonic energy or even the dark Tuki of the yokai, forcing the East and West yokai factions to set up barriers around their homes to protect themselves from Heaven's system. Raphael, for once, lost his playful personality as he too stared at his phone while sneaking glances at his little sister, worried about what she might be feeling after what just happened. The moment Michael opened his eyes tiredly, Gabriel was on him with a mix of worry, excitement, and sadness. Brother. Is what I felt true? Is he dash? Michael placed his hand on Gabriel's head, making her stop talking as he gave her a small smile. The power of his light is far too great, and his presence is completely different from what I remember. But there is no doubt about the soul that was detected by the system. It is him. Raphael nearly dropped his phone in shock when his doubts were confirmed, while Uriel's frown deepened with barely withheld rage and anxiousness flashing within his eyes. Those damned devils. It has to be them. They must have done something to him dash. Uriel. Now is not the time to point fingers. One of our brothers, long thought dead, has returned to the realm of the living. It is imperative that we retrieve him as quickly as possible. But how is any of this even possible? We were there when those damned traitors proclaimed his death with glee on the battlefield and fled before father would notice him. Uriel held a thoughtful face at that question before he put forth his own doubt. We never saw his corpse. Lucifer never showed us his corpse when he proclaimed that declaration. Who's to say that he did not imprison him somehow? For all this time. Over 1,000 years. How would that traitor maintain such a prison so long after his own death? I do not know, that is why it is only a theory. But I do know how to get some answers. Uriel punched his palm as holy energy erupted from his body along with his 12 wings and halo, showing his willingness to march into the underworld to get some answers. But he was stopped by Michael's steady words. You won't do anything like that. Right now, Heaven is in no position to take on Surzex Lucifer and Ajuka Beelzebub. Are you kidding me? Have you even felt how the Heaven system is responding to us down there? Michael simply raised an eyebrow at those words. Strong enough to take on those two devils in their true forms. Instantly, Uriel fell silent, unable to delude himself any further since he knew that only his father would have been able to face and defeat those two so-called super devils. Michael spoke once again, repeating what he said before. I will say again. All we will do is bring back our lost brother to heaven, and nothing more. At least for now. If our brother is really responsible for how the system is responding, then maybe, in the future, we will have the chance to truly regain our former glory. But until then, we will continue to maintain our low profile. Fine. Uriel bit out those words with frustration. Raphael simply nodded his head. Gabriel's excitement was clear for everyone to see. With no other opposition to his words, Michael closed his eyes one more time and mobilized the power of the system, moving the sixth heaven from within its dimensional pocket to the skies of Japan. If they are to recover one of their lost flock, then they must do it in such a way that nobody would dare cross them again. Michael knew that this move was nothing more than false bravado, since they were in no shape to truly fight any other pantheon, or even the devils and fallen angels, for that matter, but appearances must be maintained. So, despite the strain he felt, he made this overt move. Hang on, Brother Uriel. We are coming for you. Cleria Belial felt despair. She should have listened to her uncle. She should not have dug into whatever that old man Zekrom was doing with the king pieces. She should have stopped when she found out about the truth behind how most of the top players in the raiding games gain their status and money, along with their families. No, she should have stopped even before. When she found out about the greatest mistake made by Ajuka Beelzebub, by creating the king pieces. But now, it is already too late. She felt tears gather in her eyes, but she would not give her opponents, these mere pawns being used by Zekrom to get rid of her and her boyfriend, that satisfaction. Oh. Is the little bitch going to cry? Worried about that shitty exorcist of yours? Don't worry, by this point, he should already be dead at the hands of his own people. The brat from the Barbados clan's branch family gleefully spoke, making Cleria's heart break even more. Suddenly, the brat threw an explosion spell at her, making her use her clan's ability, the power of Worthless, to nullify the concept of explosion behind his attack. However, he took advantage of this momentary distraction to run towards her and deliver a knee strike straight to her abdomen. With a wheeze, she nearly fell to the floor, but she managed to hold back and try to retake her stance, but she was forcefully pushed to the ground by Barbados. She felt her heart nearly stop as a chill shot down her spine, as his lecherous gaze roamed her body. You know, it is such a shame that we need to turn your body to ash. So, I'll give you a chance. Submit to me, become my pawn, and I'll let you live as my toy. What do you think? Cleria kept silent, but she still responded to his offer. With a spit on his face. Incensed, the boy gathered his demonic energy, which was strengthened by his peerless talent in magic, a trait that every Barbados has along with minor precognition abilities. Yet, even his precognition, which warned him of an incoming attack, was not fast enough to save him when a holy sword ran through his heart, killing him then and there. The last thing that the Barbados brat heard was the cold voice of the human exorcist that should have been dead by now. Anyone who touches my girlfriend must die. Seeing her beloved safe and sound, Cleria nearly wept in joy, yet her joy was short-lived as a colossal wave of demonic energy erupted in the area, followed by a bored tone that sent shivers down their spines. How interesting. I knew we should not have trusted the humans to keep their end of the bargain. Cleria gritted her teeth in frustration and terror as she beheld the bored men with long blue hair and green eyes who floated in the air lazily. Aminal Barbatos. Belial. Been a while. A shame that you need to die today as per father's orders. But, before that, I have something else to say. The heir of the Barbados clan turned in the same direction from where Masaomi had arrived and spoke out. Come out, Angel. Why are you meddling in the underworld's business? Oh. You detected me through my illusion. How curious. The sudden voice made Cleria's grip on her boyfriend's sleeve tighten while the human just stared with reverence as an angel with two wings materialized out of thin air. Aminal just gave the angel a dismissive look while charging his power. Of course, I would see through such a weak illusion. But, what else should I expect from a weakling like you? The angel chuckled at those words. True. That illusion was not even strong enough to be tier 1, given that I just created it on the fly. So it is no surprise that you saw through it. Flattery will not save you, Angel. For the crimes of meddling with the underworld's business, die. The angel did not even bother dodging as the concentrated demonic energy collided with his body, only to disperse harmlessly, unable to even scratch his form. Shocked would be an understatement for what Cleria and the other devil followers of the Barbados clan felt, while Masaomi only gave the devils a smug look. The angel, on the other hand, was still giving the devils an amused look. Is that it? I was hoping for something much stronger. I wanted to experience the power of the so-called high-class devils and see if I can't decode how you guys work. How dare you? Die. Barbados fired volley after volley of attacks, mixing in elemental, conceptual, and pure demonic attacks at the angel, but he still floated there harmlessly. Even more humiliatingly, he took out a journal and started to write something in it while he was still being bombarded by the Barbados air. Now thoroughly incensed and the infamous Barbados clan's temper provoked, he charged a colossal ball of demonic energy, uncaring if his own subordinates would be caught in the blast range, and threw it to the ground, intending to annihilate the entire block along with the weak angel. However, before the ball of energy could land, it was forcefully dispersed by the sheer holy power of the angel whose body erupted with pure light. Gone was the amused look on his face, and gone was the curiosity in his eyes. Now, all that was left was a cold look and a rage-filled gaze as his soul-chilling voice rang out in the area. Now, that was excessive. What would you have done if the humans had died in that attack? Barbados snorted at that question, suppressing the surge of instinctual fear that rose within his heart. So what if some insects died? Why should I care about their petty lives? Instead, they should be honored to have been given the chance to die at my hands. I see. I will ask you one final time. Do you really feel that way? That everyone who does not follow you is beneath you and their lives don't matter? Of course. Only the lives of the pillar families, especially those loyal to Nevermind. Anyways, only those lives matter. Everyone else is but tools that should feel honored. Holy Ray. His words were not even completed when his head disappeared from his body, courtesy of the concentrated beam of holy energy that erupted from the Tier 4 spell unleashed by the angel. The potency of the ray was so high that the high-class devil's body ignited on its own just by coming into contact with that beam, being reduced to nothing in a mere few seconds. Everyone stood rooted in their place, their hearts filled with terror, except for the sole human in the group whose heart was filled with awe, as the angel's cold voice once again rang out in the area. You know, I was not going to intervene in this fight at all. Because, like I said to that kid, this has nothing to do with me, and I have no right to interfere. But that Barbados brat was the one who called me out and attacked me, so this can only be called self-defense. My lord, if this is called self-defense, then the Great War was the greatest example of self-defense in all of existence. The angel gave the smug human an annoyed look before flicking his hand, sending a small stone straight to his head and giving Masaomi a bright red mark on his forehead. Ow. Shush now, kid. The adult is talking here. The devils in the area, including Cleria, shivered as one as the angel's gaze fell on them. Being the intelligent girl she was, she had already noticed the way Masaomi was standing confidently. Coupled with his earlier words and the way the angel did not take offense, she put two and two together and wisely chose to hide behind her boyfriend to escape the angel's gaze. The angel let go of his control, revealing all of his wings and his halo's full power, which sent a new wave of terror through the hearts of the devils, as he leaned forward playfully. Now then, what to do with you lot? Suddenly, the night sky of Kua was illuminated as if the sun was at its peak, an illusion that was created due to the potent light energy that erupted from beyond the sky, as a beautiful realm of light manifested into reality. Its sheer presence, its holy radiance, its elegance, all of it was enough to make anyone stare with awe and reverence. Yet, for the devils, this was no different than death personified as they frantically tried to escape the area with their lives. In their hearts, they cursed the Baal clan and the Barbados clan for putting them in this situation. Fortunately for them, their foe in this situation was far too distracted to care about them right now. Etherian, the angel from Yggdrasil, felt pure confusion and caution as the sixth heaven manifested above Kuo town, followed by 4 bursts of light that appeared just a few feet in front of him in the air. Oh, for the love of, what now? Masaomi fell straight to his knees in reverence as the 4 clusters of light materialized into humanoid shapes before finally solidifying into the 4 great seraphs of heaven, ignoring Etherian's mutterings since he did not believe his pay grade was high enough to interfere with any quarrels between the heavenly host. The prince of the heavenly armies, Michael. The messenger of God, Gabriel. The angel of flame, Uriel. And the angel of healing, Raphael. Yet, instead of acknowledging the human who was clearly praying to them, the angels had their gaze locked onto Etherian as complicated emotions flashed through their eyes. Michael felt relief and joy fill his heart, emotions that reflected on his face, as he beheld the familiar face that had long since faded from his memory, only to re-emerge after all this time. Gabriel's eyes held unshed tears as she held back the grief and joy that threatened to burst through her heart. Beholding the familiar presence and soul of the angel that was once thought dead. Uriel also felt joy for the return of his kin, yet his attention was mostly focused on the devil girl hiding behind Masaomi, daring her to make a move. Raphael, out of the 4, was the only one to keep a somewhat level head as he spoke in a gentle voice. It is good to see you again, Uriel. It has been a long time. You do not know how much Brother Michael and Sister Gabriel grieved for you and the rest of our kin after that battle. To such heartfelt words, Etherian only had a single sentence to speak. Words that nearly shattered the hearts of all the angels gathered in the area. I'm sorry, but who are you again? And who the hell is Uriel? My name is Etherian, please remember it properly. Chapter 14, Chapter. Cleria Belial sat alongside her boyfriend as the 5 seraphs gathered in the small home that she called her own in this town. Normally, any devil who was in such a space, where holy energy was literally rolling off these divine beings' bodies, would have long since been reduced to ash. However, thanks to whatever protection her boyfriend gained from the angel called Etherian, the one being called Arail by the four great seraphs, Masaomi was able to shield her from the effects of the holy energy by sitting by her side and keeping her body in contact with his own, allowing the protection to take her into its field as well. Etherian stared at the four archangels for a few seconds before he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. I must admit, this is the most amusing story I have ever heard in my life. I mean, even the scammers that I knew in the past could not lie so blatantly with a straight face like this. Shouldn't you four have already fallen from grace by now for such a ridiculous lie? Arail dash. Etherian. It is a name that means something to me. Michael fell silent at that forceful tone before Etherian took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. Alright, let's start from the beginning. You say that I was an angel called Arail. Yes. That I was one of the oldest angels created by God alongside you four. Gabriel nodded enthusiastically with hope, which made Cleria wince, knowing that she would not like whatever conclusion Etherian would come to, given how averse the angel in question was to accepting his supposed identity. And yet, I was a weakling with only 4 wings that got off-screened by Lucifer, and worse yet, you all believed the traitor of your race without even thinking twice or trying to search for me. The angels fell silent as tears nearly started to fall from Gabriel's eyes. Michael gave Etherian a wry smile with guilt and self-blame evident in his eyes. I know that we have not done right by you, Etherian, but believe me when I say that we searched everywhere for you. But when Father returned alone from his search for you and your unit after Lucifer's proclamation about your death, we had no choice but to believe it. Uriel grinned at Etherian, but his eyes still held sadness as he spoke. After all, you were one of the few angels who refused to leave him behind, even when he ordered everyone else to leave him alone to fight those cowards during many of the battles of the war. Not to mention that he loved you the most out of us first-generation angels alongside Lucifer, before his fall, and Samuel before he went insane thanks to his duties and died in the war, and little Gabriel. Faced with the heartfelt words pouring out of Michael, Etherian only held a deadpan expression. MHM. Yeah, I call bullshit. This is the most blatant scam I have ever heard. Before Michael could speak again, Etherian raised his hand, stopping him in his tracks. How about this? I have a spell that can tell me the authenticity of your words, but it will be highly intrusive. The 4 archangels looked excited at the prospect of convincing their lost brother about the truth, so Etherian did not keep them in the dark and spoke directly. My spell will allow me to look into the memories of you 4, or any one of your choosing. From the moment of your birth to this very moment, I will experience everything that you ever experienced. This also means that all of your secrets will be exposed to me as well. Looking at the contemplative look that the angels gained, Etherian leaned back into his seat with a smug look, as if he had finally succeeded in exposing their scam attempt so openly. Yet, he could not help but feel shocked when Gabriel did not even hesitate for a second. Do it. Look into my memories. Brother. Are you sure of it? I will know everything about you. No secrets will be left behind. Cleria was not ashamed to say that even she, as a woman, was mesmerized by the radiant and trusting smile that the only female angel in the group directed at Etherian. I trust you, brother. No matter what name you chose or what form you deem necessary, I know you. I have known you all my life, so I trust you with my life. So, if the price I have to pay to get you back is just you looking through my memories, then I will gladly do it. After all, there is not much in there that you don't already know. I did not expect things to escalate to this extent. When these 4 showed up with much fanfare, moving one of the 7 heavens simply for a grand entrance was a bit much, but whatever, I guess, I had expected a lot of things to happen. Frankly, ever since I discovered the details about the supernatural communities of this world, I had already prepared myself for this day. A day when the native angels of this world would accuse me of being an imposter or something of that nature and try to attack me on sight. Even in the best-case scenario, I expected some level of suspicion and caution from this race towards my strange existence. However, what I did not expect was for the beautiful woman in their group to throw herself into my arms with tears streaming down her face when I said that I am not Arail. I was not some virtuous guy who never thought about the opposite sex. In fact, if one were to look at my collection of D-World records, the cinematic equivalent of DMMO-RPG where we can interact with a movie or video, they would immediately label me a lecherous guy. Not to unhealthy levels of obsession or anything like that, just an average amount for a guy that lived in a dystopia. And yet, despite such a literally divine woman throwing herself into my arms, I did not feel any kind of lustful intentions. Something to investigate later. It took me some time, a few gentle rejections for the obviously emotionally vulnerable woman and a few stern but polite warnings to the men, to get these 4 to stop overreacting and give me the much-needed context behind their actions. But what I did not expect was some fanciful story about an angel called Arail and my apparent similarity with him. Truthfully, I did not even believe a single word that came out of their mouths. My best guess is that either they are trying to fool me into something, or they are grasping at straws out of some kind of grief. Worst case, they might be mentally challenged, but I am not inclined to believe that since they don't seem all too unhinged for most of the part. Putting aside the many plot holes in their story, I knew my circumstances better than anyone else in this world. I was a player of the game Yggdrasil who was somehow incarnated into this world in my game avatar body, which just happened to be that of an angel. Granted, when I woke up, I was in some kind of destroyed prison room with a strange magic circle drawn on its floor in the underworld, from my understanding. But that means absolutely nothing. It is simply a coincidence as far as I am concerned. I hope I don't end up regretting using this spell again. Taking a deep breath and meeting the eyes of Gabriel, I invoked the spell that I used on that stray devil some time ago. Retrocognition. If the memories I saw within that stray devil's mind was a river, then the memories within Gabriel were a veritable ocean as I felt the sheer scale of them head on. I saw everything. From the moment she was created by a faceless humanoid being of pure light, I saw everything she ever saw, felt everything she felt. I saw her initial years, spent in the safety of heaven with her brothers and sisters. I saw how they stumbled about, trying to understand what they could and could not do. And much to my shock, I saw myself alongside two absurdly beautiful men, one of whom had strangely muted wings with a duller coloring compared to others of his kind. To be sure, the image I saw was not my human face or body. It was my Etherian form. But there were a few differences. That enchanting aura that I have right now is missing. The man in the image also had a duller shade of blonde hair and a darker shade of blue eyes. He was also much more androgynous compared to my purely masculine form. I can see where the misconception that these angels held came from. Except for these minor cosmetic changes, that angel, Arael, really did look like me. Just how can such a coincidence even happen? I modeled my player avatar after my deceased little brother. I created this form based on what I imagined he might have looked like if he had lived past the age of 10. So, how can this angel share the same kind of face structure? I also understand now why she was the most obsessed with bringing me back to heaven and trying to make me confirm that I am Arael. From what I have seen so far, she loved Arael the most out of all her brothers and depended on him a lot during her early life, despite being stronger than him in most aspects. And she was also the one who was most devastated when Lucifer had proclaimed his death. I cut off my spell, having already found the source of this misunderstanding and not wishing to invade the woman's privacy more than necessary. Yet, faced with her radiant smile, I just replied stoically, knowing that my words would probably hurt her. I have seen your memories, and indeed, my appearance is quite similar to the angel Arael. Yet, I must insist that this is just a coincidence. Another test, then. Michael's smile and words sent chills down my spine for some reason, but I still nodded. If you have any other way to prove your point, I am all ears. If not, I would ask you to leave so that I can get back to my research. Michael just smiled at those words and stood up, making his siblings do the same, even if I could see the reluctance in their gazes. I do have a way to prove our words. It will take some time to set up. Until then, we will not bother you anymore. However, I will say this, Etherian. When we prove ourselves, when we finally put forth irrefutable evidence and you no longer have any choice but to give up on this cruel act, I expect an apology towards Gabriel for hurting her so. I did not get the chance to say anything more before the four of them vanished in a flash of light, leaving behind a lot of things for me to think about. First things first, I will need to find a way back to where I appeared in this world. Some proper research is needed to understand what exactly happened at that time. Then, I need to. Excuse me, Etherian-sama. Can we speak now? The Belial girl's words brought me out of my thoughts, making me look towards the devil girl who was still using Masaomi as a shield. With an amused chuckle, I pulled back on my power, making my wings and halo disappear and returning me to my human disguise, significantly reducing the holy energy in the room. Indeed. Ms. Belial. I would love to listen to what you have to say. After that fight where the four angels appeared, Cleria had asked for a private meeting with me, requesting that I give her the chance to properly thank me. But I knew that things would not be that simple. There is no doubt that the girl is grateful for helping out her boyfriend, because I could see the genuine love she held for the human. But I could also tell that she had an ulterior motive in trying to meet me privately. Of course, this request was made telepathically since she would be turned into ash the moment she even suggested anything like that openly in the presence of the four angels at that time, especially with how unstable they were at that time. Leaning back into my seat, I watched the girl squirm a bit before she gathered the courage to speak. Let's see how audacious and ambitious the devils of this world can be. If she wants something mundane, like some kind of help from me that does not demand much, I'll help her. But, if she asks something unreasonable or asks me to become a part of her peerage, a concept that I am still struggling to cope with, given that it is blatant slavery with a rebrand, something that I hate with all my being, then I will leave and never answer any kind of calls for help from her. Cleria suddenly bowed towards me, stunning me with her following words. Please hide us from the underworld's forces until I find a way to expose the Great King faction. Okay, I did not expect that. Chapter 15, Chapter. Zekrom Bale gritted his teeth as his subordinates informed him about what happened in the human town. After the angel revealed himself to be a seraph, we had no choice but to leave the area. In other words, you failed your task of eliminating the brat and her human lover to bury the secrets she found out about us. Worse yet, you left such valuable intel in enemy hands and chose to run to save your own lives. The subordinates of the Barbados clan instantly felt a chill go down their spines and tried to defend themselves, some of them even ready to beg for mercy. Yet, they did not even have a second to do that as multiple orbs of pure darkness collided with their chests, annihilating them on a fundamental level. The Bale clan's famed ability, the power of destruction, annihilates their very existence on the spot. Useless people like you no longer need to exist. If so, then there is no need for you to exist either. Right. Grandfather. The amused voice did not hide the edge behind those words as Zekrom turned around, finding his descendant, Surzex Lucifer, leaning against the door of his room. With a frown, Zekrom simply ignored the Satan's existence and got back to work, making the ruler of devils chuckle. What? No welcome, no greeting. Why are you here? Surzex. Surzex Lucifer suddenly lost his smile as his power erupted from his body along with his cold voice. You know why I am here. Now, spare me this song and dance. Is that so? Very well. Let's speak frankly. Zekrom's own demonic power erupted from his body, pushing back against Surzex's power, showing just how strong this old devil was. If you are here to talk about the issue with the Belial girl, no need to think about it. Her entire family is part of my faction, so it is not your place to interfere in it. Surzex remained silent, knowing that he could not do much about that particular thorn in his and his companion's side. The Great King faction, an alliance made up of nearly every single family head of the 72 pillars, who are still staunch supporters of aristocracy and believe that only the strong should rule the weak and that blood purity is more important than anything else. Truthfully, if it were up to Surzex, he would have wiped out these bastards a long time ago, even if he was uncertain of victory against Zekrom himself, thanks to how deeply this old man hid himself and the true extent of his power. After all, he was one of the first generation of devils ever born to Lilith and one of the only two such devils still left alive in the modern era, with the other one being the original Gremory, who was still in slumber somewhere in the Gremory territory. Shaking his head to get rid of those thoughts, Surzex focused back on the current issue. I am talking about the marriage contract dash. Let me stop you right there. Gremory. That contract was made by your father and Lord Phoenix all on their own. I had nothing to do with it. And you expect me to believe that? Yes. At the blatant lie, Surzex could not help but grit his teeth in rage and nearly let loose his true form. Screw the underworld and screw the rules. His sister took priority over everything else. Unfortunately, he knew that now was not the time to let himself go like that. Especially in such uncertain times when the heavens seemed to be at their strongest, if the way their system was actively suppressing devils in the human world was anything to go by. Let me be very clear, Zekrom Bale. The moment you start playing with the life of my sister, I will annihilate you. Oh. That's so. Looks like your title as the so-called super devil has gone to your head. No matter. You will wake up to reality sooner or later, and I don't have the time to deal with a brat like you. So, go ahead, do what you will. But remember one thing. Suddenly, Zekrom Bale's tone turned so cold that even Surzex could not help the chill that went down his spine. Never let your power get to your head and make you think that you are invincible, for even a worthless pawn can take down the king in the right circumstances. Do not become complacent because of your strength, because there will always be people stronger than you. Hate me, condemn me, try to kill me. Do what you will. But do not stop growing, because you are our race's pillar of strength, at least externally. And we cannot afford to lose you in these trying times. Humph. Surzex did not reply to those words and simply teleported back to his home, back to his wife and son. Yet, Zekrom did not even blink, knowing that most of his words had fallen on deaf ears thanks to Surzex's own pride and his obsessive love for his sister interfering with his thoughts. Looking through the various documents of old, which discussed the details of the prisons below Lucifad. Details that were kept a secret until the death of the original four Satans. Documents that spoke of the many horrific beings held there alongside the prisoners of the Great War from all sides. And finally, a single document that spoke of the original Lucifer's personal prisoner. One that nobody was allowed to interrogate but him. A supposedly horrific power that could lay waste to the entire underworld under the right circumstances. Zekrom knew that most of these things must be mere speculations, yet he had no choice but to keep digging, because he knew that any piece of knowledge would help in some way to shed light on what exactly escaped from there on that fateful day. Truthfully, the original Bale already had a speculation on who had escaped from there based on the testimonies he got from the Barbados devils that survived the attack on Cleria Belial. In this world, there existed only 10 seraphim. Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, and Raphael rarely left the heavens. Metatron was still somewhere in Japan, acting like a ninja or whatever. Sandalphone, Rugel, Remiel, Serium, and Zirakiel were also somewhere in heaven and rarely descended to the mortal world. With all 10 seraphim accounted for, Zekrom believed that this new seraphim that had interfered in the attack was most probably the prisoner that had awakened in the underworld after 1,000 years and escaped to the mortal world. He had no way to prove this theory, but in his heart, Zekrom believed this to be the truth. Truly, what a mess Lord Lucifer left behind for us to clean. His eyes gleamed as he looked into the distance, towards the capital of the underworld, Lilith. Get stronger, new Satans. Strong enough to face whatever may come our way. Because, with the awakening of that ghost of an era long past, there is no telling what the future holds for us. No answer met his whispers as he went back to work, trying to find any proof for his theory. Chapter 16, Chapter Vatican City. As we walked through the streets of the supposed holy city, I could not help the sneer that formed on my face as I saw the various humans in white robes walking about, trying to cover their innate darkness that I could see quite plainly. Ever since I used Ouroboros, I have been feeling a strange increase in my abilities and new abilities appearing out of nowhere, just like my new vision that allowed me to see what I interpreted as the karmic value of the natives of this world. In Yggdrasil, karma value was a metric that determined what kind of spells would be the most suited for a player to use, with the values ranging from -500, which would earn the player the alignment of extreme evil, to +500, which would earn the player the alignment extreme good. In terms of gameplay, this karma value had the effect of enhancing the spells of that particular alignment and diminishing the spell use of the opposite alignment. In my case, due to my extremely good alignment with maxed out karma value, all of my holy spells, light spells, and other such spells that are aligned with the concept of good would be enhanced to an absurd degree, but the price I have to pay is that any of the negative karma spells that I know will be extremely weakened. For example, if I were to use the super tier evil spell, Fallen Down, which is the negative karma equivalent of my Heaven's Judgment, the power of the spell will be so drastically reduced that it would be equivalent to a tier 2 or tier 3 spell at best. Such is the power and role of the karma value in the game. However, in this world, the karma value seems to work a bit differently. Here, the karma value is literally the light of the soul that allowed me to distinguish between people with pure souls, those who have never committed what I perceive as sins against their fellow living beings, and those who have done such things with just a glance. My lord. Masaomi's questioning tone brought me out of my thoughts, making me look towards him and seeing the bright light radiating from his very soul, indicating his high karma value. Compared with the neutral gray light I saw from the majority of the people around me, which indicated a neutral karma value, and a large number of black hue that I could see in many a higher-ranked priest and nun, which indicated a negative karma value, the difference between Masaomi and these so-called vanguard against evil was like night and day. Once again, I felt glad that I rescued such a good person from the terrible fate that day. The world has enough darkness and apathy. What it needs is someone truly righteous and brave like Masaomi here. Nothing to worry about, kid. I am just lost in thought. I see. He hesitated to speak before falling silent again, making me give him an amused look. Truthfully, I felt annoyed that the boy could not speak plainly with me, partly out of reverence and partly out of fear. But I knew that it was not exactly his fault. From what I understood after talking to him for the past few days and combining that with what little about the church I could glean from Gabriel, given that the angels of this world mostly keep out of the mortal world, from the very moment they can understand words, these children are taught to love and fear God and his angels, to take their word as law and to hunt down anything that is considered the antithesis towards the heavens. Now, the interesting part is how open-ended the interpretation of the enemy is in these teachings. In fact, it is so flexible that the higher-ups can easily make literally anything into the enemy of God and convince their followers that they are fighting for a righteous cause. A corrupt system run by a few powerful humans for their own gain at the expense of the lives of their fellow men and women. Something that reminds me of my old world. And given the pure evil I am seeing in many of the people around me, it seems that this corruption has long since infiltrated deep into these bastards. If Michael was trying to make me see how incompetent he is as a leader by calling me here, then I must say that he has succeeded splendidly. My lord. What do you mean by that? I mean to say that the majority of the people here are cold and apathetic, something that I do not believe belongs in a supposedly holy city. While the rest are plain evil. Masaomi gave me a stunned look as I blatantly exposed the true nature of the church, something that he probably did not expect, since no true angel would probably ever admit to mismanaging their duties. However, before we could move further into the city, heading for the place where we were supposed to meet the 4 archangels and Vasco Strata, I felt a sudden surge in demonic energy to the west, along with the familiar tug on my soul which told me that something bad was happening in that direction. Another curious but bothersome ability that I gained after I used Ouroboros. Something that I got the context for after going through Gabriel's memories. The system of heaven, created by the God of the Bible. Ever since I used that ring, this damned system has forcefully connected itself to my soul and has been steadily pouring in strange abilities and instincts into me without my prompting, including my new karmic sight. Truthfully, I could sever this connection whenever I wanted since it felt like the system was trying its best to please me or something, like an eager puppy that would follow my every word. But given the benefits I am getting right now, I decided to let it be temporarily. Until I no longer needed it to make sense of a lot of things around me. Because this thing has a seriously impressive database of knowledge that I could access at will, allowing me to understand the basics of anything that I don't know. Like I said, annoying, but very useful. And right now, it is in its annoying mode since it is telling me that something bad is happening to the West. With a sigh, I spread my senses, making Masaomi tense up and grip his holy sword while searching for any threat headed my way. How cute. Does he think I need protection? I suppressed that amusing thought as I concentrated back on my surroundings, looking for the source of that demonic energy. And sure enough, I found faint traces of it in the snow-covered forests to the west of the Vatican. The system told me that it was the remnants of some kind of teleportation spell, so I decided to investigate it and see what was going on. Masaomi. Looks like we will be late for that meeting after all. Anything you say, my lord. You know, there is such a thing as too loyal, right? The radiant smile that he gave me made me wince a little. Too bright. Please turn down that purity of yours. I don't think my whiny and cowardly soul can handle such levels of purity. Once again, I sighed and waved my hand in front of me while invoking a spell. Gate. A swirling portal of light manifested in front of us, connecting this place directly to the location where I felt the demonic energy trace. However, what awaited us on the other side was not just faint demonic energy traces. It was blood. I saw trails of blood leading deep into the woods, already being covered by the freshly falling snow. Maybe some kind of animal. It is not uncommon for predators to hunt in this area. Masaomi. I do not sense any larger life forms in the area, period. No animals, no birds, nothing. It's just plant life and insects in the area, as if they had all been spooked away by something. Masaomi fell silent as I looked at our surroundings. A silent forest. Snow covered the ground with more snow falling from the sky, making it easy to hide any traces of enemy action. Obscured vision due to the low visibility. A perfect place for an ambush. True seeing, see invisible, detect magic, detect life. At once, I used several detection spells, making my eyes shine with multicolored light as I saw through every single light spectrum in existence while also seeing the very magic in the world in a type of color-coded waves and particles. Fortunately, my caution proved to be for nothing as I did not see anything or anyone waiting in ambush for us. But I did see an anomaly. In the distance, I could see a strange layer of magic power shaped like a dome, hidden deep inside some kind of building. Given the various waves of light energy I could see on the building, it is clear that it belongs to the church, but the energy dome inside is definitely not something that comes from the Abrahamic pantheon. The system is telling me that much at least. Let's see what we have here. Chapter 17, Chapter. Cardinal Galilei, all the bodies are accounted for except for that brat who escaped. Valper Galilei simply hummed in response to the words that his subordinate spoke as he continued observing the beautiful orange barrier that isolated a girl with white hair who lay unconscious within the barrier. While he was mainly responsible for the Holy Sword project of the Church, he was also one of the foremost experts in sacred gears for the Church, so it was understandable that his interest was stimulated when this dying girl manifested her sacred gear at the last moment and saved herself from the poison gas that had killed the rest of the children. Send word to the headquarters. Tell them that we have a potentially useful sacred gear awakening within our hands. This girl once belonged to the Sigurd Institute, right? Yes. Then, tell them to make more like her. Send her genetic profile to the institution. If more of those artificial humans can gain sacred gears, the Church could gain a rather formidable force of its own, like the Grigori. Of course. But what about the moderates? I heard that Vasco Strata was gathering in the main branch today, along with a few angels from heaven, about something important. Valper raised his eyebrow at that question. Is that even something you need to ask, child? Avoid him and his faction of the so-called moderates at all costs. They will not understand the necessity of our actions. Understood. As the subordinate left the room, Valper continued studying the barrier with various spells and instruments, trying to understand how it works so that he may try to reverse engineer the sacred gear's abilities. If only those idiots at Exuvia Agency had accepted my proposal to share their technology with me. I would have managed to decipher this sacred gear easily. Suddenly, the cardinal priest Valper Galilei's face twisted into a sneer. Then again, those heathens are far too consumed in their pagan gods' beliefs, even if they are exiles of the 5 clans. I guess it was inevitable that they would be fools who don't see the merit in my research. Shaking his head to get rid of those thoughts about the Exuvia Agency, or Utsusimi Agency as it is called in Japan, Valper decided to focus on the present. However, his concentration was once again disrupted when a subordinate ran into the room with panic and awe in his voice. Cardinal Galilei. Angels. Angels are descending on us. Instantly, reverence and fear in equal measure consumed Valper's mind before he forcefully calmed himself. Calm down, child. What you said is simply impossible. Now, tell me who was the blasphemous fool who dared impersonate the angels of heaven? Blasphemous, is it? If we are those who blasphemed, then what does it make you? Sinner. The voice that sounded so melodious, yet held the undertone of an animalistic growl, made Valper stiffen in pure terror as his instincts instantly went into fight or flight. Yet, before he could do anything, 8 beings materialized from thin air in front of him. Their lion heads gave them an intimidating appearance, while their gleaming silver armor radiating holy light would make anyone drop to their knees in reverence. Their shields were adorned with jewels shaped like eyes, representing their all-seeing nature, while their lances, materialized from pure holy fire, represented the wrath of the very heavens. Their 4 wings would make one think that they were rather low on the power scale, yet the potent holy energy radiating off of them would tell them otherwise, easily placing them in the ranks of the 8-winged or even 10-winged angels. In Yggdrasil, these were the angels summoned by the super-tier spell, Pantheon. Cherubim gatekeepers, they were called. The guardians of the virtuos. In this world, however, things were different. Staring at the beings in front of him, Valper could not help but fall to his knees with awe and fear as an ancient legend came to his mind. It is said that in the days of old, when the God of heaven walked among men in many different forms. In the days when the heavens had yet to reveal themselves to the mortal world, and the underworld was yet an untamed realm full of primitive creatures called demons. There existed powerful angels that guarded the heavens from all the many other pantheons of the world. Those who would covet the riches and powers of the Heavenly Father and would go to any lengths to gain those powers. The Celts called them Leon-Seen. The lion-headed. The Olympians called them Ho-Leon Two Photos. The Lions of Light. The Shinto called them Tenman Shugaten. Heavenly Gate Guardian Angels. The names were many, but the descriptions were the same. Angels that held the courage of the lions and the strength of one as well, led by a certain angel long gone from this world, they were the immovable wall that protected the heavens for countless years until God decided to reveal himself and his children to the humans and other supernatural communities at large. Unfortunately, it is believed that this legendary unit of angels was lost during the Great War thanks to the machinations of the devils. Valper never did find any proof of this unit of angels' existence since all of this had happened so long ago that no proper records were left behind. But now, faced with these angels, for some reason, those legends came alive within his mind. Not daring to stare them in their eyes, Valper bowed to them fanatically as his joyful voice resounded in the air. My lords. You bless me with your presence in this humble abode of mine. Spare us your false reverence, heathen. Your actions have offended our Lord. For that reason alone, you shall pay. However, you should rejoice, human. Your knowledge will serve our Lord well through us. I do not understand. Enough words, guardians. Let this sinner be judged. As the voice fell, another angel materialized in the room, but this one was quite different from the cherubim guardians. He was covered in beautifully decorated plate armor from head to toe, leaving no part of him exposed, as he held a sacred sword in his hand with his 10 wings made of pure light manifested behind him. Seraph Empyrean. The highest-ranked summoned angel from Yggdrasil. The moment this highest-ranked angel appeared, the cherubim guardians bowed as one and made way for him while the humans stared with reverence, confusion, and now, a little bit of fear mixed into their gazes. Under such gazes, Seraph Empyrean raised his hand and pointed at Valper before invoking the spell bestowed upon him by his lord. Retracognition. Instantly, all of Valper Galilei's memories were extracted by the angel, which resulted in the angel's ire and disgust rising by the second. It was only when he was done that his disgusted voice rang out from beneath his helm. To think that insects like you would claim to be the defenders of humanity. Perish, and let your soul descend to the depths of hell. Valper did not even get the chance to speak any words before the sacred blade in the angel's hand was swung, separating his head from his body before igniting the remains with holy fire. A fate that befell the rest of the staff in the building who took part in the atrocities committed here out of their own volition. For those who were forced or those who were in the dark, which was an extreme minority, they would be judged properly by their own kind. With his task done, the Seraph Empyrean turned to look at the girl trapped within the sacred gear and tapped the barrier with his finger, allowing his senses to probe the sacred gear and to see if he could break it. Surprisingly, the item rejected his interference and strengthened the barrier further. A legendary class item. No wonder it rejected my break item. With no other choice, the angel spread his holy energy all around the barrier and picked up the very ground beneath the girl with a spell, taking her with him towards the chamber where his lord was located, alongside the various corpses of the many children killed by these heathens that dare claim to be doing this for the greater good. Cherubim gatekeepers, click here for image. Seraph Empyrean sad face, click here for image. Chapter 18, Chapter. Brother Dash. Don't call me that. Archangel Michael. After what I have seen today, I do not think I wish to associate with your version of heaven in this lifetime. Gabriel felt sadness as she saw how her eldest brother's heart broke at those words from Arail. Etherean, she reminded herself. Honestly, to the woman known as the messenger of God, the names by which people chose to go by meant little. For someone like her who could see the very souls of the people around her, she remembered people more by their souls than their names. That is why she was so sure that the being standing in front of her, despite his different appearance and far more ridiculous power ceiling, despite his different name and personality, it was none other than her most beloved brother. Because the names can lie, abilities can lie, faces and appearances can lie. Even her father's blessed light can be replicated, even if it would lack the conceptual weight that father's power had. But the soul, that can never lie. It is simply impossible for the soul to lie. Because every soul is unique, and every soul has its own specific conceptual weight that simply cannot be replicated, for they are tied to the fundamental tapestry of reality itself. Especially so in the case of her kin. So, she had no doubt that Etherean is Arail. And so, it was even more heartbreaking for her to see the look of disgust on his face as he stared at her and her brother while giving looks of sadness to the dead bodies on the ground. Children, all of them. Ranging from 5-year-olds to teenagers who were probably 13 to 14 years old. Gabriel felt really angry and depressed as she watched the corpses, knowing that she and her brother had no way to explain this tragedy to their estranged brother. Vasco Strata, the cardinal priest, fell to his knees in front of Etherean and spoke in a tone that was contrary to his extremely powerful physique. I take full responsibility for this tragedy, Lord Etherean. It was my negligence in my duties that led to all of this happening under our noses with none the wiser. Etherean did not even look towards Strata as he spoke in that cold tone of his again. Will your apologies and taking responsibilities bring back these children? Vasco Strata. Will you assuming the blame for your incompetent superiors bring back these unfortunate souls who were robbed of their futures? Will they? No, my lord Dash. Then, stay silent. Strata silently moved back, unable to meet the cold look of the new archangel. Seeing her oldest brother not make any more attempts to talk to her most beloved brother, Gabriel finally decided to take things into her own hands. I can't leave things like this. I cannot lose him again after I just found him. Taking a deep breath, she walked forward, making Michael and Vasco Strata stare at her with worry, which was a valid concern given how incensed Etherean was feeling at the moment. Brother Dash. Did I not just say not to call me that? Brother Etherean, listen to me. Gabriel remained stubborn and called him brother, despite the smoldering rage she could see in his eyes, which made her heart thump in her chest. And yet, she was not afraid of him. No. What she felt was anxiousness. The fear that she would lose her brother again. What explanation are you going to give me? Messenger of God. That it was not your fault, Dash. It is our fault, brother. There is no denying it. Etherean remained silent as Gabriel cut through his words. Gabriel's voice lowered as she started whispering while staring at the dead bodies with despair and regret clear in her eyes. It really is our fault. After the war, after we lost so much, we simply had no way to maintain the same kind of protection for the humans like we used to. We lost so much, so many of us died, and others fell from grace. We had no choice but to depend on the church to do what we could not. We depended on them to protect their fellow humans, knowing that some of them would take advantage of this new position of power and take things too far, perverting Father's teachings for their own gain. Michael's shoulders drooped as his sister continued speaking, showing how much the guilt had been weighing him down. We really did not have a choice, brother. Michael did his best. He tried to take on the role that he was not meant for, tainting his white wings and turning them gold, giving up his former position and power to do something that he was not created for. The others also tried their best to carry out their duties. But the truth was that what was left of our cracked spirit after Lucifer's betrayal, Samuel's imprisonment, and your disappearance, was shattered completely after we lost Father as well. Michael chuckled wryly as he placed his hand on Gabriel, who was weeping by this point. This world, the Great War, even the humans. They took so much from us. So, I made the decision to isolate the heavens from the mortal world. So that we would not lose any more of my brethren. So that I could keep what was left of us alive. So that I would not have to watch another one of my brothers or sisters die in front of my eyes, and I would remain powerless to do anything about it. It was a cold and selfish decision that I made. I know that Father would have cast me out of heaven if he were still here. But it is a decision that I made on my own, so if you want to blame someone, blame me. Etherean did not reply. He simply continued staring at the corpses, lost in memories from a life he had only recently left behind. Memories of a world of smog and evil. A world where human life was not even worth a single one of the papers that people call money. A world where it was not uncommon to see the corpses of little children somewhere in the alleyways of the cities, prey to the people who were in power. For a second, in Etherean's view, the corpses of the children were once again replaced by the sights he had once seen in his past life, with one of the young boys being replaced by a face he was all too familiar with. A child whom he had mourned for his entire childhood. A boy whose ideology had shaped him into becoming what he is today. With a sigh, Aetherian spoke softly. I do not care about what you think you did right or wrong, Michael. And neither am I here to judge you, Gabriel. Frankly speaking, I have nothing to do with you two or the heavens. At least for now. But what I care about is what kind of lesson this incident has taught you. Suddenly, Gabriel felt like she had been taken back in time. To a time period when everything was right in her life. A time where, whenever she made mistakes or indulged in mischief, her beloved brothers, Michael, Uriel, Raphael, and others would try to stop her. To protect her from being hurt in any sense of the word. Hellel and Samuel would keep to themselves, thinking themselves above such pettiness, even though they, too, loved her just as the others did. But it was only her beloved brother Uriel who would try to teach her through example. He would let her experiment, let her make mistakes, and suffer the consequences. Only then would he ask her. What did you learn from this experience? Gabriel. Once again, tears started to gather in her eyes, as even Michael could not stop his emotions from showing in his words. It was only Vasco Strata who responded to the words of Aetherian and once again took a knee. I understand what you wish to say, my lord. I will do my best to remove this kind of darkness from the church. From this moment on, I swear on my name that we will never allow such darkness and corruption to fester in our holy grounds ever again. Aetherian simply chuckled at those words. How naive of you. Do you truly think that it is possible to remove greed, lust, pride, and other such emotions from your followers? Let alone the other humans that call this faction home. Your silence speaks volumes. But I do not blame you. In fact, it is good that you acknowledge this truth. Strata. Humans are, by nature, born with such emotions in their hearts. It is simply impossible to remove those dark emotions from them. And yet, we try to anyway. Do you know why? No, my lord. Because the true mark of a good man or woman is the ability to overcome these innate dark emotions in their heart. To accept that these emotions are an aspect of themselves just as true as their good emotions and beliefs, and move on with their lives. To live with them, but not letting those emotions control them and their actions. To stay true to their morals despite the temptation of this darkness within them. Aetherian turned to stare Strata in the eyes as the human could only feel reverence for the divine radiance that Aetherian was radiating at that moment, unconsciously. That is what it means to be human. Vasco Strata. That is the beauty of the human race. I will admit, it will be hard. Because it is not so easy to suppress that innate nature of the human race. I know that better than anyone. The majority of humans will always succumb to their baser instincts and give in to their desires. And yet, answer this, strongest human on the planet. Those piercing blue eyes now shone with gold as the system of heaven bolstered his very presence and his voice all on its own, keeping even the angel in question unaware while Michael and Gabriel's eyes widened in disbelief. What do we see when we look into the night sky? Is it the darkness of the infinite abyss that lies beyond this world? Or is it the short and powerful illumination of the bright stars that our gaze is drawn towards? Those that burn bright and fast, yet with such power and purity that they illuminate innumerable leagues of the abyss. I understand, my lord. I will not fail your expectations. I truly hope you won't, so I will take your word for it. But make no mistake. Next time, if I ever come across such darkness ever again, there will be no mercy. Yes, my lord. Suddenly, 9 walked into the room with the leader carrying an unconscious girl held within a barrier that was placed on a floating piece of land behind them. As one, the angels kneeled in front of Aetherian with their heads bowed in reverence. My lord. We have disposed of the heathens and brought back the source of the anomalous energy. It is this girl. HM. Why have you not disabled that barrier yet? My lord. The source of that barrier is a legendary class item embedded in her very soul. If I were to use the higher tier variant of break item, I believe it will damage her soul while destroying the item in question. I see. You did well. I will take those memories from that bastard. The angel called Seraphim bowed with restrained glee in his voice for having been of service to his lord. Of course, my lord. Retrocognition. Once again, the memory spell was cast by Aetherian, who instantly learned all the knowledge that Seraphim took from Valper, making him shake his head with disgust. You may return home. As one, the angels took flight, heading straight back to the town of Kuo, where their lord had made a home for himself. The same place where they were first summoned in this world by Aetherian. Watching the angels leaving the area, Gabriel once again lost her breath, just like her brother Michael, just like when her brother Aetherian had first called upon those angels. Gabriel had the ability to see souls, so she knew from the very beginning that Aetherian was none other than Uriel. But if someone without her powers needed proof of his identity, they only needed to look at this unit of angels, and they would have all the proof they would ever need. For Michael, who had fought by their side for countless eons, and Gabriel, who could see the souls, they did not even need to think twice to recognize the lion-headed warriors for who they were. The legendary warriors of heaven. The gatekeepers that once guarded the seventh heaven, abode of God himself, and earned the title of the Pride of Heaven. The unit that answered to no one but God and their appointed leader, Arael. The renowned angel that was called the Lion of Heaven. And yet, there was one person whose presence confused them. The being called Seraphim Empyrean. He was someone that neither Gabriel nor Michael recognized, but given how much their brother trusted him, they would put their doubts aside for now. Now sure that all the corpses were gathered here, Ethereon walked forward as he continued speaking. Michael, Gabriel, and Vasco Strata. I know that you wish to make up for your sins and that you truly feel guilty for your inactions that led to this incident. So, for now, I will forgive you. But the next time I am forced to use this spell again, I will show you why I was called the Dawnbringer by my enemies. With those words, he raised his arms in the air and pulled on his mana and light, invoking a spell that he had gained after he had leveled up his race from an archangel to seraph while he was still in the game. True Resurrection. The Tier 9 spell activated with much fanfare. The very sky dimmed as lightning cracked across the heavens, as if condemning the angel for having messed with the natural order. Yet, the otherworldly angel would not bow to such rules. His radiant light erupted like a miniature sun, forcing Vasco Strata to close his eyes to protect them. The two archangels, on the other hand, could only stare in awe and excitement as they felt a form of pure holy energy that only one other being had ever possessed in their memories. Soon, the holy energy spread across the sky in the physical world, but was in fact spreading its tendrils into the third heave, where the souls of the dead are taken to. There, the tendrils of energy snatched the souls of the bodies that belonged to the children, yet they did not find all the souls, so some of them returned to the mortal world with the souls, while the rest kept searching. Given where they were, the next logical location the tendrils reached was to search the underworld of the Olympians, enraging the god who presides over it, before retreating with another handful of souls, before the tendrils started spreading again. One after another, the tendrils of holy energy invaded every single realm of afterlife across the world, from the core of the Sumerians, to the Swarga and Naraka of the Hindu pantheon to Yomi and Takamagara of the Shinto. Even the biblical underworld was not spared their molestation until they finally found all the souls that were dispersed to the four winds after the death of the children, bringing them back to this room that housed their bodies. With the souls now in their grasp, the holy energy gently placed them within their bodies and retethered them to their mortal coils perfectly, exactly how they would have been from the moment of their birth. And yet, Ethereon was not done just yet. With the effect of the Tier 9 spell done, he started speaking again. You children have gone through so much, all because that foolish old man was obsessed with holy swords and wanted to make artificial wielders for the church's precious holy weapons. In that case, why not slap those corrupt fools in the face and take a boon from me? With another wave from Ethereon, several strange metals, herbs, trinkets, and other such things materialized from within his inventory. As one, these materials started to merge into a molten blob, which soon took the shape of various swords. Each one radiating such holy power that even the most prized weapon of the church would seem dull compared to even the weakest of this bunch of weapons. Then, Ethereon pulled on the connection he had with the system of heaven and used it to seamlessly merge these swords with the souls of the unconscious children. All the while, the angels and Vasco Strata could only stare with eyes full of wonder. For Ethereon had done something that nobody had managed to replicate to this day. He had essentially turned those swords into sacred gears and tied them to the souls of the children exactly how a natural sacred gear would be bound to a newborn soul. Now, you don't need that pesky, holy element to wield holy weapons. This is my boon to you. A compensation for the suffering you experienced at the hands of the vile beings that call themselves the Men of the Cloth. I hope that you can now lead fulfilling lives with this second chance at life. With his piece said, he turned away and looked towards Vasco Strata. I trust you will take good care of them. Leave it to me, my lord. I will teach them personally and make sure that they can become powerful exorcists for you. No need. Let them lead lives that they want to lead. Do not force them to become anything that they don't want to be. The choice of what their future will be is theirs to make. Yes, my lord. With that done, Ethereon turned to Michael and Gabriel. Well then, shall we go and take a look at what exactly you want to use to prove that I am who you say I am? Chapter 19, Chapter. As we walked through the colossal expanse of clouds beneath my feet and clear blue skies above me, I could not help but be reminded of the many elaborately designed bases that various guilds used back in Yggdrasil. There was one guild called Olympus that had many players of human, demi-human, and even heteromorphic players. Truthfully, I had originally intended to join that guild long ago, when I first started playing, but after I talked to one of the original founders of the guild, Sirs Hannah, I found out that our way of doing things simply did not fit, so I never entertained such thoughts ever again. Olympus had occupied a colossal mountain in Midgard and had claimed it as its guild base. One that I had the privilege to see the interiors of while I was considering joining them. By the time that Yggdrasil was being shut down, there were only 6 of their members left active, who were also the original founders of that guild. In fact, I had even run into them before the game shut down, along with Dracovan. There was also that guild of pikers called Underworld that specifically hunted humanoid and heteromorph players. Those guys occupied a special dungeon in Asgard, and that was a sight to behold as well. There were rumors that the 7 guys and the lone girl who made up that guild of pikers were in a strange relationship, but I did not dig too deep into that, so I am not too sure about that. And then there was Ain's Old Gown, that legendary guild that conquered the equally legendary dungeon, the Great Tomb of Nazarick. A guild whose interior I once caught a glimpse of after I was hired by them for a raid on a world disaster boss. I had seen many a guild base that was far more ridiculous and glamorous than what I am seeing now. From realms worthy of being the abodes of divine beings to the deepest pits that not even demons would dare call home. But, for some reason, there is a weight to what I am experiencing right now. An unexplained feeling. As if all of this just feels right. Maybe it is the difference between a virtual world and a real world that is making me feel this way. A possible theory. As we walked through the 6th heaven, the personal domain of the archangels, we soon arrived at an area that had many buildings made of beautiful marble and pearly white metals. Yet, my gaze was drawn to the biggest building of them all, which was shaped exactly like a church. Michael and Gabriel did not even stop to admire the view and simply headed in, making me follow them inside. What we found inside made me feel really bad for the angels, even though I did not know them for long. Memorials. The entire building was dedicated to thousands upon thousands of memorials, each one holding a beautifully made painting depicting the angel that said memorial belonged to. And the centerpiece of all of this was a painting that depicted a humanoid being of pure light. He had no definitive features, no way to tell exactly what he looked like, with the words YHWH etched into the painting in ancient script that I should not be able to read, yet I was able to do so anyway because of a certain spell that I have been using a lot these days. And yet, even with all of this missing information, I knew exactly who this was. How could I not when I had seen this figure repeatedly in Gabriel's memories? The God of the Bible. One of the many casualties of the Great War. A conflict that was fought between the angels, the devils, and the fallen angels, which systematically weakened all 3 factions into a mere shadow of themselves, with the angels taking the brunt of the damage. Then, just below the portrait of God, there were portraits of 3 other angels that I also recognized from Gabriel's memories. Helel, the morning star. The angel's portrait was from before he fell out with God and betrayed him, becoming Lucifer. Samael, the serpent. The angel who was driven mad by his duties and, in his madness, tempted Adam and Eve to partake of the forbidden fruit. A crime that turned the beautiful angel into an amalgamation of a fallen angel and a dragon. And finally, Arael. The Lion of Heaven. The angel who was lost in the war alongside his unit. The uncanny similarities between his appearance and mine were not lost on me. But I knew that this had to be a coincidence, no matter how much these angels insist otherwise, because the appearance of my avatar was made in remembrance of my dead brother, not on my own face. Michael and Gabriel did not say anything and just dropped down to their knees with their hands clasped, clearly praying to the memorials, making me feel rather awkward. Even if I wanted to join them in prayer, I do not know how to do so since religions of all kinds were banned in my old world, and as a result, many had forgotten the old ways of religion. Hell, even during the small funeral for my brother that I was able to scrounge together the money for, the priest that I hired was nothing more than an AI-driven drone that spoke all sorts of stupid stuff that was a mishmash from many different religions. So, I just stood there without saying anything. But, within my soul, I felt the tug of heaven's system repeatedly pulling me toward a certain direction. As if it were trying to gain my attention. Something that I suppressed for now, since it is not the time to think about those things. Especially when my heart feels like it will leap out of my throat. Honestly, I am a little scared about what is about to happen. I am very much sure that I am not Arael the angel. Yet, my life experiences have always taught me that there is no such thing as absolute certainty, and anything that can go wrong will go wrong. So, I cannot help but dread the small chance that these 2 angels are telling the truth and I am some kind of incarnation or clone of the angel Arael. Or maybe even my world's counterpart of said angel. Because if that turns out to be true, what the hell am I supposed to deal with these emotional siblings that I would gain in such a case? Granted, I could simply deny everything and disappear somewhere, but wouldn't that be very cowardly and make me a hypocrite? On the other hand, if I accept the identity that they desperately want me to assume, wouldn't that mean that I will be tying myself to their faction and lose my neutrality? Making me part of their conflict with the devils and fallen and the other factions across the world. Worse yet, what if this new identity I would assume leads to some kind of OP entity to pop out of the woodworks and gunning for my head because of a rail of the past? So many problems with no solution in sight. Not to mention that I haven't even gotten around to going to the underworld and trying to investigate that cell where I first woke up. Soon, Michael and Gabriel got up from their positions and turned to me with small smiles on their faces. Come, brother. Let us show you the proof that you require to prove your true identity. Warily, I walked forward and took Gabriel's outstretched hand, and instantly felt my vision shift. Similar to how my karmic sight worked, I now saw strange orbs of energies in every single one of the memorials, including God's portrait, which had extremely dense energies within it, which felt completely different from the other orbs of energies. Startled, I turned to look at Gabriel and Michael, and saw that I could see those orbs of energy within them as well, making me remove my hand from Gabriel in shock, which immediately made my vision shift back to normal. I never saw this in her memories. What the hell was that? What you just saw, brother, is how I see the world. How I see the souls of everyone. But, I did not see this kind of vision in your memories. Because these memories are stored within my very soul instead of my mind. Father once said that it was the consequence of having inherited his sight. That I would never forget the souls of those that I have seen even once. Although I don't understand what he meant when he said that this was more of a curse than a blessing. I remained silent as she smiled happily at me and continued speaking. What you saw through my eyes was the souls of Brother Michael and I. As for the portraits and memorials, what you saw there were the remnant soul energies of those that we have already lost. Michael smiled with melancholy as he continued staring at the portraits and started speaking. When an angel was created by God, he would take a small amount of the soul's energies and put them within a specialized container. It was a method of insurance so that he could bring back any angel that was killed in battle. He turned to give me a wry smile as he motioned towards God's own portrait. Unfortunately, Father never got the chance to make good on that intention, and all we were left with were the soul remnants of our fallen kin, along with Father's own remnant energies that we found on the last battlefield of the war. Ever since then, it has become tradition to store the soul remnants of our fallen kin in these memorials. Gabriel silently wiped her tears before she gave me her hand again, which I hesitantly took. Now, look at your own portrait, brother. Then, look at yourself. And tell me what you see. I did as she asked, and first looked at my own body, and caught sight of the wisps of energy radiating from my body. Then, I looked at the portrait of Arail and felt a pit form in my stomach. The remnant energies within Arail's memorial were exactly the same as my own. Which should be impossible. From what I gathered based on Gabriel's memories and knowledge, every soul has a distinct signature, and no two souls are alike. So, the implications of this fact that Arail's soul remnants are exactly like my own are quite clear. So, this is the irrefutable proof that you wanted to show me. Damn it. I did not think that you would have this kind of a bomb in your back pocket. Taking a deep breath, I let go of Gabriel's hand and looked at the two angels. You have shown some solid evidence. But I still cannot accept all of this. I will need some time to conduct my own research and see if you two are wrong. Gabriel simply smiled and hugged me tightly, an action that even Michael repeated, much to my surprise. Unlike before, I could not bring myself to push them away since what I just saw was still weighing on my mind. Damn it. This revelation has thrown all of my plans out of whack. Now, I definitely need to get to the underworld and start investigating things over there. Although I can say that this trip was not just full of bombshells since I did gain some good insight into the magic system of this world, thanks to my proximity with the system, which has been constantly pouring in knowledge into my mind. Gabriel smiled happily at my words before letting me go. Of course, brother. Take as much time as you want. Until then, you are welcome to stay here. I shook my head at her request, much to her disappointment. I already have a base of operations, and, don't take this the wrong way, but I don't trust anyone at this moment, not even you two. At least, not yet. I did not miss the flash of disappointment and sadness in both of their expression before Michael simply nodded while placing his hand on Gabriel's head. It is all right, brother. We will wait for you. As long as you are alive and well, we do not care where you stay. I just ask that you keep in touch with us, please. Very well. I will give you my number. The way Gabriel brightened up made me feel some level of guilt, but I crushed that emotion ruthlessly. It is unfortunate, but I cannot afford to trust anyone blindly without some ironclad proof backing it up. My world has taught me that much at least. That being said, I still have something else that I think I should do while I am still here. So, do you guys mind if I take a look at Heaven's system? That thing has been pulling on me for some time now, and right now, that insistence is bordering on annoying. The way their faces paled before flushing with color would have been very funny if not for the dread that filled my heart at their reaction. That is not a good reaction. Maybe I should cut the connection right here and now. Chapter 20, Chapter. It is quite the tragedy. The weird thing is, nobody is able to determine just what went wrong. Click. The Heavenly of Aloha was a rather new ship with its last service record showing no problems. Click. The investigators are looking into possible sabotage by unsavory individuals as a probable cause of the sinking. This tragedy has shaken up Rokuko High School, which has just lost a lot of its students and staff in the tragedy. Click. Even after a month has passed, the parents of the 233 children and the families of the faculty that passed away. Turning the TV off, Cleria Belial looked towards her boyfriend, seeing that he too shared the same worried look that she probably held. This reeks of supernatural influence. Cleria nodded her head. My contacts in the underworld say that the devils were not involved in this. But I don't know how much of that I should trust. At least, my family is not involved in this, that much I can trust, since I asked my uncle about it and he told me that much. Then, is it the fallen angels? Or maybe the Shinto? I do not know, but we cannot rule them out. Especially after how active the heavens system has become these days. Masaomi looked down at his phone contemplatively. I called Tuji. He told me that something significant was happening in the Vatican and that we might be called to the headquarters soon for something. But he also confirmed that the church had nothing to do with this incident either. However, our spies did pick up some kind of movement from the Grigori in the area, along with significant activity from the 5 clans of Japan. Cleria's eyes widened at those words as she nearly jumped to her feet. Masaomi. Tokyo and Kuo are practically neighbors. We need to get out of here before something bad happens again. Masaomi caught his girlfriend in a hug, making her clutch him tightly out of fear. A trauma born from nearly dying to her own race and nearly losing the love of her life. Calm down. Did you forget that we are currently under the protection of Lord Etherian? Whoever is responsible for that attack on that ship won't dare to attack this place, especially when the protective spells around this place reeks of holy energy of absurd levels. But, what if an ultimate class being shows up? Masaomi simply gave his girlfriend a confident look. So what? I think Lord Etherian can easily handle them. Cleria fell silent as she felt that her boyfriend's words might be right, given that Etherian is a seraph with 12 wings, which meant that he must be at least ultimate class in strength. And given the holy energy and the sheer pressure of his existence that she felt with her worthless ability, it was clear that he was not some ordinary ultimate class being either. He was probably at the pinnacle of that rank in raw power alone, which does not take into account how versatile he could be, given what she has seen so far from him. Then, should we tell him about this? Tell him what? The couple jumped as the voice rang out in the room, followed by a burst of light which, strangely, did not harm Cleria as much as she had expected. Once the light faded, Seraph Empyrean and the Cherubim Gatekeepers were revealed to the couple. At once, the two bowed, making Seraph Empyrean give Masaomi an uninterested look while not even acknowledging Cleria's presence. Rise, child. No need for such formalities. Now, tell me what you were talking about. Masaomi did not hesitate for a second before he spoke in detail about everything that was going on. A month ago, a human cruise ship called the Heavenly of Aloha had been sunk off the shores of Japan under suspicious circumstances, with the majority of the victims being from the Ryoko High School of Tokyo. The fact that the ship sank under suspicious circumstances, and that those in the note claimed to have sensed abnormal energy signatures in the area. The speculations that Masaomi and Cleria had about the situation, and the worries that they felt. How the identities of the few surviving children from that school year's class were being hidden by unknown forces. He did not leave anything out and spoke clearly, making Seraph Empyrean scratch his chin in thought while the Cherubim Gatekeepers looked at each other with a hint of something in their eyes. Interesting. So, you theorize that it is either those traitors or the so-called Shito who are responsible for this tragedy based on the limited information you have. Yes, Lord Empyrean. Cleria and I think that they might be trying to conduct some kind of experiment. We reached this conclusion because of how many organizations around the world have been mobilizing their forces and locking themselves away from being affected by the heavens system that had suddenly become more active than normal. A probable theory with good evidence backing it up. Very well. I will look into this. Masayamo gave the angel a surprised look, making the angel chuckle. I know what you are thinking, Masaomi Yagaki. But rest assured. Such minor matters need not be brought to the Lord's notice when the gatekeepers and I can easily handle such investigations. Turning to the Cherubim Gatekeepers, Seraph Empyrean asked in a commanding tone. What say you? My comrades. We are the spears of the Lord. See. Forget about this issue and concentrate back on your own task of finding a secret way into the underworld. With those words, the angels once again disappeared into the air, flying straight towards Tokyo. Well, I guess that's that. How about we relax for a bit before we get to it? Cleria shook her head at her boyfriend's teasing look but gave a fond giggle as he pushed her down on the couch. I guess the investigations into a secret entrance for the underworld can wait for a bit. I hope Lord Etherian won't get angry about the slight delay. Cleria did not know that said angel had already found a way into the underworld on his own and was undergoing an identity crisis at that very moment. Chapter 21, Chapter Lucifad. Underworld. It wasn't really difficult to find a way into the underworld that would not announce my presence to the world at large. I mean, it's not my fault that the devils don't maintain that good a security on their train that leads into the underworld, right? A simple disguise spell. That was all that I needed to enter the underworld by posing as a devil. Shaking my head to get rid of those thoughts, I concentrated back on the task at hand. Slowly walking through the abandoned streets of what was once the capital of the underworld, before the Devil Civil War, I felt kind of nostalgic. Because this place reminded me of the many abandoned cities of my past life that we would see in videos or would be shown to us by the conglomerates, who wanted to brag about how we should be grateful that we are not those abandoned skeletons in those old ruins of a world long gone. The same kind of hollowness that comes from a place being left unattended for long periods of time, a place that was once teeming with life but is now nothing more than a remnant of what it once was. I do not know how long I traveled through the area, just taking in the sights and whatnot, until I finally decided to pick up the pace and flew into the air, trying to find the place from which I had originally escaped. And sure enough, it did not take me long to find the hole that I blew into the ceiling of that prison from where I had originally escaped. It's hard to believe that it has already been more than a month since I arrived in this world and woke up in this place. Plunging into the hole, I arrived at the exact same cell where I had originally woken up. But things were clearly different from what I remember. From what I could see, someone had already arrived in this place after I left and had cleared the area significantly. There were also traces of someone having spent an extended period of time in this cell, probably trying to decipher the magic circle on the ground, given how I could catch the faint scent of paper in the air and the way there were many footprints and faint traces of demonic energy in the area. First things first. I need to take a picture of this circle to study later on. Taking out my phone, I clicked a photo of the magic circle from various angles, making sure that all the runes were clear in the photo, before moving on. Walking out of the entrance to the cell, I started walking through the underground area that spanned for a few miles at least, all of which were occupied by dilapidated prisons. The interesting thing was that many of these cells radiated a strange form of demonic energy aside from the expected holy energy. This demonic energy was completely different from what I felt from Clearia. This energy felt far more primal and untamed, as if it would lash out at its own owner if one were not careful. How interesting. For more than 5 hours, I walked through the entire prison, taking anything that caught my eye or felt like it could help me in my investigation, before looping back to the prison where I had originally woken up. Since I did not find any physical means by which I could understand what had happened, I will have to use magical means to try and decipher the details. Mobilizing my mana and also tugging at the heavenly systems connection, I cast a spell that I was not sure would work but had no choice but to try. All-Knowing Eye. As the highest tier of appraisal magic that belonged to the divination type of magic, it is a rare magic that had several prerequisites needed to unlock, which made it so that I was one of the rare few who knew this spell in the game. Just like the God's Eye spell that told me everything about any living creature that I was looking at, this spell did the same, except that it worked exclusively on items. The problem is, I don't know if the spell will count the magic circle as an item. I waited with bated breath as the super tier magic activated and searched for any target to lock onto, before finally locking onto the magic circle. Good. Looks like it worked, holy fuck. I felt an overwhelming amount of information make its way into my mind, telling me everything from the creator of the spell to what it was used for and how to make one of my own. Cutting off the spell, I nearly fell to the ground as information overwhelmed my mind, telling me things that I never wanted to know. Things that started to make me question reality as a whole. Well, fuck. I thought Riley as the truth started to unravel in my mind. For starters, what Gabriel and Michael believed might actually be true. Because the possibility that I am a Rail just shot up significantly. However, the possibility that they are wrong is still there. This magic circle was made by Lucifer specifically to kill a Rail in the past in the most horrific way possible. The spell was created using an artifact that Lucifer gained from a different pantheon. An artifact that would allow him to create a stable portal into the dimensional gap. After incorporating that item into the magic circle, Lucifer took great pleasure in making a Rail's soul hang between the portal, not being allowed to go into the dimensional gap, but also not allowing it to return to his original body. A type of torture so brutal that even Lucifer's fellow Satans felt squeamish and never dared to step into this cell ever again. Long story short, after who knows how many years of torture, the magic circle slipped up and allowed the soul to fall into the dimensional gap. Now, this was supposed to be the end of it. But, somehow, instead of just dissipating into nothingness, a Rail's soul held on through sheer fucking will and pulled on all his light and holy power, combining all of his abilities and knowledge in a bid to save himself. What was the result? I do not know because the spell stopped working at this point and I can't see past this point. But, I think I can make an educated guess on what happened. I have two theories. One is that whatever he did brought me into this world. What happened to his body? It was probably consumed by the magic circle as it was meant to do once the angel imprisoned within it died. The second theory is far more dangerous for both my sanity and current identity. I think I am a Rail. Somehow, someway, I was born into this world or something along those lines, and this kind of torture brought out my old memories. Now, the problem with these two theories is that both of them make absolutely zero sense. The first theory does not explain how he brought me into this universe and why I have the same soul as he did. The second theory does not explain how I now have my Yggdrasil avatar's abilities, skills, and items with me if I was originally born a Rail in this universe. There is another theory in my mind, that all of this is just a cosmic fluke, but something tells me that this is not the case. Now, the questions that I need answered are these. If I were brought here by Arail's magic, what happened to that guy's soul? And why does my soul look exactly like his? If he is my reincarnation, or vice versa, why do I have all the skills, abilities, items, and spells for my Yggdrasil character? For now, I do not have enough information to confirm either of those theories or make any other theories. So, for now, I will move forward with a few thoughts in mind. Am I Arail? Probably yes. Either I have consumed his soul, or he is my reincarnation. Am I the Arail that the people of this world knew? Absolutely not. I do not have the memory of the Arail that these people know, so I cannot truly call myself Arail. God damn it. This is such a confusing situation. Just as I was about to sit down and process this bombshell of information, I felt my phone ring, making my annoyance spike through the roof. Masaomi, this better be important. I am sorry, my lord. But I thought you should know that Lord Empyrean and the gatekeepers had left to investigate something yesterday, but have yet to return. I feel a bit worried since I don't have any means to contact them. Where did they go? Tokyo. My lord. They were investigating a strange incident where many school children were killed in a ship-sinking accident. All right. I'll talk to them. Great. Just when I am undergoing an identity crisis, this kind of thing happens. I really messed up when I thoughtlessly invoked the Pantheon spell as an experiment and ended up bringing those angels into existence permanently. With a sigh, I took to the skies and, once I reached proper height, used a tier 7 spell to bring the entire place down. I do not know if there are any spells in this world that work similarly to my all-knowing eye spell, but I would rather not risk it. One thing is for certain. Even if I really am Arail, I don't want to use that identity in the midst of his siblings. That would make me feel like an imposter. For better or for worse, I must assume that the Arail of this world and I are two separate entities for now. So, maybe it is better to make a fresh start in this world. First things first, I need to clear up this misunderstanding with the angels. I cannot have them running around doing things for me, thinking that I am their brother, when I cannot even be certain of that fact myself. While I don't plan on telling them about my human life, I will tell them about what I discovered here and about my theory. It just feels wrong to lie to them and keep their hopes up when there is a possibility that their brother is truly dead, just as there is a possibility that I am their brother. So, I think this is the best path forward for all of us. Will they still try to keep in contact with me? Will they still claim me as one of their own, or will they condemn me or something along those lines? I do not know, and it is their choice, so I won't try to influence that choice either. But I will not lie to them. That is my bottom line. With those thoughts in mind, I flew high into the sky and used a gate spell to travel out of the underworld back to my home. Let's see what my summoned underlings have been up to during the time I was gone. Chapter 22, Chapter Exuvia Agency/Utsasimi Agency. Within the heart of the agency situated in the wilderness of Japan, Hanazo Haimjima watched with glee as one of the 13 Longinus-class sacred gears, Canis Lycaon, the dog god of the Black Blade, consumed its wielder in a type of balance breaker. How splendid! He whispered as the being growled in absolute rage. Suddenly, the box that he kept in his breast pocket started shining, making him pull it out to see that its seal had been broken. Yet, what really got his attention was the gentle voice that came out of the recording within the box. To think that the seal has been broken. How unfortunate. The being that was once Tobio Accused growled as his form hunched over, while peerless darkness started to creep up his body. All the while, his growling continued to grow in depth and volume. Meanwhile, his sacred gear took on a new form of its own. A large canine made of abyssal darkness. It means that the people who hold ill intentions towards this child have appeared. A Jihadano's voice. Haimjima felt complex feelings grow within his heart as he heard that familiar kind voice that he remembered fondly from so long ago. Suddenly, the voice became stern as the woman delivered a warning from beyond the grave. Hidi. There is none other than this child whom I loved more. He was raised to be sweet and kind. Tobio Accused slowly lost all reason as he plunged into the depths of his rage and heartbreak, as his sacred gear consumed him whole in its balance breaker. Regardless, this child was born possessing the ways of the fake god. Knight Celestial/Dog, the true balance breaker of Canis Lycaon, howled, as its core, Tobio Accused, who was now completely transformed into a type of werewolf made of darkness, howled with it in despair and rage. Hanazu, on the other hand, felt stunned as he heard those words from the boy's grandmother. He was born with the balance breaker. His shock was genuine and understandable. There were a handful of cases in the past when the defects in Heaven's system allowed humans to be born with their balance breaker already achieved. Yet, none managed to live past the first few minutes of their birth due to the sheer power that their sacred gears granted them through the balance breaker. Hanazu stood taller and pulled out all of his tako along with his kakura, ready to face this dog god sealed in the sacred gear head-on. Yet, he let the recording continue speaking, finding solace in that old voice that he was so familiar with in his childhood. If such ill will is now held against this child, let your own flesh taste the gold-smiting blade. Be sliced until not even your soul remains. As the voice finally fell, the door to the arena was forced open as a beautiful young woman with brown hair and eyes burst through with her sacred gear, one of the four fiends of Chinese myths, the Qiongqi, which she calls Griffin, already in its true form. But her breath hitched the moment she beheld the dark god's form. Minagawa Natsum, was it? You arrived just in time. Jima smiled calmly as he took out everything he had. Talismans, staffs, weapons, everything, and started priming them. No explanation will be needed. Behold. Kill, 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 kill. With his manipulations, the taco shot forward like meteors, with force enough to vaporize an ordinary man and even cause severe damage to a high-class being, while his talismans shot around Tobio, intending to seal his power. Yet, it meant nothing to the dog god. Shadows erupted from around the pair of dark figures, forming blades of peerless sharpness that easily destroyed his taco and talismans. Kill, 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 kill. Heh, my Vajra can no longer pierce your defenses. Then, how about this one? Cowardly Leo, the Utsasimi, or cicada, as they are called. An artificial being created to replicate the power of the sacred gears. A being that could control shadows. With a wave of his hand, Jima set it forth, targeting Tobio. Kill him. As the command was given, the beast jumped into the shadows and disappeared, heading straight for Tobio. Yet, the boy consumed by darkness could not care less about the inferior creature that dared manipulate darkness in front of him. All he did was wave his claw, as the darkness was severed at its roots, forcing the cowardly Leo to jump out into the open. Right in between Tobio and Canis Lycaon. The duo of master and gear wasted no time in shredding the creature like the beasts that they appeared to be, reducing it to ashes on the spot. Not even a scratch, huh? Minagawa Natsum felt her heart go cold as dread filled her mind, witnessing the beast-like creature that used to be the sweet boy that she had come to know in the past few weeks. The moment the creature met her eyes, she felt terror unlike anything she had ever felt in her life as her sacred gear prepared itself for a fight. Kill, 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 kill. He won't turn back even after seeing Minagawa. Are you sure we are talking about the same person here? Azazel. Natsum felt startled and turned back slightly to see the youngest member of her group, Valley, stare with a mix of trepidation and excitement on his face as the dog god stared down the humans. The small dragon toy on his shoulder, the communication device he used to contact his governor, spoke something in his ear which made the 12-year-old boy smile wryly. What do you mean by, it's a puppy compared to the heavenly dragons? The dragon puppet stretched its body as the voice that would be very familiar to certain people came out of it. This monster, this black beast that repels the very landscape around it as it roams. Good grief, every Longinus I find is surrounded by trouble. Governor. The puppet ignored Natsum's whisper and turned towards Jima. Yo, Mr. Laboratory Chief. Grigori. How is it? The power of an irregular. I see. So it was decided from the beginning. I had lost from the moment I met him and that girl. The puppet said nothing for a moment before it spoke again. He is a black blade that can cut even gods. Furthermore, this boy seems to have manifested his sacred gear from birth. Jima hummed at those words. That is not necessarily rare. The problem is. Exactly. Accused Tobio was born at his apex. His full potential already realized. A power strong enough to destroy the balance of the world. Accused Tobio's grandmother tried to seal the power that her grandson was born with. Many layers of seals. Suddenly, the puppet fell silent and became lifeless as the man himself walked out from the same door through which Natsum arrived. His black and blonde hair styled in a strange way, and wearing a rather dashing suit, he walked with a confidence that showed his suppressed power. His violet eyes, which are usually filled with mischief, were now filled with a calm that made everyone unconsciously avoid looking at him. Despite all those seals, all that work. You people decided to disturb it. With no trouble or reservations, you wanted to expose it. You wanted to see it, even if it meant giving up on everything, just to have a look at this form. Now, pay the price. Be slashed to your heart's content. Jima simply smirked and prepared to move forward. Intending to challenge the dog god and be killed by this blood-related young uncle of his. Yet, a divine pressure erupted from the air, forcing everyone to stop moving at once as a bored voice rang out that sent chills down everyone's spines. What a farce. A blade that can cut gods. Did you go senile after falling from God's grace? Azazel. The human stared warily as 8 bursts of light appeared in the air, revealing the forms that were hidden there from the very beginning, and were observing everything. But the one who was the most shocked was none other than Azazel, the leader of Grigori. The pride of the lion. Impossible. The leader of the cherubim gatekeepers simply grinned down at the fallen angel. Impressive. I thought you would fail to recognize us after so long and in this form. Azazel felt like the world around him no longer mattered, as he stared at the 8 beings that he once called his battle brothers. So long ago was the time when he and his brothers marched alongside these gatekeepers and their appointed lord. So many were the battles where they had saved his life and he had saved theirs. So many were the times when he had spent long hours of the day chatting away with them. Memories long forgotten came to the forefront as he remembered the last time he had seen them. That day, when they and their master, along with a large contingent of angels, chased after a possible lead about a secret meeting, where Lucifer and his fellow Satans would gather alone to discuss battle tactics. Then came the news from that smug bastard that he had killed them all, down to the last angel. That was the day when many of his fallen brethren had shed tears along with their white-winged counterparts. Because even after falling from the Lord's favor, they still never resented these beloved brothers of theirs who were always there for them in their time of need. And now, after so many centuries, they suddenly appeared out of thin air. Honestly, Azazel was very much tempted to test if he was in some kind of a dream or in an illusion. But before he could do anything like that, the gatekeepers suddenly moved as one and surrounded Tobio and his sacred gear, who were now growling at the angels. Tell me, dog. My former brother claims that your blade can cut gods. But being told something and seeing something in action are 2 different things. So, come at me. Creature. Try and cut through the shield that has pushed back the eldritch, protected the gates of heaven for uncountable eons, has guarded the innocent and punished the wicked. The dog god did not need to be told twice, as he shot forward as Canis Lycaon moved with its master, aiming not just for the shield that the leader of the gatekeepers wielded, but also at every part of his body. Darkness erupted from the ground, from the sky, and from everywhere in between, as these tendrils transformed into blades that could fell even gods. Yet, the angel was undaunted. For he was the shield that protects the weak. Holy shield. The blades that can cut gods were stopped in their tracks by the Tier 8 spell that was imbued into the angel's shield, just like with the rest of the gatekeepers. Your blade lacks purpose. Boy. It has power, but it does not have true purpose. And it is know that power without purpose is meaningless. The angel pushed back the tendrils as his holy energy burst out as he invoked another spell. Mass Sanctuary. The Tier 10 spell activated, pushing back the darkness with pure light as those caught in its radiance felt a warmth the likes of which they had never felt before. As if they were being embraced by their mothers. As if everything would be fine. As if there was nothing to be worried about anymore. As if they had found salvation and had been delivered from evil. The dog god howled as he forcefully pulled on more of his power, his darkness and rage, as Canis Lycaon tried to tear through the barrier. Yet, the dog god would fail as the angel once more invoked his shield spell, pushing it back. I see. You have truly lost yourself in your own power. Such a shame. Well then. In such a case, let me purify that darkness within you. The angel raised his spear made of holy fire and aimed it at the dog god, who suddenly felt a chill in its heart. Knowing that something bad would happen if it did not stop the angel, the dog god, and its wielder moved as one. Yet, it was too late. Maximize magic, time stop. At once, everything came to a halt as time itself came to a standstill. Even Azazel, who had once heard about a sacred gear that could stop time, could not help but feel shocked as this effect engulfed even someone of his power, rendering him immobile. Yet, despite time itself being stopped across the world, the angel's words still resounded in everyone's ears, especially the dog god, who could only stare as the holy fire on the spear of the angel danced as if it were alive. Behold, being of evil. The time for thine judgment has come. I am the shield of the Lord, that protects the weak and innocent. I am the spear in his hands, that smites the wicked. Judgment. The world was engulfed in light as a ray of holy power, big enough to consume an entire dragon, fell upon the dog god, who could only howl in agony as the effects of time stop ended the moment the Tier 9 holy spell was invoked, while the shockwave of the attack was strong enough to knock out Jima, who was the closest to the blast radius. Soon, the howls turned into human screams before falling silent, making the angel stop using his spell. What was revealed was a colossal crater, and at the center of the crater was Tobio accused lying unconscious, along with Canis Lycaon, which had reverted to the form of a puppy. Before anyone could react, the door once again burst open as the ice witch, Lavinia, ran into the arena. I am a little late. Natsum, what the heck? Azazel sighed as he turned up, staring at the group of gatekeepers with a complicated look. Will you grace me with your company? I wish to speak with you, privately. The lion-headed warrior simply grinned at those words. You have calmed down a lot, Azazel, compared to the last time we were summoned by our lord and perished fighting by his side. Very well, we accept. Azazel put aside the worrying words he heard from them and simply moved inside, prompting the team of children to follow him as the angels landed and followed him inside, while Lavinia was given the unsavory task of carrying the unconscious Jima with her while one of the gatekeepers carried the supposedly dead body of Sae Tuju. Oh. Right. Azazel turned towards the children and spoke with a grin. Don't worry about the relatives of the other children. I have sent a subordinate of mine to retrieve them. He wouldn't happen to have gone about a few levels underground towards the eastern section of this base, right? The sudden interruption made Azazel give the angel a dumbfounded look. Yeah. Why? Lord have mercy on that poor fool. Because Lord Empyrean definitely will not. What? What do you mean by that? And who is this Empyrean that you speak of? The gatekeeper leader sighed at those words before patting Azazel's shoulder. You will know soon enough. I just pray that you are not short by one subordinate by the morn. Wait, seriously, what the hell do you even mean by that? The poor fallen angel did not even get a response as the angels moved inward, making Azazel follow them glumly. On the other side of the facility, a certain cadre of the fallen was getting beaten up like a training dummy by the Seraph Empyrean for his foolishness. Hanazaheim Jima, click here for image. Tobio Accuse and Canis Lycaon, click here for image. Knight Celestial / Dog, Balance Breaker, click here for image. Canis Lycaon, True Form, click here for image. Managawa Natsum and Griffin, Sealed Form, click here for image. Lavinia Rennie, click here for image. Sae Tuju, click here for image. Vala Lucifer, 12 years old, click here for image. Chapter 23, Chapter. So, I have noticed that a lot of people are confused about how the Overlord mechanics are a bit different from canon and how things seem to be going in a strange direction. First of all, the Overlord mechanics have not been expanded upon that much by the original authors, except for what Momonga speaks about, so I have taken a few liberties. I will admit that there were a few mistakes, like with the Wish Upon a Star spell, where I forgot a few details here and there, but I intend to stick with them for now since I have already thought about the direction of the story moving forward, and I cannot change this now. Also, about the MC having his crafting classes maxed out, which many of you guys are complaining about. I will once again say that I have taken a few creative liberties with it, so bear with it. Now, the next point. Regarding Ethereum's identity, it will be slowly built upon as time goes on, and I can see that some of you guys don't like it. To that, I can only say sorry because I am not going to change it. Like I said, I have already built a few arcs worth of drafts based on things that are happening now, and I can't change them. I will only say this to you guys, keep on reading, it will make sense, and I really hope you guys like it. With that cleared, let's get to the chapter. Azazel practically fell onto his chair as he released a heavy sigh. Man, what a headache. This is why I both love and hate dealing with Longinus-class sacred gear. Heh, I guess your lazy nature has not changed in the past 1,000 years, Azazel. Azazel just glared lightly at his old friends, who were gathered around a table and were staring at him with mischief and nostalgia in their feline eyes. And you guys changed far too much. What's with the appearance change anyway? The leader of the cherubim gatekeepers, the angel that was once called Ornithiel, simply snorted at that question. This is our true form, Azazel. What you remember from back then were but our incomplete forms summoned by our Lord accidentally. Azazel was one of the few angels who knew the true nature of the gatekeepers as angels outside God's system, summoned by the unique power of his long-lost brother, Arael. So, he could not help but fall silent for a bit before speaking softly. How is he? The last anyone heard about your unit was that proclamation from Lucifer that you all were dead. I had my doubts, but with no evidence to back it up, even I had given up hope long ago. Ornithiel fell silent before speaking again. Physically, he is better than he has ever been. But mentally? That is a difficult question to answer. What happened? The gatekeepers looked at each other before Ornithiel spoke again. I will give you a word of advice, Azazel. Do not call our Lord by his true name when you meet him. He goes by Ethereum now. It is for your own good. Azazel just snorted at those words. Why? What will he do? Lecture me like the days of old? No. Given how he is now, he might actually attack you on the spot if you use his old name. What? Are you sure we are talking about the same angel here? The guy that could not even bring himself to hate Lucifer and Samael after what they did and only tried to hunt them down because they were threats to the rest of his kin. The cherubim gatekeepers looked at each other before nodding. Yes. He is, very different now. I think it is accurate to say that, just as we have attained our true form, he too has done the same physically. But in terms of his personality, things are in a bit of a weird situation right now. Ornithiel sighed before speaking again. It is only because we once called you brother that I am telling you all of this and giving you this warning. And one more thing. Azazel felt a chill go down his spine as Ornithiel gave him a light glare. Do not try your usual methods of using your silver tongue or trying to lie to the Lord through omission or in a roundabout way. The way he is now, he really will kill you then and there if you try to do something like that. Because right now, his mind is in a confused state, and he is using his aggression and rage as the only defense against such confusion. But I am still a 12-winged fallen angel. So what kind of damage can he do to me? Ornithiel gave him a wry look that immediately made Azazel look embarrassed. Right. I forgot about what he did during the war. Good. At least you managed to remember in time. But really, don't try to mess with him like you used to do back in heaven. He has seen a lot of things ever since waking up from his imprisonment, and he is not happy with the way things have been going in this world. Especially the recent issue that happened at the human city called the Vatican. Right now, he is not in the mood for games, so don't try your luck with him if you run into him. The gatekeepers got up from their seats and headed towards the door. We need to get going with Lord Empyrean before our Lord comes for us and report what happened here. Azazel nodded before asking the question that had been on his mind ever since he saw that armored angel drag in a beaten-up cocobile. Just who is that, Seraph Empyrean? Ornithiel. Father never created that kind of angel, and neither did Arail ever summon someone like him. You will know when the time comes. For now, think of him as our direct superior, just below our Lord in authority. Azazel could not help but feel shocked. Your superior? You lot, who refuse to even bow to God himself, actually acknowledge someone else aside from Arail as your superior. Just who the hell is that guy? Like I said, you will know when the time comes. For now, I bid you dash. Suddenly, powerful holy energy blanketed the building as Azazel shot to his feet in surprise, just like many other fallen angels that were stationed here. The gatekeepers, on the other hand, could only give Azazel looks of sympathy. Ornithiel spoke with a tone full of pity that rubbed Azazel the wrong way as a chill shot up his spine. How unfortunate, Azazel. It would seem that Lord has come looking for us because of the delay in contacting him. I pray that you don't end up attracting his attention. For your own sake. With those words, the angels teleported out in bursts of light, just like the Seraph Empyrean, who also did the same to appear at the top of the building, ready to welcome their Lord. As for the Seraph in question, Etherian was far too busy curiously observing the strange barrier that was enveloping what looked like a school/dorm building. Chapter 24, Chapter. I expected a lot of things when my summoned angels did not return. I expected a dangerous fight, which my level 80 cherubim gatekeepers and level 90 Seraph Empyrean were being hard-pressed to handle, and isn't that a spooky thought? Those guys are my core strength in a raid and are excellent tanks and aggro magnets in PvE areas. Even in PvP, they serve well to do damage to the enemy players from multiple directions. I even expected to find a literal god trying to kill my summoned angels, a thought that makes me feel extremely angry for some reason. What I did not expect was for them to be standing in a perfect line and waiting for me at the rooftop of this building, which looked like a school near Tokyo. Seraph Empyrean bowed to me as the gatekeepers behind him did the same, the moment I landed after having already sated my curiosity about the strange barrier of light that surrounded this building. Well, I say light, but it is more of a tainted sort that belongs to the fallen angels, so I am fairly sure who is occupying this place. Welcome, Lord Etherian. Alright, you guys. Enough of that. Didn't I tell you not to do that kind of thing with me? Ornithiel, the leader of the cherubim gatekeepers, smiled at those words as Empyrean, the name that I gave my Seraph Empyrean. I know, a basic name, but I can't think of a more fitting name for him. Interestingly, the gatekeepers already had their names since they were summoned, but that is a topic of research for another time. Simply refused to look me in the eye at those words. Forgive us for taking so long, my lord. We were just finishing up here and were about to head back to Kua when we sensed your arrival. I waved my hand to dismiss Ornithiel's concern. Doesn't matter. I was just about done doing a rather interesting investigation in the underworld, so I decided to check out what you were up to. Also, Masaomi was kind of worried, so I thought, why not? Remielian, another one of my cherubim gatekeepers, sighed at my words, as I stared at him with amusement. That child, he worries far too much. Then again, I guess it is because of his pure heart that he holds your interest till now. If only he were not involved with that evil creature. I shook my head at those words, knowing that he did not mean anything bad by it, even if a rather large part of me felt just as enraged and betrayed as my angels did about Cleria. A part of me that makes me feel very uncomfortable. Truth be told, I have been observing a lot of changes within my personality and mental state that have me worried these days. I first observed this change when my God's Eye spell revealed that Cleria Belial is a devil. There was this unexplained rage and hatred within my heart at the mere mention of her race. Then, that incident with the stray devil. That part, I admit, was not all that out of character since I might have taken that bastard's actions a little personally because of my past life. I felt my actions were further justified when I sneaked into the police records and found out the names, addresses, and every other detail about his victims, finding out that the parents of the boy and the college girl had been devastated ever since their disappearance, and the wife of the old man was nearly driven insane after her husband went missing. It felt like someone tore my heart apart when I indirectly guided them to the graves of their kin, which I had carved with the names after finding their details from the police database, saw them break down completely. Which was weird since I was a rather apathetic man back home, even if I consider that this situation reminded me of my helplessness back home. Anyways, aside from the stray devil incident, I also observed my unnecessary hostility towards the angels, and weirdly enough, I even started giving some cringe speeches to anyone who was willing to listen. I mean, I know that a part of me was always very philosophical since childhood, but giving those kinds of embarrassing and lofty speeches, that is definitely not me. And these are just the highlights of the changes that I observed. Who knows what else I am doing unconsciously that I find perfectly normal, but is in fact abnormal behavior compared to my previous personality. There is also how erratic, aggressive, and arrogant my general personality has become these days, which is definitely not like me. Granted, some of these actions might just be me lashing out and anything and everything because of my fear and nervousness. Because in my world, you are not allowed to show any kind of weakness when you are in a hostile environment, which was practically everywhere on Earth back then, unless you want to be swallowed whole by the society I lived in, so this aggression could be my defense mechanism compensating for my fears. But I still don't think this explains my other behavior changes. And it is also true that I was called arrogant and aggressive many times in my life. But it feels like all of these emotions of mine were suddenly cranked all the way up and were now acting as my dominant personality instead of the controlled and rational personality I had developed since childhood, so that I would not end up dying a dog's death in my old world. All in all, this kind of sudden change does not make sense, and my emotions are all over the place with no way to explain their intensity. Worse yet is that I am fairly sure this change has nothing to do with any external forces, since I have used a lot of anti-debuff spells ever since I've noticed these changes. Not only that, the spooky thing is that I don't notice these changes in that moment and only come to realize it later on when I have the time to reflect on it. Thankfully, in the past 2 days, I have learned to roughly anticipate this kind of sudden change within me by trying to control any and all kinds of emotions that would rise within me and counting to 10 before saying anything, so that I don't say words that would make me regret it later. Right now, I have no choice but to follow this method since I only have a few theories on what is going on, each one more terrifying and damning than anything that I have ever thought of, which I will need time to investigate. So, with a shake of a head, I concentrated back on reality and turned away from my angels, towards the group of humans that were hanging back at the door. Care to introduce them to me? Empyrean stepped forward and motioned towards the humans, but before he could do so, a calm voice came from behind the group. Allow me, O great angel of the heavens. I did not miss the way my cherubim gatekeepers shared worried looks, but that is something that I will look into at a later time. Right now, I am in unknown territory, and I cannot be careless and show any kind of weakness in front of a potential enemy. The man had black hair with blonde bangs, probably dyed, and purple eyes. Wearing a nice suit, he cut a rather handsome figure. And his 12 black wings only added to his presence. Seeing how the man was not even hiding his full power, I chose to let go of my own deception and released all of my wings and halo. Given the way his eyes widened at my actions, I am guessing he did not expect me to have the same level of power that he holds. A misunderstanding since we are only similar in raw power, with me having the upper hand. But in terms of versatility, I am very much confident that I can take him on and overwhelm him without any trouble since the people of this world don't seem all that interested in diversifying their arsenal in favor of enhancing their raw power. There it is again. That bling arrogance. One of these days, this kind of arrogance will definitely bring me harm. Calm down, count to 10, then speak. The fallen angel just stood there, as if waiting for me to address him. So I did exactly that after counting to 10 to stop any impulsive words from spilling forth. Greetings. I am Etherean. Given your wings and appearance, I assume you are Azazel. The way his eyes widened and the way he gave looks to the gatekeepers did not escape my eyes, nor did I miss how my gatekeepers were avoiding his gaze. Okay. Something is very fishy here. I'll have to have a private discussion with my subordinates very soon. There was also a strange feeling of betrayal and anger that I was feeling within me whenever I looked at Azazel, presumably, which felt similar to how I felt whenever I faced Michael and Gabriel. Thankfully, this time, I was prepared for this abnormality. Once again, I counted to 10 and forcefully suppressed this emotional surge and kept staring at Azazel, waiting for a response from him. Finally, the fallen angel leader caught my hint and took a small bow in greeting. Indeed. I am Azazel, the leader of Grigori. Before anything else, let me introduce the children who belong to my organization. I remained silent as he motioned towards the girl with brown hair and eyes, and had some kind of a bird resting on her shoulder. The bird was giving me the same feeling as that girl from the church whose barrier was created by her sacred gear, so I guess the bird she has is also a sacred gear. That is Managawa Natsum. She wields the sacred gear Qiongqi, one of the 4 evils of Chinese myths and said to be capable of fighting the divine beasts of the 5 principal clans of Japan, who in turn can be said to be ultimate class beings. The girl bowed and greeted with a false confidence that I could see through rather easily, and saw the underlying nervousness in her gaze. Through my karmic sight, I saw a faint white light surrounding her. Not as bright as Masaomi or Vasco Strata, but enough to show that she is a good girl. "And nice to meet you." I simply nodded as Azazel moved on to the next girl with brown hair and green eyes, who was slightly hiding behind the boy beside her. "This is Tuju Sae. She does not have any kind of sacred gear, but I think she has good potential." The girl just nodded timidly in greeting, opting to stay behind the boy who was staring at me with caution. Her karmic value seems to be the regular gray, the most common type, which meant that she has not done anything truly saintly, nor has she sinned in any way. A perfectly normal human. Moving on to another boy, aside from the boy shielding the Tuju girl, Azazel introduced the delinquent-looking boy. "This is Cookie Samejima. He wields the sacred gear Taowu. Another one of the 4 evils. Yo." I could practically feel Empyrean and the gatekeepers bristle at the casual way the boy greeted me, but I let it slide since I felt a bit amused by his act because I could tell that he was not a true delinquent. Especially with the faint white light of karma around him. Azazel then moved on to the only one of the group who was not a teenager. The young woman, who was probably not older than 21 or 22, with long blonde hair and sapphire blue eyes, gave me a bow with a smile. Her karmic value was also rather normal, so she did not catch much of my attention. "This is Lavinia Rennie. An accomplished witch with the Longinus class sacred gear, Absolute Demise." "A Longinus? How interesting." "Greeting, Etherean Sama." Once again, I nodded at the girl's greeting as he moved to the boy that he had skipped over previously. With black hair and gray eyes that stared at me cautiously, he looked like a typical teenage boy, except that I could see some signs of trauma, and his karmic value was a pure white, and a bit stronger than the other boy. "This is Tobio Ikuz. He is the wielder of the Longinus class sacred gear, Canis Lycaon." I caught the grin on Azazel's face as he spoke, but did not say anything as he finally motioned to the last one in the group. The kid was probably only 10 to 12 years old and had quite an arrogant look on his face. What really stood out, however, was the faint and diluted demonic energy I could feel from him. Coupled with his silver hair and light blue eyes, which are not the typical Asian features, my guess is that he is a half-breed of some sort. And finally, this is Valley. He wields the Longinus class sacred gear, Divine Dividing. One of the 2 heavenly dragons. "Ah, I see what you are doing." I just stayed silent as Azazel smirked. This guy was trying to show off and probably intimidate me by showing that he had 3 Longinus class sacred gears under his control. But I am not one to be so easily intimidated. For a split second, I had the urge to reveal my full power by donning my divine class armor and equipping my world item. But rationality won over my impulsiveness as I stopped myself from doing something like that. My items and weapons are my trump cards that I should not reveal so easily. I turned away from the group of humans, much to Azazel's disappointment, and turned to Empyrean. "Were you and the gatekeepers investigating these children over here?" "No, my lord. We were investigating Dash." "Perhaps, I should be the one to explain." "Okay. Either Azazel has a death wish, or he is trying to push my subordinates' buttons. Because I can easily tell that the angel in question is now fuming at having his words interrupted like that." With a gesture, I motioned Azazel to go ahead as we followed him. Let's see what kind of interesting event my angels got into while I was busy having an identity crisis over in the underworld. Chapter 25, Chapter. Listening to everything that happened to Tobio Ikuz, his group, and how my angels acted in the last fight against someone called Hanazoheim Jima, I did not know if I should laugh or cry. On one hand, listening to the grand speeches that my angels gave in that fight, I felt like laughing at those grand words. I don't exactly blame them for the way they behaved because, based on the limited research I was able to do in the short month and a half I have spent on this planet, most of my stuff is somehow being affected by their lore and flavored text from Yggdrasil. It is one of the reasons why I am afraid of what will happen when I use my divine class armor and world item, because I went full-on nerd when I was fleshing out their lore while designing those things with a very outrageous background etched into their flavor text. Who knows what kind of effect that lore is going to have in this world? So, it was no surprise that the angels that were summoned by the Pantheon spell would be like this. On the other hand, I can't help but feel both proud and frustrated at the same time. Proud that my angels had protected the innocent, including the kid who was attacking them at that time, by targeting the sacred gear's connection within the boy instead of the boy's body with their judgment spell. Frustrated, because they had missed the perfect opportunity to test out the limits of what a Longinus class sacred gear can do. Granted, there is no baseline that can be established when it comes to the Longinus class from what I understand, since the information I got from the Heaven system says that every Longinus gear is different and has different powers suited for different situations, and would be very hard to compare and categorize. Like comparing apples to oranges. But still, it would have given me some idea of what to expect should the need ever arise, and it will if the stuff I had seen so far is any indication, to confront a Longinus user. What's done is done, however, and I can say that I am satisfied with the outcome. Looking at Azazel, who was sitting across from me with whiskey in his hand, I asked the question that I had been thinking about after hearing about everything that had happened. So, what do you plan to do with the kids now? Are you going to pull them into the Grigori? Well, that is the plan. But first, I need to have them properly educated, not to mention that all of them are still kids except for Lavinia. So, I will be sending them to my school, specially designed for such children. I felt intrigued at that. A school for the supernatural. Very interesting. Azazel must have caught on to my interest since he smirked and started speaking again. It is called Nephilim. Like the children of rebellious angels and human women. Azazel gave a shrug. More or less. I established that school for children like those kids upstairs, who have nowhere else to go after having awakened their power and accepted my terms to join my organization. They will be given education, both mundane and supernatural, and will be trained to become a part of my fighting force. That doesn't sound all that bad. But something in me still doesn't like this idea. Do the children consent to it, or do you forcefully recruit them once their gears awaken? I give them a choice. What happens to those who refuse? Azazel once again shrugged. I leave them be and let them do whatever. That statement has a lot of unpack. I leaned forward and started speaking seriously. Then, in case the person who awakened their gear has nowhere else to go, but does not want to join Grigori, you just leave them there. Completely vulnerable to the devils and others who would want their power as their own. With no way to help them get back to their feet in any way. Azazel just nodded and leaned forward as well. Let's be clear, Etherean. I am not running a charity, and neither am I some saint. If the kid in your hypothetical scenario is unwilling to join me and my group, why should I waste my resources and manpower in helping him or her get back on their feet? What benefit does that give me? Loyalty, maybe. Or gratitude. Or some kind of moral satisfaction. Azazel chuckled and leaned back again. Spoken like a true angel. Unfortunately, I am a fallen angel, and I don't believe in all that crap. I only deal in material and tangible benefits. Can't really blame him for that kind of thought because I still don't like such a thought. But still, this has brought another issue into the light. If the sacred gear wielders are targeted like this, with their power being coveted and stolen by other races when they were meant to be for the protection of the human race, what is the point of them even existing at this point? To strengthen the very enemies of humanity that they were meant to fight against. To act as bargaining chips or something along those lines. Or maybe even liabilities for their wielders should they be deemed too dangerous. Another thing to investigate when Michael is done preparing the ritual that would allow me access into the heavenly system's core in the seventh heaven. That reminds me, I need to apologize to Michael and Gabriel, and even Strata, for my outbursts and irrational anger that I have been directing at them all this time, provided I don't lose control the moment I see them and start saying stupid shit again. Putting aside everything, the very fact that their karmic light shone with such brilliance means that they are good people. So they do not deserve what I said to them that day. Truth be told, I have been feeling like a dirty hypocrite ever since then. I mean, I chose to be friendly with Masaomi despite the fact that his girlfriend is a literal devil. Granted, her karmic light is gray, which means that she is just as neutral as a regular human, but the point still stands, simply because I liked his ideology and his determination to fight against his oppressors. But in the case of the angels who are truly good people, and even Vasco Strata, whose karmic light was even brighter than Masaomi, I acted like a little shit and a know-it-all. Just remembering that incident is making me feel like shit. Like, I'm the same kind of bastards from my old life that I knew who had double standards for everything. So, I need to find the opportunity to apologize to those three as soon as possible. And, aside from that, I need to seriously start pursuing all the knowledge that I can get my hands on in this world's supernatural scene and understand things that everyone considers common sense. And the best tool that I have for that is the system that is connected to my soul. But to access all that knowledge, I will need time. So, the best choice now is to wait for the few days that Michael needs to prepare that ritual so that I don't end up being annihilated for entering the system's core without permission, which I think is highly unlikely, given the way the system is practically begging me to go to it, but better safe than sorry. Then, once I am done with that investigation, I will go back home and lock myself away for as long as needed to study. After that, I will need to start looking at myself again to see what is up with my sudden bursts of emotions and why I am being so erratic and unreasonable. Far more than I usually am. In the meantime, I guess I know what I am going to do to pass the time. I looked at Azazel and spoke out my plan. Mind if I sit in as you teach those kids? I want to see what your school actually looks like and what you teach them. Azazel simply smirked at those words. Sure thing. I am sure my colleague will be thrilled to see you there. I guess I'll take this opportunity to relax for a little bit and observe my mental state while also seeing what this guy and his group do with the children. It was after nearly an hour that I finally left that room and headed out, flanked by my angels. Ornithiel, what do you think about Canis Lycaon's power? Impressive, but not insurmountable. In terms of level, I would say around level 70. 75 at maximum. That's a pretty low number. I was expecting more, considering that it is a Longinus class gear. Oh, right. What would you say the power of Canis Lycaon is, if it were not in its sacred gear form? Ornithiel paused and thought for a few minutes before speaking slowly. It is hard to say, my lord. But, based on the sheer breadth of darkness that I felt from that dog, and if we remove the limitations of its human wielder, I would say it is somewhere on the level of the most powerful divine class item, or maybe even a lower ranked world item. Shit. That's some seriously high evaluation. And in the worst case scenario, I will need to assume that it is a world item at the very least and proceed accordingly. I really need to start grinding my levels again. But the question is, where do I even do that? Again, I lack the necessary knowledge, so I will have to wait until I get my hands on the Heavenly Systems core. Actually, now that I think about it, is it possible that I can try and patch out all the problems and bugs in the system? I could try and use my connection with the system to try and patch out the issues. If not, I still have a lot of the shooting star rings with me, so I can use them as well. Worst case, I also have my Yggdrasil creator kit that I once bought from the shop back home, so maybe that can work as well. An interesting thought that I should try out when I get the chance. With those thoughts in mind, I walked towards the temporary room that I was given by Azazel. The next few days are going to be very interesting in more ways than one. Chapter 26, Chapter Classified Meeting Space. Underworld. In a small, hidden room that only a select few knew about, divinity of various kinds overflowed as many deities, major and minor, gathered to discuss the latest developments. Is everyone here? The calm voice of the woman with long black hair and purple eyes rang in the small gathering room, making the few gathered gods either nod or reply verbally. Yes, Lady Hell. All of us who are still relevant in these times are here. The wry voice of the men with black hair and brown eyes, wearing clothing that kept shifting between traditional Indian garb and ancient Chinese robes, made the goddess of Helheim nod at her fellow god of the afterlife. Looking around the table, the woman spotted the various gods and goddesses that shared similar domains as her gathered together. Osiris of the Egyptian pantheon. Hades of the Greek pantheon, simultaneously representing his alter ego, Pluto. The men from before, Yama, the god of death, and judge of souls from both Naraka of the Hindu pantheon, and simultaneously known as Yanglua Wang, the ruler of the Chinese underworld. Enmo of the Shinto pantheon. And even Ereshkigal of the Mesopotamian pantheon. These were just the well-known names, with many other minor divinities of similar realms and domains gathered here as well in one form or another, signifying the importance of this event. Seeing that everyone relevant had been gathered, Hel sat down and motioned towards her fellow god, Hades, who was the one who called for this meeting. The god that took the form of a skeleton stood up from his seat and waved his hand, creating an image in the air that showed what had transpired in his underworld a few days ago. As you all probably know by now. More than a week ago, many of the new souls that drifted into our various domains were forcefully snatched up by the energies of the Abrahamic heaven. The gathered gods and goddesses nodded gravely, for they too had been the victims of this sudden infringement into their domains. But the ones who lost the most were none other than Hades, Hel, Yama, and Enmo, as it was in their realms that the majority of those deceased souls took refuge after their mortal coil's demise. Originally, I thought that the angels were being foolish and were trying to overextend themselves into domains not their own. As such, I was planning on confronting them about what had happened, along with inquiring about why their system was suddenly becoming more active than ever before. Enmo, the Shinto god, the judge of the dead, leaned forward with interest. What did you find? Unfortunately, I did not have the chance to visit their heaven and ask for an explanation. Because my contacts gave me some concerning news. Hel simply leaned forward with her face in her palms, amusement clear in her eyes. And what could be more important than investigating why those little birds were stretching their hands into our domains? I mean, even their kleptomaniac of a god was not as brazen as what they did this time. Hades looked at Hel and spoke words that made the goddess sit up in alarm. The Lion of Heaven is still alive. That instantly caught the attention of every god and goddess in attendance as they immediately started to whisper with worry. In times long past, before the Great War of the Abrahamic faction, before the times when history was properly recorded, before the times when men knew the power of fire, there was a time when gods and goddesses ran rampant on the earth. Every day, new pantheons and gods sprang into existence and were just as quickly snuffed out as the various realms and factions of deities fought each other bitterly, competing to claim a territory of their own where they could establish a permanent base. It was a time of great turmoil, where divine chaos was the norm. In those times, the Olympians, fresh from the Titanomachy, fought against the Norse, who had just begun a new cycle after their Ragnarok cycle had been completed, and they were born anew. The Sumerians fought the Aztecs and Mayans. The African gods fought the Slavic pantheon, while the Shinto fought the Chinese pantheon and the Hindu pantheon, which was quite a funny sight for most, since the young gods of the Shinto were going up against the primordial deities of the two pantheons. All in all, it was a time of great chaos and disasters on Earth. But in the home realms of these various pantheons, it was even worse, as they had to contend not only with their fellow gods, but also with outer realm beings that would appear once in a while from beyond the chaotic dimensional gap, which had no guardians in those times to keep these intruders out. Eldritch beings of otherworldly powers and abilities that made no sense. Beings so alien that it was simply impossible to classify them in any way. In those times, the heavens of the Abrahamic faction kept to themselves, never revealing their presence to the mortal world, or even their fellow divine beings, unless absolutely required, while the underworld of their pantheon was a wild realm overrun with beings of absolute evil, known simply as demons. Yet, even such isolationist beings were also the victims of the attacks from beyond the dimension gap. It was in those times that the powerful angels of old earned their fame and reputation. Michael, the prince of the heavenly armies. He whose flaming sword cleaved many an eldritch monster in twain. His angelic kindness only rivaled by his unmatched prowess on the battlefield. Gabriel, the messenger of God. She whose divine eye saw through all the lies in the world and struck at the very soul of her enemies. Her scepter unstoppable, and her shield unbreakable. Uriel, the flame of God. He whose holy fire was said to burn at the very space around him, turning many a immortal monster to ash. Raphael, the divine healer. He whose healing was said to bring back even the dead. Helel, the morning star. He whose light could pierce even the chaos of the dimensional gap. Samael, he whose whispers could poison even the minds of gods. Many were the angels who earned a terrifying reputation in those times of chaos before recorded history. Yet, one group stood out among these many well-known names. They who were weak yet stood shoulder to shoulder with their stronger kin. Not because of their power, but because of their unbreakable wills and unpredictable wit. The 8 gatekeepers of the 7th heaven, the ones known as the Pride of Heaves. And their leader, the 4-winged angel that outsmarted and outmaneuvered many a powerful being from the beyond and brought them low with his unit of angels. The one known as the Lion of Heaven, for his fierce determination and unpredictable cunning. Together with his men, he was one of the most feared angels in heaven in those times. Not because of his power, but because of his unpredictability. Many a minor pantheon had celebrated once upon a time, when news had reached them that Lucifer had killed the Lion of Heaven and his pride during the Great War. But now, these divine beings felt like they were sitting on pins and needles when Hades revealed that this ancient monster had suddenly reappeared. Osiris nearly shot to his feet in trepidation at Hades' words. You must have made some kind of mistake, Hades. It is impossible for that brat and his unit to still be alive. You were the one who gave that little devil Lucifer that artifact to access the dimensional gap, remember? Hades nodded in acknowledgement at those words, but he still spoke in the same neutral tone as he always held. I remember it very well, Osiris. But there is no denying the proof that I have gained from my contacts. See for yourself. With another wave of his hand, the image shifted to show another one, captured in Kuo by one of his human spies during a recent debacle between the church and the underworld. Many a minor god and goddess felt like running away as they beheld the image, while many of the major gods and goddesses felt a headache coming on as they beheld the familiar sight. The power that he held was new, and so was his clothing. But there was no mistaking that arrogant and self-righteous expressions, combined with that familiar visage that they would never forget for one reason or another. Yama groaned into his hands as he beheld that image. Great. As if that brat was not annoying enough as a 4-winged angel with his head up his ass. Now, we have to deal with a 12-winged version of him. If Lucifer were still alive, I would have killed him myself for this blunder. Why couldn't the little bat not even kill his former kin properly without making it everyone's problem? Hel bit out those words as she glared at the image, remembering a long-forgotten memory of how this brat and his unit broke into Helheim to assert dominance over her domains. The arrogant brat got quite the beating from both her and Odin for messing with the Nordic realms, but not before he injured them in return, earning Odin's begrudging respect and her own, along with her ire. For most of the other pantheons, it was a similar tale with the Lion of Heaven. It is the reason why they all felt either annoyed or afraid to know that he had not died and had come back to the world of the living somehow. Enmo leaned back into his seat and sighed. At least that brat's unit is not with him. Those gatekeepers were damned annoying to deal with. Hades once again waved his arm, this time showing an image from Tokyo, which was taken from one of his spies in the fallen angel faction, showing the cherubim gatekeepers in their full glory as they took on Tobio Ikkyu's. Despite the different appearance, all the gods and goddesses in the room could feel the familiar holy energy from these angels, making many of them swear, while Enmo nearly fell off his chair. Oh, for the love of why are they alive as well? Lucifer, you damned failure of a devil. The simultaneous shouts from both Enmo and Osiris would have been a funny sight if not for the fact that nearly everyone in the room shared their exasperation and annoyance. Hell sighed tiredly and leaned back, staring at Hades. So, what are we going to do about this situation? Given that the arrogant brat and his unit are still alive, it does not take a genius to realize why the heavens dared to stretch their hands into our realms. That brat has always been arrogant like that towards those he considers not his own. For now, I am not going to do anything. It is not yet the time to confront those annoyances. Even if that brat descends into your realm to cause chaos again, like in the old times. The flames in Hades' eye sockets intensified as an extremely overbearing aura erupted from him. Let him try. He will learn that he is not the only one who has become more powerful during the time he was gone. He must also learn that we will no longer put up with his annoying ways now that his father is not there to protect him from the shadows. Soon, the meeting descended into chatter as they started discussing other things, but in the back of their minds, one fact would not leave their memory. The Lion of Heaven had come back from the dead along with his unit, and he appeared to be just as arrogant and unpredictable as he always was in those days. Chapter 27, Chapter. The 12-year-old boy shot towards me with great speed, his silver aura erupting around him like a volcano as he upped the ante on his attacks. But I was still faster than him even without using any spells, and moved to the side, avoiding his attack and using my training spear to try and pierce through his side. The boy anticipated my attack, just like I had predicted, and used his wings to dodge while activating the sacred gear. Divide. With a burst of strange energy, the space between me and him shrank as he delivered a powerful uppercut, filled to the brim with his silver demonic energy. But my reflexes were still faster despite suppressing myself to his level, so I easily caught that attack. Not a bad application of your gear's power. Heh. Of course it is. Who do you think I am? I just chuckled at his arrogant words and let him go. It is really hard to believe that this brat is the descendant of the original Lucifer with his attitude. To me, he looked and behaved no differently than any child of his age. But still, staring at the divine dividing, the sacred gear meant for humanity in the hands of the half-devil, I could not help but contemplate once again how broken heaven's system must be to allow such a loophole to exist in its programming. Yet, those are thoughts and things to be tested at a later date. For now, I should concentrate on the present and relax as much as possible until I properly kick things off with my research soon. The sound of clapping brought me out of my thoughts, making me look at the human children who were staring at us with awe and excitement. That is really cool. Vakuin. Yeah. You two were really great. The airhead mage, Lavinia, picked up Valley and embraced him tightly, making the half-devil flail helplessly in her grip while Sae Tuju just smiled at the interaction. As for the resident delinquent, he just snorted at the display, but the respect in his eyes was clear to see for everyone. In the past 2 months I have spent here, relaxing and concentrating on self-development, I have come to really enjoy the company of these little kids. Originally, I was planning to wait here until Michael was done setting up the ritual for the system core, but who would have thought that the ritual would take longer than expected and would be delayed until now, with no proper date set yet. However, I don't think all the time that I spent here was a waste. For one, I found out that my attempts to become stronger by using that wish on the Ouroboros had been largely a success, even more than I had ever dreamed. I first observed the chance when I started sparring with the fallen angel called Barakweel, who seemed to be strangely averse to even looking me in the eye, and another fallen angel called Ben-Amun, who seemed to have a strange form of reverence whenever I talked to her. During our spars, I observed a small increase in something within me. The same kind of energy that I associated with EXP, invigorated with that discovery, I have taken to trying anything and everything to observe the changes. And much to my delight, it would seem that every action that took significant effort on my part contributed to my EXP. A change that I definitely did not expect. But a welcome one nonetheless. With that discovery, I threw myself into training like crazy. Refining my spear arts, my magic, and even my crafting skills. However, aside from this effort to improve myself, I have also been learning to meditate and sort through my mind and its unstable emotions, trying to control the strange bursts of emotions that seem to come out of nowhere within my mind. And I am happy to say that I have learned to control these emotions to a certain extent. Not completely, but to the point that I won't suddenly blow up on others at the slightest annoyance. All in all, these 2 months have been very productive for me, and I feel really glad that I got this opportunity to enhance myself, both physically and mentally. After the girls were done smothering Valley, much to his embarrassment, we started moving towards the dorm where the children lived. Oh. That reminds me, Azazel-sama wanted to see all of us for some reason, Etherean-sama. Do you know why he called for us? At Lavinia's question, I shook my head negatively. Who knows what goes on in that guy's head? I think it will be better for you to learn about this yourself. Speaking of, how are you children settling in? Sae smiled brightly along with Lavinia as Valley and Cookie smirked. We are doing fine. Etherean-sama. Thanks for asking. That's good. I was just worried. Lavinia smiled softly at my words. I know. It was pretty obvious after you tried to sneakily ask us separately about our motivations and desires. Busted, I thought to myself with amusement. That day, when Azazel told me about how the Grigori and his institute operated, I wanted to know if these children were coerced in any way or if they had joined Azazel of their own free will. So, I took it upon myself to slowly learn their motivations, their desires, and by extension, try to see if they had joined this place willingly or if they wanted out of here. Of course, I did not want to make this obvious, so I tried to corner each of the children individually and learn about these details from them. But given Lavinia's words and the way the other children were giving me knowing looks, it was clear that I was not sneaky enough. Shaking my head to get rid of those thoughts, I continued walking forward with the children. At least, I can leave these children alone when I have to leave in the next few days, satisfied in knowing that they willingly chose Azazel's side and would be well taken care of given Azazel, Barakiel, and Benamun's strength. Soon, we arrived at the dorm that Tobio Ikiuz lived in. Cookie walked forward and shouted out. You. Ikiuz. You up yet? There was no response, making Cookie sigh. Still not up. Fine, I'll do it. Lavinia smiled as she shouted as well to let her presence be known. I came with Shark since you were being too slow to gather with the rest of us. Cookie gave Lavinia an annoyed glare for being called Shark, but let it be, knowing that she did not mean anything by it. Sae tilted her head in confusion as there was still no response, and finally moved towards the door. It's unusual for Tobio to get up late. Did something happen? Annoyed with no response even after shouting for so long, Cookie finally kicked the door open. Yo dash. Tobio dash. Suddenly, everyone fell silent as Lavinia covered Vala's eyes on instinct. What? What is it? What's going on? These things are not something you should see. Vakuin. Lavinia's words were oddly serious despite her smile, while Sae looked like a broken puppet. Cookie, on the other hand, was giving the boy and girl inside the room an appraising look. I see. So we were interrupting something, eh? Sorry about that, Managawa, Ikiuz. W8. You are misunderstanding. This is Dash. Tobio. Looking at the drama in front of me, I could not help but lament that I did not have any popcorn with me to enjoy this drama. Truly, such an entertaining bunch, these kids. Chapter 28, Chapter. Heaven. Entrance to the seventh heaven. Standing in front of the gates that would lead to the system core, the place where the heavenly system originated from and the residence of the God of the Bible, I could not help but feel a bit of trepidation despite the arduous ritual that Michael conducted on my behalf to let me through. Looking to the side, I caught Michael's nostalgic look while Gabriel happily stood close to my other side, refusing to let go of my arm, which I did not protest too much about. By this point, I am about 90% sure about my previous identity in this world. In the past 2 months that I spent in Tokyo alongside Azazel the Fallen Angel and his Institute of Degenerates, seriously, almost 70 to 80% of their population has such intense negative karma that it feels like I walked into a world of black smog the moment I activated my karmic sight, with Azazel being the worst of it all, trying to investigate anything and everything. I've come upon a few startling discoveries that have made me question my life on multiple occasions. For one, the fact that my cherubim gatekeepers remember serving with Arail as the guardians of the seventh heaven for countless eons. I learned this fact after I sat them down and had a good, long talk with them, along with Empyrean. Apparently, they remember a time when the heavens drifted through a sea of nothingness during a time that nobody remembers anymore. They remember fighting alongside me to protect the heavens with the very first angels to have ever been created, such as Helel, Lucifer, Samael, Azazel, and a handful of others, before God created more angels, which included Michael, Uriel, Raphael, Gabriel, and many other first-generation angels. They also remember fighting alongside me to the bitter end against Lucifer and his cronies before they were slain through overwhelming numbers that negated most of their strategies. Aside from these testimonies from my summoned angels, I have also been gathering a lot of evidence from those times by accessing Heaven's system and also taking many ancient tomes and documents from Azazel's institute and his personal collections. After arduous testing and information gathering, I have reached a point where I cannot deny the truth anymore, no matter how much I wanted to. I am Arail. Somehow, someway, I am that angel with about 70 to 80% certainty. This is why I am not protesting to Gabriel, Michael, and the others' close proximity in my personal space. Because, right now, I do not want to act like an ass anymore, especially towards my potential siblings now that the final bits of proof I need are within my reach. Looking towards Michael's happy expressions, I could not help but speak with a bit of doubt in my voice. Michael, you are not trying to shift your job onto me, right? I still need time to come to terms with all of this, if my hypothesis is true. The angel that once had golden wings that radiated a ton divinity, but were now wings of pure white feathers, gave me a charming and innocent smile. I do not know what you are talking about, brother. Your wings dash. It is a coincidence. But dash. A coincidence. The system dash. A coincidence. Alright. This guy. What is up with this sudden switch in his personality? How come that steady and calm angel became a mischievous one like this all of a sudden? I ignored how Gabriel giggled and tightened her hold on my arm a little bit, making me look into her tender gaze as she continued staring at her siblings and me. My instincts are telling me that something fishy is going on here, and my emotions are starting to spike again, but I know that I can't say anything right now without any proof to back up my words. So, with reluctance, I let go of the issue and walked towards the gate. All right. Guide me through the process again. Michael nodded as the other angels became a bit serious. All right, Brother Etherean. First, once you enter the seventh heaven, you will need to shield yourself with your light to avoid getting tainted by Father's remnant divinity inside. Then, you will need to walk towards the central throne that will be visible to you from the very moment you enter. Then, connected to the throne, you will feel tendrils of holy energy headed deeper inside. Follow those tendrils until you reach an orb made of divine metals and energies, protected by various wards and seals that Father personally made. That is the core of the system. Michael gave me a small cross made of a metal that I did not recognize, not even through my connection to the system. This is the key to the seals. Without it, you will not be able to access the system. Once you are done, return immediately and give that back to me. Palming the cross, I felt the same kind of tainted divinity within it that Michael held until yesterday, when he came out of the ritual. If I were to guess, I would say that he must have transferred his divinity into this key in some way, allowing him to shed his divinity temporarily. Is that why he is so happy right now? Did he truly hate the divinity he inherited after gaining control of the system? Shaking my head to get rid of those thoughts, I turned to the gates of the seventh heaven. What was that ritual for? Michael. Tell me the truth and not that stuff about making it safe for me to traverse it without getting incinerated. I spotted the way he held a guilty expression for a second before going back to normal. So, my guess was right. This guy really did do something else aside from just ensuring a safe passage. How deceptive for an angel. I did not mean to lie to you, brother. I just made a few changes here and there to facilitate things for you. Fine. Let's get to it. I dismissed his words and headed towards the gate, knowing that I would not get a straight answer from the angel. Whatever he did, I doubt he would do anything to harm me, given how much he and his siblings love Arail. Man. What a complicated situation. With another sigh, I just walked towards the gate, which swung open on its own. Let's see what this place has in store for me. Watching their brother disappear into the seventh heaven, Gabriel turned towards Michael with a slight frown and worry in her eyes. Brother Michael, was what you did really necessary? Michael sighed at his sister's words as his illusion of strength fell away, revealing how much his light energy had been lost in the past few days, thanks to the ritual he had performed. Yes. Gabriel. It was necessary. The seventh heaven is the core of the heavenly system, but it is also the place of Father's residence. So the energies within are full of pure light. Light that will corrupt anyone, even an angel, into inheriting his divinity. That is why I had to transfer the divine energy I inherited from Father's throne, along with some of my own energy, into that key to allow Brother Arail safe passage inside. But, will that be enough? Will he truly find the so-called proof that he wants to find in there? Listening to his sister's bitter words and downcast look, Michael could not help but smile sadly and rub her head. All we can do is have faith in Father, who always had a solution for everything, and hopefully stored a solution for this kind of issue within the system core, and in Brother Arail, that he would eventually regain his memories of us and overcome the trauma of that sinister torture that Lucifer subjected him to. Remembering what their Brother Arail had told them about the place he found in the underworld, and what that magic circle was designed to do after his investigations, the angels could not help but feel the kind of rage that they had not felt since Father's death, making their wings briefly start shifting to a muted gray before they regained their control on their emotions. If Lucifer were still alive, there was no doubt in the angels' minds that they would stop at nothing to make the traitor pay for his actions and for how he tortured their kin and their most beloved brother. Michael was sure that even Azazel and a lot of the older fallen angels would join them in hunting Lucifer down, since many of them still cared about their beloved Brother Arail. After all, he was the only angel, along with his gatekeepers, to still call the fallen angels his brothers and sisters even after they fell and tried to help them atone for their sins, even if it was largely a wasted effort. As the gates of seventh heaven finally sealed up completely, indicating that Arail, or Etherean as he prefers being called, had entered the realm completely, the angels could only wait with faith and hope in their hearts. Chapter 29, Chapter. The moment I entered the seventh heaven, I immediately realized why Michael wanted me to protect myself with my light energy. The sheer weight of divinity within was so overwhelming that I had to push my light energy to the maximum, pushing against the formless essence that wanted to invade my body. Thankfully, my light barrier, combined with the key that Michael gave me, allowed me to withstand this assault of energy. It took me a few minutes to adjust to the surroundings, but once I was sure that I could continue maintaining this light barrier and the key would not fail on me, I started walking towards the distant golden throne that I could see. As the former residence of a god, this place was full of his divine authority and essence, so nobody could do anything but walk in this place. Even I was the same, since the moment I tried to use my wings to fly, or use the fly spell, I felt the divine energy surge to unbearable levels and push down on me, as if the very heavens were protesting to me using such a method to move forward. On some level, all of this felt like a test. As if the remnants of God's energies were testing me or something along those lines. So, with no other faster option available, I slowly walked forward, taking in the sights around me. If the other heavens could be called a world of their own with their own specialties, then the seven heavens is an entire universe contained in a limited space. The sky was a river of stars, bright and twinkling, soothing to the soul, as galaxies visible to the eye spun slowly in the void. The ground beneath my feet was made out of clouds, just like with the other heavens, but within this structure, I felt strange rivers of energy that I had an odd pattern to them, as if they were veins, or maybe circuits. That guided energy within them, all of which were coming out of the throne. There were no walls or defined structures in this space. All I could see was an endless expanse of clouds beneath my feet and skies above my head. A truly beautiful realm. Soon, after what felt like hours of walking, I finally arrived at the golden throne, which, on closer inspection, showed that it was not gold at all. It was solidified divine energy. Incomprehensibly deep, yet hilariously weakened. That is how I would describe the divinity that was solidified into this shape. Maybe an after effect of God's death. Whatever the case may be. This throne is not the reason why I am here. Expanding my senses as I have learned to do in the past 2 months, I tried to feel the energies going into and out of the throne and concentrated on those energy tendrils that Michael was talking about. Surprisingly, I did not have to search too hard to find some more of the same conduits that I felt beneath the ground before, but these ones were not going out of the throne like before. These ones were moving inward, far into the depths of this realm. Once again, I began the tiresome job of walking, which felt very tiresome after I had gotten used to just flying everywhere, and traced the input conduits deeper into the realm. As I followed the conduits deeper, the scenery started to shift. What was once a starry sky full of stars and galaxies became clear blue skies lit up by the sun in the distance, as the clouds below my feet changed into a calm ocean upon which I was walking without causing a single ripple. I do not know how long I walked in this beautiful yet bizarre scenery, but finally I arrived at my destination. One moment, I was still walking on the ocean surface, with nothing in sight as far as my eyes could see, and then, the next moment, I was suddenly standing in front of the orb that fit Michael's description to a T. A beautiful white metal orb that gave off a soothing, holy energy, while the small cracks that I could see on its surface leaked several powerful divine and demonic energies. On its surface were several ancient inscriptions, runes, and seals that I could not make sense of. But I could still feel the powerful suppression effect that these restraints gave off. And at the very center of the orb, I saw an indent that was the perfect size for the cross that Michael gave me, which meant that this was where I needed to insert the key to gain access to the system. Taking a deep breath, I took out the key and walked towards the orb. All right. Here goes nothing. The moment I inserted the key, I felt the orb come to life as powerful energies burst out of it, but the thing that chilled my heart was what I saw as the orb unraveled completely. A being of pure energy with no face to describe, and no general appearance to identify. Yet, I could tell immediately who this was. HM. You are finally here, my dear child, Arail. I have waited a long time for you. Somehow, I could tell that he was smiling warmly at me despite his form having no recognizable features. But his words were the final nail in the coffin for me as I nearly collapsed then and there with a wry smile as I caught the implications in his words. I don't even need to pursue the knowledge within the system core anymore since these words from him were enough to quell any doubts that I had. After all, how could I refute the claims of a divine being that is the creator of all angels and claim that he is misidentifying me? So, I guess I do owe Gabriel and the others an apology. God, the Father of Heaven, simply smiled at my words. I do not know what you did to ask forgiveness from your siblings, my child. But, I am sure that they will forgive you easily, because you are their most beloved brother. The gentle smile that I could someone tell he had made me feel like I was a child once again, back in my world, when my parents were still alive. It gave me the feeling of safety that I had not felt for so many years that I had nearly forgotten about this kind of warmth. But, this is not the time nor place to break down. So, I once again controlled myself and stared at God. Or rather, his construct. God laughed suddenly, making me look at him with confusion. You always were the most clever one. What you have just deduced is indeed the right answer. I am a construct. Or rather, an image of myself, stored here in the core as a backup, just in case something ever happens to the real me. You were reading my mind. Only the surface thoughts. That's an invasion of my privacy. The construct only raised its eyebrow. Again, I don't know how I can tell since he is a formless being from what I can see. That never stopped you from trying to peer into my mind during the old days in your endless pursuit of knowledge. I felt my face go pale at those words. Oh God. What the hell happened back then? The construct gave me a confused look before it hummed in realization, while I felt sadness practically radiate from him. Ah. I see. So what I predicted came true after all. What are you talking about? He simply waved his hand towards the core, making a gateway materialize out of nowhere. Not to worry, all will be revealed soon enough. Come, let us catch up, so to speak. With no other choice, and with a heart full of questions, I followed the construct within. And was greeted with an endless void of white. The God of the Bible is OP beyond words. This guy fought Trihexa, sealed it away, and then soloed the 4 original Satans while in his weakened state and still took them to the grave with him. The same Trihexa that took literally all the top dogs from every single faction in the world, joining hands and sacrificing themselves to seal it away again with the isolation field barrier. In simple terms, he was built different. So it is no surprise that this fragment of him that he created as a construct would also share his ridiculousness. With that rant out of the way. Chapter 30, Chapter. I floated in the white void, knowing not what was going on. The last thing I remember is following the construct into the core. Once upon a time, long, long ago. The construct's words rang out in the void as the area shifted, changing from a white void into a strange realm of exotic energies that I could not even name. There existed a being of pure light and creation. A faceless being of pure light and holy energy moved in this realm of exotic energies. He moved through the space that was hard to describe, as if trying to see music or listen to color. Literally impossible to define with words alone. He who was born with power and concepts already his own, along with many of his kind, existed without purpose. Without any motivation. This being, this young god, moved without purpose in this realm of exotic energies. Until he stumbled upon a rift in the fabric of reality. Then, this being found it. A realm that separates realms. A place that goes by many names. The Norse call it the Janunga Gap, the yawning void. The Greeks call it, Chi-Omicron, chaos. The Hindus call it the Mahasunya. The absolute void. Many are its names, but the most common name it is called with is dash. The dimensional gap. I watched as the god looked behind himself, contemplating his choice, before plunging headfirst into the dimensional gap, using his vast and unfathomable power to navigate its chaos until he found another tear in reality, leading to a world overrun with wilderness and mortal life. A world where lesser divinities ran rampant, while older divinities fought each other in the heavens and the metaphysical realms. For the first time, he felt free. As if his existence was not just one among countless others, born without purpose or reason. For once, he felt emotions of his own. Joy, curiosity, wonder, thirst for knowledge, many were the emotions he felt. I watched as the being descended to the mortal realm. Earth. I watched as he moved among its flora and fauna, taking in its beauty that, despite its fragile and limited existence, especially so when compared to what he was used to in his own realm, felt far superior to the dull, monotonic, and eldritch lifeforms of his original home. So, he did what he wanted to do. He learned. I saw him move across the world. Changing his shape and form to fit every different kind of creature in existence, becoming a part of them to observe how they lived and learn from them. I saw him become one of the countless trees that stretched as far as the eye could see. I saw him turn into a microorganism, living alongside these tiny lifeforms and learning the importance of their existence. I saw him turn into the primordial ancestors of modern marine life, learning to live as they do. And in his thirst for knowledge, his pursuit of understanding this new world, he saw everything that this world had to offer, as eras started to pass. Time moved as if I was watching a movie set in fast forward. Watching the young god mature as time went by, his inexperience was tempered with wisdom and knowledge that he started to accumulate. Then came the first anomaly. I watched as the young god was immersed in studying the metaphysical realms connected to this world, when suddenly, the sky above him tore open, throwing out a horrific entity that reeked of evil energies. The moment it touched the land, all life started to die as the shapeless mass of concepts screeched in an unholy voice. A screech that reverberated across all realms through the fabric of space and time. As the one supposed to guard the dimensional gap, the serpent of infinity, had left its home, and the dragon of dreams had yet to occupy said space, it was fairly common for strange and exotic entities from other realms to manifest on Earth, similar to how this young god had arrived on Earth. Entities that were most of the time dealt with rather easily by the native divinities. Yet, this was the first time that a being that was comparable to divinities, even if only to the lower ranks, had appeared on Earth. The formless mass of concepts was the antithesis of all life on Earth. Not because it was inherently evil, but because its very existence rejected the very concept of life. A result of its original home, perhaps. The young god watched as the being's very existence ate away at the very concept of life, and for the first time, he felt a new emotion. Anger. His energy, so utterly alien to this realm, both in its intensity and its purity, erupted from him like a volcano, catching the attention of the formless entity who moved on instinct, trying to get away from the holy light that would burn all that is wicked. Yet, its effort would be futile, as the young god merely waved his hand, and the being was annihilated on a conceptual level. Unfortunately, this action also gained him unwanted attention as various native deities sensed his energy signature, realizing that a new player had joined the game. With a sigh, the young god vanished, reappearing in one of the many empty bubbles of space connected to this realm, one of the countless others that were constantly being born and torn apart as the dimensional gap churned without a god stabilizing its existence. For a time, this young god stayed away from the mortal world, simply observing it and learning from it as usual, only ever descending when an unusually powerful entity from the beyond came through. But, one day, something else caught his eye. I saw as the young god came out of his bubble of space that he had claimed as his own realm, sensing the emergence of another being from beyond the dimensional gap. But what he found was not some eldritch creature from beyond. It was a soul. A single, human soul. An impossibility in this time period, where the most complex life forms were plant life and tiny creatures at the bottom of the oceans. It was a soul. A lonely existence that was caught between two tiers in reality that the young god could not trace or identify. Realms that were tearing the soul apart at the seams. If it were not for the unnatural energies beyond his grasp that were mixed into this soul, he had no doubt that it would have long since been torn apart long ago. Now knowing that this soul was not some kind of threat to life on Earth, the young god made a choice. One that would change everything from here on out. I saw the young god gently envelop the lonely, but strangely powerful, human soul with his light and move it away from the two rifts where it was caught in between, making the rifts vanish the moment the soul was moved. Cradling the soul in a way similar to how a parent would cradle a newborn, the young god moved back to his realm. The young god had saved that strange soul. But now, he had a problem on his hands. He did not know what to do with it. But being the young god he was, he did not think long before he chose one of the many options available to him. I watched as the young god poured his energy into a point in space in front of him, creating a mix of life force and many other energies that I could not name, which materialized as an orb of energy. Into this mix of energies, he inserted the soul, prompting an immediate reaction as the orb changed shape, taking on a humanoid shape. Being a deity of creation, he was no stranger to creating matter from energy, but this would be the first time he would create a living being that would not have a soul of its own, but a vacant body, a blank slate, that the soul could adapt and change to fit itself into. Unfortunately, just like with any other prototype, the young god's first creation was only a partial success. I felt my heart skip a beat as a strange emotion filled my mind. The humanoid form of pure energy solidified, becoming flesh and blood. Long blonde hair fell behind him as his eyes remained shut. Yet, I knew that behind those eyelids were cobalt blue orbs. His four wings spread behind him and hung lifelessly. The angel that I had seen in the memories of Gabriel and in the magic circle that I read the history of with my spell in the underworld. The angel known as Arael. The young god's creation had not accounted for the alien nature of the soul, nor did it account for his inherent power. So the body was incomplete, making it so that the soul could only harness a fraction of the soul's true powers. Worse yet, the soul had been left hanging between the two rifts for too long, damaging it to such an extent that it would probably not remember its true identity or power. Not to mention that it would probably remain in slumber for who knows how long. The young god radiated disappointment and pity as he looked at the limp body floating in his bubble of space, but soon cheered up and waved his hand, changing the space around him to a comfortable landscape of rolling hills and verdant life, leaving the body to gently fall to the soft grass and slumber for as many eons as it takes. For a time, things were peaceful. The young god would continue his study and slowly increase his understanding of the world. Gradually falling in love with what the earth and what it represented. He fell in love with the very concept of life. In the meantime, he would also check up on his very first creation. His very first son, so to speak. Taking note of how the soul was gradually recovering. Yet, as with all things, his peaceful time came to an end. Once again, another rift opened up in the dimensional gap from which a strange creature made it into Earth's dimension. Its power caught the attention of the nearest divinities, which happened to be the Olympians known as Zeus. The ruler of the Greek pantheon had been engaging a monstrous beast with twin serpentine tails that were its lower body, and a 100-headed upper body, with each serpentine maw spewing unholy flames that could harm even the gods. The Typhon. The child of two primordials, Gaia and Tartarus. The moment this strange creature emerged from the dimensional gap, the young god had also caught its energy signature and had arrived swiftly, only to find that it had been devoured by the serpent that was battling Zeus, greatly boosting its power. But it was still no match for the king of gods, whose battle the young nameless god observed from afar. But the moment this serpent was killed, 5 more rifts appeared from the dimensional gap and spewed forth powerful entities. In the end, the king of Olympus had no choice but to accept the young god's help to defeat these creatures. After that incident, the two chose to go their separate ways without another word. The day was saved as the king of gods slew the beast born to defeat him and his kin. And then accepted the help of the young god to defeat the other entities. Yet, this incident made the young god realize something. There would be times when he would not be able to track down every beast that would emerge from the beyond. Especially if they came out in huge numbers. While he could split his essence and try to be everywhere at once, it would not be optimal as his power would be drastically reduced in such a situation. So, he took inspiration from the other pantheons across the world. He chose to give birth to sons and daughters that would fight alongside him to protect this beautiful world from the eldritch. And the template he chose for this new generation of his children was none other than his first child. Always not a good enough word to describe what I am feeling right now as I saw the beauty of creation that was taking place in front of me. I saw the young god use the template of my body as the blueprint to create the first angels. Hellel, Samuel, and Michael were the first to come into existence, already filled with knowledge already implanted in their minds. Then came Uriel, Gabriel, and Raphael. And then came the rest of the first-generation angels. One after another, I watched the young god, the very God of the Bible, create life out of his own energy, his very essence, and based on my body template. And then came the last miracle that brought the greatest of joy and the deepest of sorrow to the young god. The moment the first angels were born, it was as if something within their very existence resonated with Uriel's body. Because the soul had been dormant for countless years awakened. Yet, the damage done was not fully healed, and what God feared had really happened. The soul had forgotten its identity. Lost and confused, his first creation, his first son, was scared and questioned his own existence. So, being who he was, the young god took him in without any hesitation. Thus was born Uriel. Officially, one of the first children of God. Yet secretly, his very first son. I could not speak nor comprehend what I was seeing, as time went by. I saw Uriel's life in the bubble of space that God reshaped into what is now the heavens. I saw his interactions with Michael, Gabriel, Hellel, Samuel, and many other angels. I saw his battles against the extra-dimensional entities. I saw him unconsciously use one of my own powers, the Pantheon spell, to summon the gatekeepers, who looked completely different compared to how they look now with their power diminished by nearly 95%. I saw his behavior, instincts, thirst for knowledge, and love for life. Each and every action was a perfect match for my own true personality. One that I buried deep within me long, long ago, and replaced it with a calculating and logical personality to survive on my earth. I saw him and his siblings standing by God's side as the heavens first discovered the realm that would be known as the underworld. I saw the resulting clash between heaven's armies and the natives of the underworld, the original monsters that called it home, the demons of old. I saw how a cosmic fluke tied the destinies of the heavens and the underworld together, making them a part of the same faction on a conceptual level. I saw everything. Until the time finally came for the end. The fall of Lucifer, the imprisonment of Samuel, Azazel and the rest of the rebellious angels fall. The birth of Gregory. I saw the Great War. The devastating battles, the cruelty that spanned thousands of years. And finally, I saw the end of Uriel, exactly how the magic circle in the underworld showed me. Soon, the images faded, and the white void came back with the construct of God. Now, you know everything, my child. My first son. My Uriel. If I were on solid ground, I would have long since collapsed after witnessing what I did. But I cannot afford to do anything like that. At least, not now. So, with great difficulty, I gathered my wit and asked the one thing that still did not make sense. If this is the origin of Uriel, of me, then why are my memories of that time gone? I felt a palm on my head. Its gentle warmth reminded me of my parents back on my earth, as his soft voice resounded in my mind. As you have already seen. Your memories were lost because of the damage done to your soul when I found you. Later on, when I made my way into the underworld to find you and the other angels that were imprisoned by my rebellious son. It was already too late. I remember the last images that I saw. God had been furious when he learned of how Lucifer and the other Satans had captured his children and were torturing them for information. So much so that he personally went to the underworld to retrieve them, even abandoning his eternal vigil over the heavens and the underworld to keep the other pantheons from interfering in their affairs. But, by then, it was already too late. Most of the captured angels had fallen, either from their own hatred and rage or after they were tortured in various ways by the devils. As for Uriel, he was already being tortured by the magic circle. It tore God's heart apart to leave his first child in that place, because he had no way to save him. The circle was specifically desynced in such a way that if it was so much as touched by anyone that was not its creation, it would immediately shunt Uriel into the deepest reaches of the dimensional gap, ring into the path of Great Red who had taken up residence in the dimensional gap and was now serving as the anchor of that realm, stopping entities from other realms from slipping into Earth's dimensions. And knowing Great Red, he would have instantly devoured Uriel the moment he appeared in the dimensional gap. So, all God could do was try and dull the pain felt by his son and leave the underworld, vowing to find a solution to his predicament as soon as possible. An oath that would never come, unfortunately, as the beast of apocalypse would soon appear in the world from beyond the dimensional gap, forcing God to seal it away and then subsequently perish alongside the four Satans. It is also unfortunate that God never told anyone else about Arail's predicament, since he did not want to make his other children sad by learning about their brother's torture. The construct sighed as he read my thoughts again. Based on what you saw from that magic circle, and based on what I know, I think that the strain of using your sheer willpower to hold on in the chaos of the dimensional gap consumed all of your memories until that point, converting it to pure light and holy energy which your soul instinctively used to heal itself completely and recreate its original body. I gave him a surprised look at that bombshell of information. Such a technique exists. He chuckled at my words. It does. I created that spell myself. But never taught any of your siblings about it. Then he gave me an exasperated glare. Of course, that never stopped you, so you tried to reverse engineer that spell based on what you saw while I was working on it. He sighed with melancholy and sadness. You always were a genius like that. Learning spells and abilities as if they were second nature. Not to mention your endless thirst for knowledge and unstoppable curiosity, which put you in many a dangerous position. Can you tell me more? About what kind of person I was? The construct waved his hand, making 2 chairs and a table materialize beside us. Of course, my dear child. Chapter 31, Chapter 7th Heaven. Within the core of what is known as the heavenly system, an angel that recently regained his true identity conversed with the construct created from a fragment of God's own energy and soul. Going through all the functions and programming of the system, the angel could not help but complain to the construct. You know, you really should have included some kind of learning module in this system. Look at all this mess caused by its inability to adapt. Haha. True. I could have done that rather easily. But the problem is that I can't have the system become a truly independent and learning entity. The very possibility of it going rogue after becoming self-aware or turning on the very people it is supposed to help is something that nobody can afford. Makes sense. But still, since you are here as a construct, couldn't you have made it so that you can modify it from within the core itself and manage its function instead of relying on Michael to operate it? The construct gazed warmly at his first child. Arail. This place exists at a metaphysical level and cannot maintain a connection to the physical realm without an interface. The energy it draws from the dimensional gap to function is something that cannot be used directly either. With a physical being acting as an anchor and filter for the energy by using my remnant divinity, the system converts the raw energy of the dimensional gap into light and holy energy, which it then uses to function. It also uses the physical being as a way to manifest in the real world and exert its influence. Arail, or Etherean as he prefers now, even if the construct refused to use that name for his first son, stared at a hint of sadness and pity. An expression that the construct held as well. Doesn't that mean that Michael would be in constant struggle to not let the energy overwhelm him completely and rewrite his existence? Removing his identity completely? Yes. He would. Unfortunately, until you returned, there was no other alternative. Just so you know, I am not going to leave this system as is. I will be making a lot of changes and adjusting things according to my own moral compass. The construct simply smiled as he slowly started to fade under the satin gaze of Etherean. I know, my son. And, truth be told, I think my ideals might be a bit outdated in this day and age. So, it is up to you to decide how to protect the mortal races from the supernatural. The construct smiled. Besides, you are perhaps the only one in the heavens who has a strong enough soul to rule over the system instead of struggling to hold it together. Good luck, my son. Thank you for saving me from the dimensional gap. And giving me a place within your realm. Once again, the construct simply placed his hand on Etherean's head. Your origin may have been different from the others, but you are still one of my sons. So, there is no need to thank me, Arail. May you finally find happiness, now that you have been healed completely. And lead the rest of your kin to a brighter future. With that, the construct that God created long ago for the sole purpose of meeting his first son once again, knowing that he would one day break out of his prison one way or another, finally faded into oblivion, his divinity finally spent after 1,000 years of sustaining itself on scraps of holy energy. Etherean took a deep breath, suppressing the complex emotions rising within his heart, and turned back to the system core, knowing that there was nothing he could do to save that remnant soul, simply because God had refused his offer to use his spells to try and save his soul fragment. Maybe even resurrect him if possible. According to God, his time had long since passed, and the only regrets he ever had could be easily handled by Etherean now that he had returned, so he had no reason to be brought back to life. Not to mention that his main soul had already faded into oblivion long ago. What Etherean did not know was that even if he did try to use resurrection on God's soul fragment, it would not work. For starters, God's soul fragment was already on a level of its own. So powerful that Etherean could not even see the depths of its power. So how strong would his full soul be? That is why Aetherian would not be able to resurrect him, simply because he was ridiculously strong from the current Aetherian spell to work. Aetherian channeled his power and plunged his consciousness into the core of the system, starting to enact the changes that he had discussed with God's construct, starting from fixing the many bugs it was experiencing across the world. The first issue was energy. Because of the fact that Michael was never created to handle such a huge burden of acting both as the filter for energy from the dimensional gap and to act as the system's conduit in the real world, he had become a bottleneck for the system, unknowingly reducing its efficiency to absurdly low levels. This was because Michael's soul, which was born from God's own power, was too perfect, too unnatural, for the system to use. So, Aetherian severed the connection between the system and Michael before connecting it to his own soul. His naturally powerful soul, combined with the chaos that comes with a naturally born soul, was exactly what the system required to properly filter the chaos of the dimensional gap by comparing it with his own soul's chaotic energies and then filtering them out, producing light and holy energy. Feeling his own light and holy energy bolstered to an absurd degree by the system the moment he connected with it, as well as how the system seemed to have gone into overdrive with the fresh supply of a large quantity of energy, Aetherian felt like chuckling, imagining the faces of the other supernatural races across the world. Now, to fix the other major bugs of this world. A mischievous and excited expression appeared on the otherworldly angel's face as he took out a shooting star ring and a red orb with fire held within it, a caloric stone. Seventh Heaven Entrance. At the entrance of the seventh heaven, the four archangels stood with worried expressions as they stared towards the shut gates of the seventh heaven. Michael had felt his connection with the system snap all of a sudden a few minutes ago, making the angels worried about what was going on inside. Gabriel once again started to pace near the gates, an action that Uriel replicated as the two became restless with worry. Michael kept a calm gaze, yet internally, he was panicking as he tried to imagine what was going on. On one hand, he felt worried about the system. He wanted to know what was going on inside that made the system's connection vanish from within his soul and what implications it would have for his race as a whole. On the other hand, and more importantly for him, he was worried about Aetherian. Worried for his safety, and could not help but panic the moment any thought crossed his mind where he would lose his brother again just after getting him back. Suddenly, the heavenly system, which had already been working at full power for a few months now, suddenly went into overdrive as pure light and holy energy practically flooded the seven heavens before descending into the mortal world, this time without needing Michael as the anchor for the energy's manifestation. All around the world, the many supernatural races whose energy could be considered evil, corruptive, or demonic instantly felt the effects as the system instantly started to suppress them and their power. In Kuo, Cleria Belial hunched over as her power dropped from high class straight to low class as the system restrained her power, worthless, completely. In Kyoto, any yokai that was outside their hidden realm nearly fell to the ground as most of their power was directly suppressed to the lowest levels possible. The vampires of Romania from both factions who were caught outside the barriers of their home territories were instantly incinerated by the surge in holy energy. Across the entire world, similar incidents took place as beings of darker origins were forced into hiding almost immediately as the heavenly system attacked them insistently. Yet, this was not the end of things. Strange things started to happen across the world as the system started to update on the global level, causing absolute pandemonium across the supernatural communities across the world, as many strange and insane theories started to appear in the minds of many leaders. But one thing was for certain. Things would no longer be the same. And more importantly, the heavens were finally back in action with a force that was never seen before, not even during the time of the Heavenly Father. Will this change be good or bad for the world? That remains to be seen. Chapter 32, Chapter. Azazel stared blankly at the report in front of him as his subordinate stood to the side. So. Let me get this straight. You are saying that Tobio Aku's balance breaker is gone. Barakiel nodded seriously as he passed a few more files to his leader. Yes. And not only him. Every sacred gear wielder within the Grigori who was on the verge of achieving balance breaker, or even evolving their sacred gears, has been reset back to their default powers and appearances. Azazel continued staring blankly at the documents, his vacant eyes reading what was written on them, but his brain failed to comprehend what they actually meant. This was such a major blow to his faction's power base that his brain simply refused to compute this fact. Nearly a day ago, he, along with the rest of the world, had felt the sudden surge in activity within Heaven's system, even more so than how active it had been in the past few months. Azazel's many spies and agents informed him of the turmoil this had caused across the world, something that made him concentrate on this news more than ever, since this disability could lead to conflict. Something that he desperately wished to avoid. However, just as he was nearly done making a plan to handle this issue on his side, this new development emerged along with the heavenly system's activity increasing yet again, leaving him at a loss. What else? Ben-Amun passed another document to her leader, making Azazel start glaring at the documents as if they had personally wounded him, which they might as well have done. A few seconds after all the sacred gears were reset, the wielders say that they saw this screen appear in front of their eyes with the same message. Those who misuse the weapons meant to protect mankind, heed this warning. The sacred gears belong to humanity, and humanity alone. Any attempts made to replicate them by other beings or trying to subvert the users to their side, through reincarnation, species change, mind control, etc., will lead to the sacred gears being disabled completely within that particular human. Any attempts made to eliminate a sacred gear user will be flagged as an attack on the heavenly system and will mark the attacker's soul with heaven's seal. This means that no matter where the attacker hides, the system will always track them, and anyone affiliated with the heavens will be obliged to kill them on sight. The heavens have allowed all of you to harvest humanity as cattle long enough. It is time for things to change. To those factions who think they are strong enough to fight against the heavens, know this: I, Etherian, formerly known as Arail, will never let you have a single day of peace as long as I live if you dare to go against this decree. And to those humans who willingly join other races out of your own reasons, this message is for you. By forsaking your kin for your own ambitions, you have proven yourself unworthy of the power given to you at birth. As such, your sacred gears will be reset to their base levels and abilities, in case of the Longinus-class gears, or disabled completely, in case of lesser sacred gears. Azazel's eyebrows continued to climb as he continued reading this message that could only have come from the system core, until he finally saw Etherian's name. Motherfucker. You played me. You made me tell you how things work for sacred gears so that you could patch out all of this. Azazel's roar shook Ben-Amun and Barakil, while Kokabil had a barely contained bloodthirsty smile. However, he soon collapsed on his chair with a wry laugh. Well played, brother. Well played. I guess even without your memory, you are still just as cunning and scheming as always. Taking out a bottle of whiskey, the leader of the fallen angels started drinking as he looked at Ben-Amun. What do our spies say? Well, the situation is not ideal across the supernatural world, but it is not that bad either. The biggest issue is with the underworld. The devils are taking this very badly. Azazel snorted at those words. Of course they would. What's happening? Many pure-blooded devils tried to either release their servants that are no longer of use to them or outright tried to kill them. That made Azazel sit up a little. What's the casualty rate? That's the thing. There are no casualties. What? The rare dumbfounded look on Azazel's face made Barakil chuckle as he gave another document to Azazel. It would seem that Heaven's warning was not some empty threat. The moment the devils tried to kill the sacred gear users, holy energy erupted from their sacred gears, channeled into them directly from Heaven's system, which, weirdly enough, did not harm the users despite their nature as devils. As for the pure bloods, they got some serious injuries from the gears that acted on their own, which might have been a warning from the heavens. Hold on. Are you saying the Heaven's system is now strong enough to make direct moves like this even in the underworld? Yes. Damn it. Arail. You are screwing up everything and pushing everyone back to the edge of war. Azazel fell to his chair with exasperation and worry. Barakil hesitated for a bit before he spoke again. That is not the end of it either, Azazel. What can be worse than this? The reincarnated devils who were expelled by their masters, marking them as stray devils, or those that were attacked by their masters, also saw a new message pop up in front of them. Opening the image made by his agents based on the descriptions given, Azazel's eyes once again widened dramatically. You who gave up your humanity for your ambitions, do you now see the futility of trusting those who only see you as a potential asset? If you do, then we offer you a new chance at life. But beware, this is a choice only given once. If you wish to repent, if you wish to once again live as you were supposed to live in the first place, then we give you this choice. Do you wish to become a human again? Y/N. This time, Azazel nearly blew up the building with the swirl of emotions brewing within his mind as he read those words. This is impossible. The evil pieces change the being on a fundamental level. It is impossible to change them back to their original forms. I know it better than anyone since I conducted decades worth of experiments on this topic. And yet, it is already done. What? Barakil gave him a file full of names and photos that showed various humans across the world who had escaped the underworld and gone into hiding in the human world. The interesting fact is that the underworld could not label them as stray devils, and hence could not do anything about them. Because they were no longer devils. From what we gathered, it seems that the heavenly system first kills the devil's body with holy energy, reducing it to atoms, before somehow recreating the human body for the soul. The few humans our agents managed to contact and talk to said that the process was completely painless. And that is not all. By this point, Azazel had become numb to the shock after shock he was receiving this day. His only solace was imagining how the devils, particularly the nobility, must be feeling at this point, since they too would have extensive information networks and would have access to the same information as he did for now. The humans say that ever since becoming human, they could now see a few icons at the corner of their eyes and could call upon a special screen whenever they desire. Even our agents outside say that the newly awakened sacred gear wielders in the past few hours also see the same screen. He gave Azazel another sketch that was made based on the description provided to them. It would seem that the so-called screen has only two values shown in it. Karma and experience. Like a game. Azazel's whisper made Barakil nod. That is what we theorize for now, since we don't know anything about what these values represent yet. But based on the names, we can make a few educated guesses. Azazel leaned back into his seat with a heavy, exhausted sigh. God, this is such a mess. Azazel did not know that the same sentiment was being shared by the rulers of the devils at this exact moment, as they too received similar reports. As for the perpetrator behind this sudden change, he was still holed up within the system core, still tweaking with the settings of the heavenly system to his heart's content, causing further chaos in the world. Chapter 33, Character Sheet. With that out of the way, here is the character sheet. Name, Etherean. Titles. The Dawnbringer. The One-Man Raid. Heaven's Hand, Event Title. Race, Seraph, 40 levels. Progression - Lesser Angel, 1 to 5 levels, - Angel, 10 levels, - Archangel, 20 levels, - Dominion, 30 levels, - Seraph, 40 levels. Job Classes. Battle Cleric, 30 levels. Armored Mage, 30 levels. Special Job Classes, gained through Special World Event, of Forge and Mischief. Alchemist, 10 levels. Holy Smithing, Unique Class 10 levels. Special Event, of Forge and Mischief. The god of Mishal, Loki, has made a secret wager with the dwarves to create peerless treasures, yet he intends to go back on his word now that the dwarves have succeeded in their endeavors. He has tricked one of the most powerful angels, Empyrean Prime, the hand of the creator, into stealing the 3 items forged by the dwarves. Event Quest. Retrieve the 3 items hidden across the 9 realms and guarded by 3 powerful entities. Verfulnir the Eagle. Ratatoskr the Squirrel. NHGGR the Serpent. Maximus Party Size Allowed, 5 players defeat Empyrean Prime and show him the trickery that has ensnared him. Maximum players allowed, 1 player, return the 3 items to the dwarves, rewards. Total levels restriction moved from 100 to 120. Warning, level limit will be reset to 100 if the player changes his race or tries to re-level his character. Title, Heaven's Hand, plus 50% to all crafting professions efficiency and minus 50% material requirement, unique crafting class, Holy Smithing, plus 40% bonus to all holy type item crafting, minus 40% material requirement for all holy type item crafting. Minus 40% penalty to all demonic type item crafting, plus 40% material requirement for all demonic type item crafting. Event Winner, Etherean. Chapter 34, Chapter. Vasco Strata stood in front of the massive crowd of exorcists, priests, nuns, and other members of the church. His neutral gaze made the hundreds of humans in the massive space shift nervously. Especially the sacred gear wielders who knew exactly what was going on, thanks to the information they gained from the heavenly system's messages, as well as the information given to them by Strata himself. With most of the relevant people gathered in the place, Strata raised his hand, making the muttering and chatter stop and focus solely on him. As you all probably know by now. Some time ago, some of our former members indulged in forbidden arts and cruel experiments to enhance the powers of our exorcists. As punishment, they have been expelled from the church. And, by the decree of Lord Michael, there will no longer be any hidden political games in the church, and neither is anyone permitted to do any kind of similar experiments in the future. The simple and straightforward words made many of the former associates of such people who had a hand in the Holy Sword Project, the Sigurd Institute, and many other such shady projects flinch. But nobody could deny the truth. How could they? When they had the proof of that incident walking among them. The miracle of resurrection, which had brought back those 24 children, and the angel in question, who had himself come back from the dead. But, this information is not why I have gathered all of you high-ranked members of the church here, while the lower-ranked ones would be handled by my most trusted subordinates. The word handled immediately made many of the scheming old men and women feel a chill in their hearts, especially after remembering the sheer fury Strata had shown that day after returning from the Holy Sword Project's headquarters. That was a day of bloodshed where he directly annihilated many of the higher-ups who were involved with that project and the Sigurd Institute. Strata took out a pair of glasses and put them on as he stared down passively at the crowd. As you might know, there has been a significant change in how the heavenly system works from now on. And today, I have been ordered by Lord Michael to tell you about the new rule that is to be applied to the church from now on. He then motioned towards one of his most trusted men despite his young age. The teenager in question, Dilio Gesualdo, walked onto the stage at his mentor's signal. As a wielder of the sacred gear, Zenith Tempest, I believe he will be better at describing it to you. One of the braver members of the group, a nun from one of the lesser-known churches outside the city but one who still held some political sway, raised her hand, making Strata nod, giving her permission to speak. Forgive me, Cardinal Strata, but what exactly are you trying to explain to us? The karma system. Dulio's words made many of the gathered crowd give him an intrigued look, making the teenager sigh a little before speaking in a confident tone, just like he was taught by his mentor. After the heavenly system was updated, we, the sacred gear wielders, have gained a screen that only we can see. On this screen, we have two things that are the most important for us. One of them is karma. Strata moved forward and helped his pupil explain. Karma is literally the heavenly system's judgment of your actions according to heaven's standards for sins and achievements. For the sacred gear users, it is represented in a numerical value. Dulio nodded and spoke after Strata. Neutral karma, the point where a person has the perfect balance between good and bad deeds, is 0. Positive increments in the value show good deeds. If you sin, the numbers go into negative. For sacred gear wielders, you might already know the value of these karma points, and the other value that we have. The few people with their sacred gears awakened nodded at Dulio's words since they had received this information on their screens along with the warnings. Essentially, the new heavenly system made it so that all the sacred gears around the worlds would now be reset to their base abilities and powers, with the only way to unlock their higher powers and evolution through experience and karma. Experience was easy enough to accumulate, as it was basically their training represented in a numerical way. But karma is the thing that truly made life difficult for many sacred gear users around the world. According to the message, their sacred gears will only evolve and unlock new skills with every 50 points increment in their karma value, with balance breaker only being possible once they reach 400 points of karma. The moment their karma drops, they will lose those skills and abilities once again until they regain said karma points. As for those whose karma value was in the negatives, their sacred gears would be sealed completely. Looking at the confused faces of those who did not have sacred gears, Strata stepped forward and spoke. Long story short, the reason why we are bringing up the karma system is that, by the decree of the heavens, nobody whose karma value is in the negatives is allowed into the church from now on. He then tapped the glasses he wore. And to detect the karma values, Lord Etherian gave me these glasses, designed specifically to represent your karmic values in a visual way for me to interpret. Those words immediately triggered a lot of protests among those who knew that their hands were dirty and worry among those who were unsure of their own judgment. There were also fanatics whose hands were far bloodier than any devil, yet they still believed that their actions were done with good intentions, not knowing that, in Vasco's eyes, they shone with a malevolent black light, indicating extremely negative value in their karma. As the noise of protests and shouts started to spread across the crowd, Vasco let go of his control on his holy power, which flooded the room and made nearly all of them kneel then and there under the sheer weight of his power. His neutral gaze quickly silenced any and all protests. This matter is not something that is up for debate. And, seeing what I am seeing now, I can now understand why Lord Etherian was so upset back then with my defense of this church. As Vasco Strata stared at the gathered crowd, he felt saddened to see that it was exactly like Lord Etherian had told him all those months ago. A sea of darkness, with a few shining stars illuminating the void. Aside from this contrast, there were also a lot of neutral grays mixed in, but Vasco still felt his heart drop as he saw the veritable sea of negative karma, representing just how deep the corruption went. A sight that Dulio could also see thanks to the screen that every sacred gear wielder now had. On that day, thousands of supposedly holy men and women were excommunicated from the church. Catholic, Orthodox, and Protestant, the denomination did not matter as thousands of people with darkness in their hearts were removed from their positions of power. Surprisingly, the numbers were much lower in the lower ranks, especially the rank-and-file exorcists, where only a mere 20% of people were excommunicated, showing exactly where the root of the corruption was. With the remaining members now made up of truly good people, and those who had the potential to become good, Vasco Strata reorganized the church completely, with him acting as the leader under the orders of the angels from heaven. As for those who were excommunicated, they already had their memories removed by the cherubim gatekeepers who arrived to help Vasco Strata with the situation. It was only after the gatekeepers had removed every single memory related to the church's inner workings, their secrets, and anything that could bring harm to the church or the heavens, while also having their holy power and magical energy taken away by the system by branding them with heaven's seal, that these excommunicated people were allowed to leave. Temporarily, this was a blow to the church's power, but in the long term, this could only be a net positive. And so, the church that had long become corrupted from within had been cleansed completely and thoroughly. Chapter 35, Chapter The Seven Heavens. A place that was once the home of the God of the Bible. A place that once acted as the vanguard that protected the world from the eldritch and acted as the bastion that stood between the mortals and the supernatural, guarding them against those that would seek to exploit them. The first heaven, the front lines, and the first line of defense. The location where the majority of the low-ranking angels reside. The second heaven, a realm filled with clear black skies where many angels observe the stars and use them in many rituals. It is also the place where the angels that were involved in the Tower of Babel incident, where they attacked the humans who built the said tower, were imprisoned, as they had done so without God's permission. The only reason they were not expelled from heaven was that their crimes were too much to be given such a light punishment. The third heaven, the afterlife of the mortal souls, and the place that first comes to mind when a human thinks about heaven. The home of the famed Tree of Life. The fourth heaven, the Garden of Eden. Home to the Tree of Wisdom. The fifth heaven, the former home of the majority of the original fallen angels. A place filled with research institutes and healing centers for the angels. The sixth heaven, the home of the four archangels and, secretly, the place where the archangels mourn those who have passed, including their father. The seventh heaven, the home of God and the core of the heavenly system. Together, the seven heavens stood tall for countless eons that it has existed. Yet, after the fall of the Heavenly Father, things changed. The first heaven was no longer filled with legions of angels, standing tall and proud, guarding their homes with light in hand and faith in heart. In modern times, it was but the empty pearly gates that had only a handful of angels guarding them, with loss in their hearts and fear in their minds. The second heaven was no longer the bustling area full of ambitious and curious angels that sought to further their crafts or rituals. It was now but an abandoned area that only served as the prison for those sinners of old who had been long forgotten. The third heaven largely remained the same, thanks to its automation through the heavenly system, yet many an unworthy soul had made it into this paradise thanks to the malfunctioning system. The fourth heaven, the Garden of Eden, the testament to God's skill in creation, left completely unattended and growing wild, with no one there to control the growth of life held within it. The fifth heaven, filled with even more infirmaries and research institutes where many an angel worked tirelessly to try and find a way to fix their dwindling numbers. The sixth heaven, a place that once bustled with activity as many an angel came to meet with their beloved archangels, now lay silent as hardly anyone could muster the courage to witness the saddened and despairing visages of their beloved kin. The seventh heaven, the home of God, permanently left abandoned after its rightful owner perished, with only Michael occasionally visiting it, if only to check on the system core. It was a truly sad sight for those who remembered the ancient times of glory. A time that nobody expected to see ever again. Yet, fate is truly fickle, and for once, it was not working against the angels. This sad visage was no longer around, as everything had changed in the past few days. Everything was being changed back to how things once were, as many a brother or sister who were known to have been lost walked among them once again. The radiant holy power of the system that had not shown its brilliance for 1,000 years now was regained, and even exceeded, as things changed every minute. The pearly gates were once again manned by thousands of low-ranked angels, their ranks reformed with the fallen kin who had been resurrected by their eldest brother, who had returned from the dead himself. Thousands upon thousands of angels moved through the seven heavens, carrying out their tasks, many of them once again assuming the roles that they had long since forgotten. Scores of lesser angels descended from the heavens, invisible to most, and took to guarding those significant humans who were chosen by the heavenly system. The guardian angels, those that were supposed to watch over humans but had forgotten this duty thanks to the death of their father, had returned to their duty and now once again lived by the side of their chosen charges, invisible to everyone but those connected to the heavenly system. Groups of angels, each one from a different heaven and background, spread across the globe, personally setting up residences within every single church in the world, no matter how rural it might be. The power of the angels assigned to the churches depended on how dangerous the area was. 3 angels to a church, with 2 angels from the lower ranks, ranging from 2-winged to 4-winged, and 1 angel from the middle ranks. This would be the configuration of the teams, and each team would be equipped with a special item that Etherian helped them design that would allow them to mobilize the heavenly system in cases of emergency. Within the fifth heaven, an entirely new building was created. Within the building were dozens of angels specially tasked to watch over the part of the heavenly system responsible for the sacred gear. Their task is to monitor the state of every single sacred gear in the world, keep an eye on the karma value of their wielder, and identify any attempts made by anyone to circumvent the heavenly system. In the mortal world, in the city of Vatican that was now more united than ever, a new council made of angels was being set up where the operation of the church would be directly overseen by this council, making sure that the corruption that had occurred previously would not happen again, which was not possible due to the karma system, but Etherian was paranoid like that, so he installed this council anyways. There were also 2 new institutes being set up in the Vatican City, where the exorcist would be taught a new kind of magic called tier magic system, along with martial arts training, making sure that the human forces of the church would be ready to deal with any threat that might arise in the future. To make sure that this magic would not fall into the hands of those who were not supposed to know about it, the angels would use a special kind of haze backed by the heavenly system to lock away this knowledge within the humans' very souls and make it impossible to teach or transmit this knowledge to others. After 1,000 years, the heavenly faction was once again back to its peak and was now prepared to carry out the mission it was supposed to do for all these years. Yet, not everything was sunshine and rainbows. Many of the factions across the world did not like these actions made by the angels and started to try and use diplomatic pressure, and sometimes, physical actions, to try and put them back into their weakened state. Unfortunately, those factions would once again know the terror of the angel known as Arail and the power of his gatekeepers. Worse yet, unlike in the times of old, where he was a weakling who had the power of a 10-winged angel despite only having 4 wings, just like his gatekeepers, who used to have only 2 wings and had the power of 6-winged angels, he was now a proper seraph with power even beyond that. And so, the history of the world changed, as the threads of fate were completely severed by the actions of a single angel. Chapter 36, Chapter. Alright, let's see here. I watched the coding of the system core, continuously updating and refining it to work exactly what I wanted it to, which was much harder than it would seem. As a metaphysical system that worked by siphoning energy from the dimensional gap, refining it through a physical being's soul, and then turning it into holy energy and light through the power of faith, it is a masterpiece of magic that defies comprehension. Truthfully, I doubt I would have figured it all out by myself unless I was given at least a century to study it day and night, and even then, I probably would not be able to do whatever I want with it like I am able to do right now. Thankfully, the construct of God had imparted all the relevant knowledge to me before fading. Apparently, he had been waiting all this time for any of his children to try and access the core of the system and try to fix the problems it was experiencing, so he was long since prepared to hand over the full knowledge and access of the system when any of the higher-ranked angels walked into this place. Unfortunately, Michael only ever approached the exterior of the core, never daring to access it fully because of some kind of circumstance that he did not want to speak about. Anyways, with the knowledge that I now had, it was child's play to modify the system settings, as well as upgrading it further with the items from Yggdrasil that I had with me. Like modifying its energy source to draw power not only from the dimensional gap, but also from the caloric stone that I had. Something that I got through sheer accident when I piled up all of my prismatic ores in one place and they spontaneously turned into a caloric stone back in the game. In the game, the caloric stones allowed the user to either directly request high rank or rare materials from the developers or use them as is in crafting items. However, in this world, the former function is no longer available. I tried to see if I could use it like I did with Ouroboros and see if it would grant my wishes like that world item, or even my shooting star rings, but nothing happened. So, I decided to use it to augment the heavenly system. After augmenting the system and giving it a significant and permanent boost, I got to work and started fixing all the bugs in the system. First, the reincarnation system used by the devils. That had to go. Or, at least, stop being used to convert sacred gear wielders into devils. To that end, I modified the system and incorporated the concepts of karma and experience from Yggdrasil into the sacred gear system after resetting them all to their base level just to be safe. The next step was to patch out the balance breakers and other such unstable mutations in the sacred gears. Those types of uncontrolled boosts and upgrades are disasters waiting to happen, so they must be locked away until the wielder is ready to handle that power, which would also give the sacred gears the time needed to evolve properly and adapt to the gradual increase in power. Then there was the issue of sacred gear wielders being targeted by the other races and being killed to keep humanity weak and easy prey. To solve that, I incorporated the retaliation system that protects the sacred gear wielders whose karma is at 0 or higher. As for those whose karma is in the negatives, they would not receive such a benefit from the system. This kind of karmic system will also now serve as the framework for the church's recruitment and function. I know that this is not a perfect way to assess people because they can make mistakes, but learn from them and become better. Unfortunately, given the way that the heavens are right now, I cannot afford that kind of leniency. At least right now. I will patch that out in the future according to the teachings that the rest of the angels know about forgiveness and tolerance, depending on if said person deserved it in the first place, but for now, karma points will determine the fate of those who wish to gain protection through the heavenly system. With the human side of things taken care of, I moved on to dealing with the issues with the angels. I won't lie, ever since I learned the truth of my connection to heaven and the history that I had in this world before regaining my memories of old and losing my memories from this life, I have been having a hard time facing my brothers and sisters. Every time I see the bright eyes and smiling faces of Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, Raphael, and everyone else, I cannot help but feel ashamed for how I behaved with them ever since waking up. I finally understand how hard it must have been for them to be rejected by the very brother that they looked up to for their entire life, only to find him a stranger after he returned from the dead. Thankfully, it would seem that they did not take my actions to heart, because they easily forgave me after I apologized to them for my words and actions. And yet, I cannot help but feel awful on the inside. After that heart-to-heart I had with the angels and explained to them my circumstances, excluding the part about my human past, since I don't think that life is relevant anymore, which was followed by a rather embarrassing, yet heartwarming group hug, I got to work on fixing the issues that God never got around to doing in the first place. First thing I fixed was the issue where an angel would fall if there was an increase of negative feelings in them past a certain threshold, or when they were forced to fall through dishonorable actions on their enemy's part. After all, it is not the fault of an angel if he or she loses their purity after their enemy forces themselves upon them. A tactic that the devils were quite fond of using, either through force or through seduction, which made my disgust for them rise to new levels, which I thought impossible after I learned what happened in the prisons beneath Lucifad, or by breaking their minds and faith through various methods. Even the act of reproducing was an act of great difficulty for the angels under the messy work of the system. The very fact that any angel or half-angel that was born this way in the past was named a miracle child is proof enough of how hard it was to have children this way. So that was another issue I fixed up as well. Then came the biggest task that I undertook to this day. Resurrecting all the angels whose soul fragments were still stored in the mausoleum in the sixth heaven. It was not easy. I had to expend 3 wishes, consuming one of my shooting star rings completely, to restore the soul fragments to full souls so that I could use my resurrection magic. Thankfully, the resurrection itself was not that hard, thanks to the heavenly system enduring the brunt of the energy requirement to power my spell. And then, after the resurrection, I did not even get the chance to breathe properly before I had to go back to work and help Michael reorganize everything. Helping the reborn angels to resume their duties, helping Gabriel choose people to work under her in the newly established diplomatic corps, helping Uriel gather all the talented soldiers and fighters of our forces to form proper armies, and helping Raphael find accomplished healers to help him with manning the infirmaries in the fifth heaven. It was a really hectic week for me, where it was work after work for me, which made me envy Michael even more since he had become much more carefree ever since I returned from the seventh heaven. The perpetual hunch on his shoulders was gone, and so was the taint of twisted divinity in his wings. His fragile smile that hid the pain beneath was also gone, and he now smiled without any worries. It was as if some kind of huge burden had been lifted from him, and he finally gained freedom, which might not be too far from the truth. He is probably the only angel right now who is free of any duties. Maybe I should push the responsibility of managing the church on him. Shaking my head to get rid of those thoughts, I concentrated back on the task at hand. It really has been a busy few days, but I cannot say that I hate it. In my old life, I always yearned for a connection. A family of my own. A home that brought warmth to my heart. The warmth of loving someone, and having someone love me, in a familial way, or even in a romantic way. But I also knew that this kind of connection would be fragile and could very easily hurt my heart beyond repair. That having such hope in a world like mine was asking to get hurt. That is why I was so resistant to the idea that I am a Rael when the angels first approached me. I was afraid. Afraid that if I went along with their arguments, and if I were to believe the frankly obvious proof they gave me, the slight possibility that they could be wrong would take away this small desire of mine, which would shatter my heart beyond repair. I was afraid that this small hope that had undeniably bloomed in my heart when I heard them call me brother would once again be cruelly taken from me by the world. That is why I was resistant to the very end. Because I did not want to be hurt. But now, all those worries and fears have been tossed aside. Now, I have already accepted my identity as a Rael. It is just a shame that I don't remember anything from that time. But what God's construct said still made sense. So what if I don't have the memories that I once shared with them? It just means that I can make new ones to replace those that were lost. I watched through the system's connection as Michael lazed about in his home, happily reading some kind of book. Gabriel laughed happily in the Garden of Eden with many of the newly resurrected angels about something. Uriel trained with many of the gatekeepers of the first heaven, while my cherubim gatekeepers introduced Empyrean as my subordinate to the other angels. And Raphael was busy in the infirmary, looking over the data of the resurrected angels to see if there was anything wrong with them. The situation with Empyrean was a bit complicated. Unlike my cherubim gatekeepers that I summoned in a weakened form while I was a Rael, I think I was far too damaged to summon the Seraph Empyrean at that time, so he was the only odd one out among all of my summons who was unknown to my new kin. Thankfully, it would seem that the very fact that he is my subordinate is enough for the others to accept him into their ranks, which seems to have pleased Empyrean to a certain extent, given his body language. Shaking my head, I turned back to the system to look down at the mortal world. Maybe I really should call on Michael to take charge of the angelic council down on earth. In the sixth heaven, where the 4 archangels, now known as 5 archangels, have their homes, Michael, the Prince of Heavens, the general of its armies, was lazily lying on his bed, reading a manga about humans killing gods and gaining their authorities through some kind of convoluted plot reason. His understanding of how gods worked and how foolish it would be for a human to challenge a god gave him an amusing point of view while reading the manga. However, suddenly, he felt a chill go down his spine, which made him sit up as his mind went alert. His instincts honed over 1,000 years of assuming leadership, warning him of incoming work directed towards him. Unfortunately for him, before he could teleport out of the sixth heaven, a single line from his eldest brother rang out in his mind, pushing him to the depths of despair. "Looks like you have a lot of free time, Michael. Come to the core, I have work for you." Michael despaired the moment he heard the word work and took to protesting then and there. "Brother. You cannot force work onto me like this. I just got my freedom back. None of that. You can relax in the mortal world. No. You won't catch me alive. I will send Gabriel after you. Hacks. I call hacks. You are being influenced by human literature. No more reading or watching human fiction for the next few months." The former leader of heaven continued bickering as he dragged himself towards the seventh heaven. However, internally, he felt glad to have this kind of familiar conversation and bickering with his brother, whom he once thought dead. With that emotion kept to himself, Michael proceeded to the seventh heaven. Chapter 37, Chapter. Tobio accused supported his friend, Lavinia, as she nearly collapsed after what their adversary revealed just now. "You, what did you say?" The witch known as Augusta of the Purple Flame, the second-generation witch of the East from the organization, the Wizards of Oz, grinned madly as she and her apprentice, Walburga, were being tied up by a couple of fallen angels after they were rather easily defeated, showing how much she depended on her Longinus and ended up becoming barely a threat once its power was taken from her by the heavenly system. Why? Did you not hear me? All right. I'll say it again. The reason why I knew so much about all of your friends, especially Canis Lycaon and the power within that girl, SAE, is because of your master, Glenda, who gave me all that information willingly. Watching Lavinia, the disciple of Glenda, mentally collapse, the mad old woman felt glee for at least getting back at the girl who had cornered her and enabled them to capture her and her apprentice. After the heavenly system was changed, its many functions now resembled a game, so it was no surprise that such game-like terms were now very familiar to the sacred gear users. One of the terms that the wielders had grown most accustomed to, however, was PvP and PvE. PvP was the system's designation given to a scenario where a sacred gear wielder is attacked by their own kind, and both sides had positive karma. In such a chase, the heavenly system would not interfere much, aside from erecting a barrier around them to protect others from being caught in their fights. PvE, on the other hand, is a designation used by the system when a sacred gear wielder is attacked by non-humans or humans that have negative karma. This is the time when the system shows its new powers and abilities to the full. The moment Augusta's soul tried to take over Lavinia's body, and the system designated her as non-human because of her karma value, the old witch's fate was already sealed. A barrier of pure light enveloped Lavinia's soul, protecting her from harm, as the holy energy of the heavens flooded the woman's body, flushing out Augusta's soul from within her on a conceptual level. The moment Augusta's soul was ejected from Lavinia's body, the barrier of light turned outwards from the girl's soul and enveloped Augusta's soul instead, directly capturing her in an instant. As a soul, the woman did not have a way to scream or beg for mercy. But even if she did have the ability to do so, the cold logic of the system would show her no mercy. Under the terrified eyes of Walburga and the fallen angels, the bubble of light that confined Augusta's soul collapsed on itself, annihilating the old woman's soul completely, condemning her to oblivion. As for the human children, they were far too worried about their friend to care about what had happened, except for Barakil, who shook like a leaf in terror at what he had witnessed. This heavenly system is far more ruthless and efficient than what it was under Father's control. Just what did Brother Arail do to it? Wow. I heard that the Wizards of Oz were the most extreme of people, but I did not expect them to be this extreme. I guess my paranoia was justified after all. Everyone practically jumped as the familiar voice rang out near them. As one, they turned to see the familiar visage of the newest, technically oldest, Archangel of Heaven, who was in his human disguise. His gentle smile did nothing to reassure the student of Augusta, Walburga, who started to struggle really hard in her restraints as the human children's eyes lit up with surprise and joy. As for the fallen angels, they could only stare at him with awe. Vale grinned and spoke out with a haughty tone. What are you doing here? Old man. Here for another fight with the great me. Etherian raised a finger in anger, wishing to correct the half-devil for calling him an old man, but fell silent when he realized that the boy had a point. With a shake of his head, Etherian stared at Vale. Are you sure you can even land a hit on me now that your sacred gear is sealed away? Vale continued grinning as his silver aura flared around his body. I don't care if the heavenly system took away Albion from me because of my heritage. I will still be the strongest being in this world. Even if it means doubling no, tripling my current training. Etherian simply shook his head in amusement and placed his hand on Vale's head, making the boy protest. All right. Enough of that bravado. For now, I've got work to do. Excuse me, but who are you? Etherian turned towards the only teenager in the group who was still on guard even after he appeared. The girl had long blonde hair tied into a braid and heterochromic eyes, one eye blue and the other black. Given the black eye color and her mixed features, it was clear that she was half Japanese and half Western, probably European, given the hair color and eye color. Nice to meet you, young lady. I am Etherian, and I am currently representing Heaven while taking care of a certain issue. Speaking of Etherian waved his hand in the air, making an orb of purple fire materialize from thin air. The Longinus-class sacred gear, Incinerate Anthem. Taking the orb, Etherian stored it away in his own inventory, making Barakil give him a strange look. Brother Etherian, did you just ? I did. Barakil. I was told that Incinerate Anthem is the only sacred gear that can be passed around willy-nilly by its wielder, so I came down personally to retrieve it. I could not allow such a powerful weapon to fall into the wrong hands. Etherian smirked. Not like it could be misused, give the updates I have made to the system. Wait. You are the one who reset all our sacred gears and limited their abilities. Natsam's shout made Etherian's smirk widen. Yup. Given how the sacred gears were being misused, I decided that something needed to change. Change? You caused a riot across the supernatural community is what you did. Can someone please explain what you all are talking about? I have no context for any of the words being spoken here. It was only when the girl with heterochromic eyes spoke again that Barakil and Etherian realized that they had been ignoring the girl. Etherian smiled at the girl apologetically. Sorry about that. Mississippi. Can you tell me your name? Shigyun Nanadaru. Barakil patted the girl's shoulder reassuringly. You will have all the answers you want after we get back to Nephilim. You can even ask your friends about everything. But, for now, we need to get going. Satanil has already escaped, but we still captured the Abyss team and even the apprentice of Augusta, so we need to interrogate them for information. Barakil turned towards Etherian, who was grinning with a familiar mischievous expression that made Barakil sigh in exasperation and nostalgia, knowing that when his brother had this kind of expression, someone was going to suffer for the sake of his entertainment. Will you come with us back to our base? Brother. I will admit, some of our people are looking forward to seeing you again, not to mention that Azazel would want to talk with you again. Etherian shrugged his shoulders. Why not? I have time until the guys in the fifth heaven track down what I want, so might as well catch up with you and the others. Speaking of Dash. Etherian turned towards the children. Specifically, he stared at Tobio, Sae, and Natsum. So, did you three manage to figure things out and become a couple? Or is it called a throuple? What? Hey. Don't go filling Tobio's head with strange ideas. What do you mean, strange ideas? Do you think I am that kind of a guy? Natsum crossed her arms over her chest defensively. You are a guy. Enough said. What? Sae. Help me out. Tobio turned towards his childhood friend, who was smiling at him. Yet, he felt a chill go down his spine as he observed that this smile did not reach her eyes. Tobio. Harems are forbidden in this era. You know that, right? The trio of children continued bickering, with the other children, including Lavinia, who slowly recovered from her mental collapse, starting to add fuel to the fire, making for a very entertaining scene. A scene that Etherian enjoyed thoroughly, as he did not forget to bring popcorn this time around. Once again, Barakil could not help but sigh, realizing that his prediction had come true sooner than he expected and at the expense of a different target, given that it was always Azazel, Hele, or Samel who fell victim to Arael's pranks most of the time in the old days. Soon, the group headed back to Nephilim Institute with Etherian in tow. Meanwhile, the angels in the fifth heaven worked tirelessly to track down the remaining 4 artifacts that Etherian wished to remove from the sacred gear system altogether because of their significance as well as the danger they posed. Chapter 38, Chapter. Azazel glared at me as I sat calmly in front of him, sipping on the tea that Ben Amun gave me. I really wish Ben Amun had gone through the idea of putting laxatives in that tea. I raised an eyebrow at those seething words. Really now? That is an interesting idea. Unfortunately for you, she seems far more receptive to helping me than you, isn't that right? My dear. Ben Amun instantly bowed low at my words with reverence clear in her eyes. Of course. Brother Ari, I mean, Etherian. Do you want me to put the laxatives into Azazel-sama's whiskey next time? I just smirked at her answer as Azazel gave her a dumbfounded look. Shaking his head in disappointment, Azazel finally put away his act and got serious. Anyways, I just want to ask you one question, Etherian. You really did change the heavenly system, right? Not Michael, not someone else, or even, Father. The fear and hope in Azazel's eyes made me put down the tea with a sigh. I knew exactly what he was hoping for, but at the same time was worried about. While God's construct gave me all of his memories, which included my time as a rail that he remembered, and showed that the relationship he had was truly that of a father and son, I can still say without a doubt that he was truly ruthless and dangerous for those whom he did not consider his own or under his protection. The best examples would be how the heavens perceived God during the time he was alive, and how the other Pathians knew him. To the angels and even the humans, he was a benevolent God who would do anything to protect and help them. Even to the devils, he was their enemy, but was still someone who would show them mercy should they retreat from battle. But to the other pantheons, he was a menace that they could do nothing about due to his sheer power. The best example for this was the sacred gears themselves, which were created from many different beings, treasures, and powers stolen from various other pantheons across the world for the sake of humanity. Aside from this, the fact that God's powers and abilities were far superior to any other being on this planet, a result of his arrival from a different dimension, also rubbed many of the other pantheons the wrong way, except for truly old pantheons who could not care less about him and his actions. So, it was no exaggeration to say that Azazel, despite the hope that his father might come back, was still dreading the possibility that God was alive. Because if he were alive, then another war would be inevitable, something that he desperately wished to avoid. Leaning back into the chair, with my head on my fist, I replied to his question. Yes, Azazel. I changed the system. After you told me so much about how the system was working and how humans with sacred gears were being treated, I decided that things needed to change. Azazel sighed in relief before leaning back into his chair. Well, I guess I can take that as a silver lining in this whole mess. What mess? He glared at me at my question as I grinned, knowing that this must be grating on his nerves quite a bit. Seriously? Do you need to ask at this point? Yup. I want to hear it from your mouth. God, your trolling nature has not dulled one bit even after all this time. I continued grinning at his words, making him sigh again. Fine. I am talking about the mess that you created by changing the heavenly system completely. Everyone who was in the process of recruiting Sacred Gear users, or those who already had Sacred Gear users in their factions, is now freaking out after these gears were either completely reset or were sealed away completely. Especially the devils who are going through a significant crisis down there at the moment. Good. That means that my plan worked. Ever since I learned about the evil pieces and how they worked, it cannot be denied that I hated how they were being misused. Supposedly, they were originally supposed to help the devils repopulate through the willing conversion of people from other races into their own, which is something that I doubt was the original reason, since it is the devils we are talking about. However, nowadays, this system is being used to exploit other races, mainly humans, and take away those who were supposed to protect humanity with their sacred gears. Instead, they are being used in the raiding games of the devils, which is more or less some kind of gladiatorial event that shows off the power of the kings of the peerages in question. And this is not even considering how many of the humans that were converted into devils did not even consent to this conversion, given how more than half of the sacred gear wielders from the underworld fled the realm the moment they got the chance through the heavenly system and chose to go back to being human when it was presented to them. The evil pieces are one of the major reasons why I have remade the heavenly system into being so hostile towards anything that is not human, even more so than it already was under God's old protocols. From now on, those who wish to remain human will no longer be tempted by empty promises or threats. Because there will be no incentive for the devils to turn those humans into devils in the first place, with the karma system safeguarding the sacred gears. Azazel must have caught my interest in the subject as he leaned down and took out a bottle of whiskey, only to glance at Ben Amun pensively before putting it away with a sigh. Ever since that system update, many a peerage in the underworld has fallen apart with a lot of humans fleeing to the mortal world, one way or another. The devils, specifically, the nobility, wanted to declare them stray devils on the spot. However, when they discovered that the heavenly system returned them back into being humans, they had no ground to stand on, so they were left fuming in the underworld. The last I heard, Ajuka Beelzebub was looking into his evil peace system and trying to understand how the heavenly system was undoing his work. Let him try. Are you not worried that he will understand what the system is doing? I grinned at Azazel's question. On the contrary, based on his track record, I have no doubt that he will figure it out soon enough. However, so what if he understands the process by which my system turns reincarnated devils into humans? What is he going to do about it? Make his evil pieces stronger or enhance the spell work on them to circumvent the system? It won't be possible since my system is the very antithesis of anything that even has a hint of demonic power, even on a conceptual level. Which means that even if he used a human magic system instead of his formula to recreate the evil pieces, it won't work since there will still be a hint of his power in the spell work, which would make them fall apart the moment my system comes into contact with it. Azazel gave me an intrigued look as I felt my grin turn savage while I revealed my full power just for a moment. Galgan energy erupted from my body as my 12 wings, which were pure white until now, turned solid gold, under the enhancements I received from the system. And, even if Beelzebub decided to try his hand at a direct confrontation, I have confidence that I can defeat him at best, or stall him at worst. And it really is the truth. The hype around the so-called super devils was so much that even someone as ignorant as I had heard about it, so I did what any sane person would do and researched extensively on the topic, learning about what they can and cannot do. From what I found out, these devils are exceedingly powerful beings capable of destroying entire continents, or in the worst case, maybe even a whole planet, should they need to, which is quite the achievement since I am not sure even my strongest AoE spell, Meteor Fall, can do that kind of damage. Mainly because I did not have the chance to test it out yet. However, I am not truly concerned about this kind of power. Because under the system's constant flow of power into my soul, my EXP has been rising steadily with every action I take. Even just moving about is increasing my EXP, even if it is only a few points at a time. So, I have no doubt that I will become stronger than those so-called super devils given enough time. And, even if I did not have the time and the devils decided to attack us, they would still be at a severe disadvantage thanks to the heavenly system suppressing their power by at least 2 ranks, maybe even more, depending on how pure the bloodline of the devil in question is, which amplifies their susceptibility to holy energy. Azazel shook his head at my words before leaning back into his chair again. I doubt you are here to just boast about your power and the changes you made to the system. So, spill. What are you doing here? I gave him a dramatic, confused look. I thought you wanted to see me. Isn't that why you asked for me? The flat look Azazel gave me was far too funny, so I ended up laughing a lot. But, soon enough, I calmed down and spoke about why I was here in the first place. Alright, enough jokes. I'll speak plainly. I am here to inform you not to interfere in any kind of disturbance that might take place in the next few days. Why? I did not reply to his question and shook my head. You don't need to know, Azazel. It is something that concerns me and the other angels. Not something that you should need to know about. And what if I end up interfering in whatever you are doing, accidentally? Then, you will face me and my unit in battle. He instantly fell silent at my words and only nodded in confirmation. It's not that I wish to antagonize him. It's just that I cannot trust him. I am under no illusion that Azazel is my friend. He will work with me to an extent, mainly because he still cares about who I used to be, just like with many other fallen, including Ben Amun, who practically worships the ground that I walk on, but I also know that if they have to choose between the Grigori and I, they will not hesitate to turn against me. Because this is their home. A place they carved out for themselves after they were banished from the heavens by God and his system. It is especially true for the fallen angels who fell after God died. Those who were unjustly expelled from heaven for things that were out of their control because the faulty system could not differentiate between the intent behind the sins they committed. Besides, even if they did choose to betray the Grigori for me, I would still not be able to trust them, mainly because of the karma that they have. Many of the fallen angels have deep black karmic aura around them, showing that they had committed many sins in their lives, especially Azazel, whose aura looked like a bottomless abyss, while other fallen angels had various shades of gray aura, like Ben Amun and Barakil, showing that their sins were only slightly more than their good deeds, which was not good, but not bad either. This is the reason why I cannot trust the fallen angels, no matter what they think of me. It is also the reason why I did not tell Azazel about my real plan and why I was in the human world this time. To bring back 4 particularly dangerous sacred gears to the heavens. Relics that should never have left heaven's vault but were foolishly incorporated into the sacred gear system by the extremely trusting God. And now that one of the 4 relics is already in my hands, it is time to search for the other 3. But, before that, I need some time to relax. And what better way to relax than to troll a few children through their love lives? Chapter 39, Chapter. Sitting in my room in the Nephilim Institute, I read through the documents that Masaomi sent through from the Vatican to my laptop while I still had him on call. How sure are you about the authenticity of this information? Very sure, my lord. I was personally invited by this so-called Cows Brigade because of my relationship with Cleria. HM. This is troubling news, Masaomi. If what they told you is even remotely true, then I will need to speed up my plans even further. Masaomi's determined voice came through the speaker. We are ready, my lord. Haha. Don't worry. For now, you and the others won't be deployed since things are still within acceptable parameters with sufficient time left to strengthen everyone. That being said, how are you holding up? I can tell without even looking at his face that he must be grinning from ear to ear right now. How can he not when he can literally see his experience, which shows how his efforts in training are increasing his power, along with how much holy energy he is slowly accumulating as he trains? I am doing very good, my lord. In fact, Cleria says that I am already twice as strong as I was a few months ago. Although this newly enhanced holy energy is causing a bit of a problem in my personal life. At his downcast voice, I could not help but wince in sympathy. I guess he can't go to bed with his lover with his rapidly strengthening holy energy unless he wants to incinerate her. Just hold out for a month or 2. The next patch for the system will help resolve these problems. Thank you, my lord. Masa and I. Come play with us. Hey. Let him work. Can't you see he is busy? But dash. When the call was disconnected from the other side, probably by one of the children from the church, I could not help but laugh a little. I guess it was a good decision to have Masaomi and a few other younger exorcists help look after the 24 children that I brought back from the dead from the Holy Sword Project. The way they quickly took to calling him brother and followed him around like ducklings, while the few teenagers looked up to him, shows the validity of my judgment. That being said, I really do need to start working seriously on finding the other 3 holy relics to bring the next patch in the heavenly system. The first set of changes has been really good for the human race as a whole, given how supernatural activity in the human world has dropped by nearly half in the past month, along with people suddenly going missing and being erased from existence after being reincarnated by the devils, falling to an all-time low. However, given that the sacred gears have all been reset to their base forms and skills, a necessary step to remove any random mutations and to take away unstable power-ups, like the balance breakers that could be harmful to the user, I need to start finding ways to protect humanity in the short term. To that end, I have a plan. To introduce a similar system to the entirety of humanity, just like the one that the sacred gear users have. The problem, however, is that it will be quite the shock to humanity if a screen appears in front of their faces out of nowhere. So, I will need to plan out how I want to roll out those changes. To that end, I want to borrow from human fiction, specifically, the Korean style of fiction, and introduce minor disasters in the form of gates, which will be created by the heavenly system and release monsters into the human world. However, I know that there will be mass casualties when the gates open, so I will have to introduce the system screens to the humans beforehand to reduce such a possibility. Maybe I will give the systems to the humans a few months in advance, before the first gates open, and give them the warning for what is to come. The plan is still rough around the edges and needs to be refined further. I will need to find a way to make sure that there are no casualties whatsoever from this plan, not to mention the political, economic, and territorial issues that will inevitably arise from enacting such drastic changes. I even need to find ways to extend this plan's reach into the territories of other pantheons somehow, so that will be a shit show that I am not looking forward to. Again, this is just a rough plan that needs a lot of work before it is put into practice, so there is still a long time before I think of implementing this plan into action. The biggest problems here are the source of the monsters and how I will strengthen humanity through the heavenly system. To generate the monsters, which I will base on both real, supernatural creatures, as well as monsters from Yggdrasil, I will need absurd amounts of energy, even more than the practically limitless energy that the heavenly system now has access to, if I want to generate them from scratch. Thankfully, there is an alternative. The Longinus-class Sacred Gear, Annihilation Maker. A sacred gear that was born from the bugged system of the past, which created this weapon from God's concept of creation, which it siphoned from his construct that lived in the core. It is a weapon of such power that, if the user's imagination and knowledge are vast and powerful enough, it can even create monsters on the same level as the heavenly dragons of old. Thankfully, I managed to bring back the sacred gear before it awakened within its current host, a toddler from an orphanage in London. Thanks to my mastery over the heavenly system, it was a completely painless process to take away the sacred gear without causing any harm to the boy. With the Annihilation Maker as the base, a part of the problem in my plan is resolved. But the other problem still remains. Holy energy. My plan calls for absurd levels of energy on the part of the heavenly system, since it would need that energy to infuse the monsters generated within the gates with said holy energy, which the hunters would gain in the form of EXP, strengthening them on a fundamental level, not to mention the materials that will be generated in the gates for humanity to harvest and use for themselves. Gates open in the human world. Monsters are generated in the gates by the system. Humans will defeat the monsters. Dead monsters will dissipate into holy energy, which will enter the humans who kill them. Hunters will become stronger with each kill while also increasing their lifespan, and the cycle will repeat again. Between this cycle, I will also incorporate the karma system to make sure that greed does not end up being the undoing of humanity in these times. But how that will work is something that I have yet to consider. Maybe it is better to call this a bare bones plan instead of a rough plan. Anyways, the biggest problem for this plan is holy energy requirement, since the system cannot output the kind of power needed to support the number of monsters that will be born in the gates while also supporting me and the other angels, as well as suppressing the other supernaturals on earth. To that end, I am collecting the 4 holy relics that God left behind in the sacred gear system while also looking into other sacred gears that can assist me in solving the problems I am facing. I am hoping that with the 4 holy relics having residues of God's power in them, I can upgrade the system once again and make it possible to implement my plan, alongside another one of my plans, which I promised Masaomi and Cleria. The option for any other race in the world to switch into being a human, including the half-humans across the world. Truthfully, given how eager Cleria had been for this update in the system, I like to think that there will be many people in the world who would want to change into being humans from their current race. But those plans are for the future. Right now, I still need to track down the other 3 relics while also dealing with this newly revealed organization called Chaos Brigade. Shaking my head to get rid of those thoughts, I continued working on my laptop, looking through the details of the organization while also looking at buying out available lands in the major cities of the world. After all, I have not forgotten the promise I made to myself all those months ago. A promise to protect this world and make sure that it does not walk on the same path as my old one. To that end, I will need to change things both on the supernatural and mundane levels. And what better way is there to achieve the mundane aspect of it than establishing my own company and then dominating the human world with it? Chapter 40, Chapter Wallachia, Eastern Europe. A 10-year-old boy with pink eyes and platinum blonde hair ran under the night sky while dragging a girl who was nearly 6 years older than him, who had short blonde hair and blood-red eyes. Gee Gasper, Jay, just leave me behind. I am slowing you down dash. No. Those people will lock you away again. Valerie. Gasper Vladi, the damper son of Lord Vladi of the Teeps faction, ran with all his might as he dragged his childhood friend, Valerie Teeps, daughter of King Teeps of the Teeps faction of vampires, with him across the land, intending to get away from their abusive home. As long as Gasper could remember, he had always been shunned and belittled at every turn because of his half-human heritage. His pure-blooded siblings hated him, his father was indifferent towards him, and his mother died after giving birth to him, which the servants and others in the Teeps faction claim was also because of him. His only ray of light in this dark life was his childhood friend, Valerie, who was similarly isolated and hated because of her nature as a vampire like Gasper, not to mention the fact that the Teeps faction's tradition of being a male-dominated clan made things even more difficult for her due to the absurd talents and power she was born with, which even surpassed King Teeps's pure-blood children. That is why, after suffering so long under the Teeps family, Gasper finally found the chance to run away from this place along with his friend, hoping to find a better life for themselves. Originally, Valerie was only going to help Gasper escape since the two could not find a way to sneak her away from the family as well, since her monitoring and security were far stricter than a damper like Gasper, who nobody cared about. However, something happened in the past few months that threw both factions of the vampires into chaos. Gasper and Valerie did not know the details of what happened, only that, somehow, many of the high-ranked members of both factions who were out in the world, accumulating wealth, power, and human followers for the factions had spontaneously died out of nowhere. This resulted in the factions spreading their manpower across their territories and trying to find out what was going on outside. This also meant that they did not have the time to focus on Valerie as much as they did in the past. Taking this chance, Gasper finally managed to drag his friend away from the abusive place they called home for their short lives so far. Unfortunately for the children, fate is a fickle thing. As Gasper and Valerie finally crossed the formless barriers that covered the vast territories of the Teeps faction, a group of vampires emerged from the shadows of the trees, as if they were waiting for the two children. Gasper and Valerie nearly collapsed as they saw the face of the leader of the group. Tryphas. Tryphas Manther of the Manther House, part of the Teeps faction, sneered at the two Dampiers. Well, well. Would you look at that? Looks like the information I got after I tortured your servants was right, Valerie. To think that you two would betray the clan like this. I wonder what King Teeps will do to your little friend after this. Valerie glared at Tryphas as she pulled Gasper behind her, shielding him with her body. What do you want? Seriously? You are asking me that at this point. Manther grinned with malice at the younger girl. There is nothing you two can offer me that could surpass whatever reward King Teeps will give me for getting rid of a disgrace to our clan like you. Valerie bit her lips in fear. In her memory, her so-called father had always been a cold and calculating individual who only cared about himself and the clan's reputation. It was because of this personality of his that she had been locked away in the Teeps faction's home for her entire life, isolated in her room where nobody was allowed to even know of her existence. Just like Gasper saw her as the only light of his life, she, too, considered him the only family she had left in this world. That is why she would do anything to protect him. With a clumsy stance, Valerie shot towards Manther, trying to attack him with all her power, which momentarily stunned the pureblood in question because of how absurd the act was. Run. Gasper. I will hold them off. Hold us off. How delusional. The momentary shock wore off just as quickly, allowing Manther to easily take down Valerie, who had never been trained in her life and could not use her power properly. Looking down at the teenager, Manther grinned while his subordinates easily captured Gasper and tied him up completely. Staring into Gasper's eyes, which were wide with fear and anger, Manther had a sinister idea, which made his malicious grin widen even more. You know, Valerie, if you had run away by yourself, maybe you might have managed to escape by now. But, by picking up this runt with you, you have sealed your fate. Picking up the girl by the throat, he turned her around and made her face Gasper. If you wanted someone as a body to warm your, there were many other options, right? But, no matter. Let's see if your precious friend can save you, A chill shot down Valerie's spine as Manther tilted her head to the side before tearing away her dress's upper part, exposing her neck to him. Gasper struggled as he realized what Manther was trying to do, but how could a 10-year-old child like him fight against fully grown pure-blooded vampires? Similarly, Valerie had also realized what Manther wanted to do. The man wanted to drink her blood, fully draining her of the life-giving liquid, and kill her in a slow and painful way. Realizing this, Valerie felt tears fall down her face. Yet, she still held a brittle smile as she was forced to stare at her only friend in this world. It's okay. Gasper. I'll be fine. Just go to sleep. Everything will be fine. Gasper was not fooled by her words, and neither did her minor hypnosis affect him. It only made him struggle harder through his bonds as he felt a strange sensation in his eyes, and his desperation grew by the second. Manther, on the other hand, was relishing the sensation of power. The fact that he had the power to decide the fate of a girl who was technically above him in status. He felt like this was the most beautiful sensation he had ever had in his life. It is a shame that I do not have much time. If I had, maybe we could have had some more fun with her and the boy. I would have loved to see if the boy would break when my men and I were done having fun with his beloved friend Dash. His thoughts came to a grinding halt as his expressions froze when he felt the powerful wards that he and every other vampire had received from their allies shatter, indicating that they were now on a tighter time limit than before. The magical artifacts that protected them from the oppression of the heavenly system for a couple of hours a day had shattered, which meant that they only had a few minutes before they were incinerated by the heavenly system. Unfortunately for the vampire, before he could do anything, an oppressive and formless pressure descended from the sky, rendering the vampires incapable of even moving an inch. My lord told me beforehand that your kind is dangerous and degenerated to the extreme. But I guess even he had failed to estimate the depths of your kind's darkness. With great difficulty, Manther and his goons managed to crane their necks to look above, only to feel pure terror consume them. An armored angel with 10 wings made of pure light floated in the air with his arms crossed. His very presence and power pressed down on the vampires like a mountain. Seraph Empyrean, the strongest angel aside from the 4 archangels and his lord. Under the gaze of this powerful angel, the vampires could not even utter a word as he slowly descended from the heavens. On the other hand, Valerie took this chance to slowly crawl towards her friend while her attackers were busy. Reaching Gasper, she freed the boy and hugged him to herself while staring up at the angel with fear and awe. As for the angel, his gaze from beneath his helm had never left the girl in question. As for the other vampires, he could not care less about them since they were not his target. Manther finally gathered all the courage that he could spare and tried to glare at the angel. How dare you interfere? Shining burst. The moment the 7th tier spell was invoked, an explosion of pure light went off in the area, engulfing everyone. Manther and his goons were instantly vaporized, not even given the chance to scream before their bodies and souls were obliterated by the spell. However, Valerie and Gasper did not even get a scratch despite being caught in the blast radius. As the angel descended from the sky, the fear that Valerie felt for the angel grew in intensity as he walked towards her, now understanding that she stood no chance against the being who could annihilate Manther so easily when she was completely helpless against the vampire before. What she did not know was that Seraph Empyrean did not have any intention of attacking her or Gasper. The spell, Shining Burst, only harms those whose karma value is in the negatives and scales up in intensity the lower the karma value is. So, it made sense that the vampires, whose karma was so bad that they looked like black holes to the angel, were annihilated so quickly by the spell. The children, on the other hand, had no bad karma, so it was obvious that they would not be harmed by the spell. Not to mention that Valerie was the angel's target from the very beginning. Originally, Empyrean was going to infiltrate the Teeps clan, take the Sephiroth Grawl from the girl, and return to his lord as he was instructed. However, after watching the interaction between the pure-blooded vampires and the children, the angel changed his plan. Kneeling down to the frightened children, the angel slowly removed his helm, revealing a dark-skinned man with a bald head and glowing amber eyes. Calm down, children born of man and beast. If I intended harm upon you too, then you would have long since perished by now. Valerie remained silent, clutching Gasper tighter to her chest in fear. But, slowly, that fear was fading as the angel did nothing to harm her or her friend. Finally, after gathering her courage, she spoke in a voice that was barely above that of a whisper. What do you want from us? The angel smiled at the girl. An action that somehow made her relax a little. Originally, I was going to take something from you that originally belonged to the heavens. But now, I wish to offer you two a chance at a better life. The angel stood tall as he extended his hand to the children. I can take you away from here and bring you to a place where you will no longer be oppressed. No longer will you have to live in fear. You will be given all the basic necessities you need. However, the intensity of the glow in his eyes grew as he spoke his next words. You will have to swear an oath that you are willing to leave behind the part of you that was born of the beasts of darkness. That you too would be willing to become fully human, giving up the dark powers that you have within you, and start anew as humans. What say you? Children born of humanity and its enemy. Are you willing to leave behind the dark nature of your bodies and embrace humanity fully? On that day, fate was once again changed, as Valerie and Gasper, after much deliberation, accepted the angel's offer. Chapter 41, Chapter. Michael sat alongside his siblings glumly as Uriel and Raphael snickered at his plight, while Gabriel only smiled happily. Stop laughing. Ha ha. Michael's words only made his fellow angels burst out laughing openly, making the former ruler of heaven sulk even more. All right, enough of that, Brother Uriel, Brother Raphael, we need to get back to the topic at hand before Brother Ethereum is done upgrading the system again. The two archangels in question smirked at Gabriel's words. Fine, fine. Let's get to it. Gabriel put down the documents in front of her brothers according to her oldest brother's ideas, with Michael having the highest stack of documents out of all of them, making him sulk even more. Ignoring him, Gabriel started explaining the tasks that Ethereum gave all the other archangels. Brother Uriel, you will be responsible for training the humans in the church in all its forms. How much success have you had in the tier magic that Brother Ethereum taught us? Uriel grinned as he raised his hand and mobilized his newly gained mana, creating a blob of water without the need for chanting the spell name using silent magic. I have reached tier 7. Good. Then, you will be responsible for honing the skills of the humans in their combat prowess as well as their tier magic. Uriel nodded at his sister's words and took the documents in front of him, reading them to further confirm the plan laid out for him. Gabriel turned to Raphael. Brother Raphael, you are responsible for the shelters being constructed for the poor under the church's new shell company. How is the progress going? Pretty well. We have already opened doors in many of the cities in North America, Canada, Vatican City, the EU, and many other Western countries. The other countries and cities also have our shelters being constructed at the moment and should be ready in a few days. Gabriel nodded in satisfaction and turned to Michael, who had his head buried under the pile of documents in exhaustion and depression. Brother Michael. How are things on your end? Terrible. I thought I had finally escaped being responsible for maintaining the livelihood of our people after Brother Ethereum stepped up, but I never thought that he would once again throw responsibilities my way. I want to protest. I want labor laws enacted in the heavens against unjust overworking. I demand my lawyer. Brother Ethereum is right, you are reading far too much human fiction. Gabriel's words made Michael sulk even more, remembering how Ethereum took away all of his manga and books and told him to concentrate on work. Sighing tiredly, Michael started talking about his side of things while still lying on the table. With a bit of stock market manipulation, a little bit of hypnosis and corporate espionage, the Seventh Heaven Inc. is looking at becoming a really successful company dealing in all kinds of consumer goods in the next few years. His words made Gabriel smile even brighter as she gave her own side of things. Then, I guess I won't have to worry about my side of things either if you can make enough money for it. When Ethereum had left for his quest for the 4 relics along with Empyrean and the Cherubim Gatekeepers, he had given out a task for all 4 archangels to begin establishing a firm foothold in human society and to steer it towards a better future. To that end, he assigned each angel tasks that perfectly suited them. Michael was put in charge of the private firm that Ethereum established during his quest, the Seventh Heaven Incorporated. A company that dealt with all kinds of goods and was now starting to open its very first retail stores in the EU and, if all went to plan, would expand across the world. Its working principle was simple. The main company would work on R&D for every single consumer good in existence, with the clear goal of making affordable, yet durable, products that can be sold for cheap in their retail divisions that would deal in both individual scale and industrial scale. This way, Ethereum was hoping to corner the market and make its company the ruler of the commerce segment. Once that plan succeeds, he also had a plan where the Seventh Heaven Incorporated would expand into banking, entertainment, transportation, and every other industry in existence with the same goals. Cheap, efficient, durable, reparable, sustainable, and recyclable products across the board. For sectors like banking and entertainment, their main focus would be on quality services at the lowest possible price. This company would also start funding certain politicians and lobbyists that would be beneficial for humanity as a whole and the Earth once they get going. This was the main reason why Michael felt like crying. Because all of this was handed over to him to handle, which made his workload the biggest out of all 4 archangels. As for Uriel, he would be responsible for handling the supernatural side of things in the human world. He is responsible for training the church's forces personally, along with many other angels, helping them refine their skills and abilities while also teaching them the tier magic system that Ethereum gave them. Raffle, on the other hand, had the second highest workload out of the 4. He was responsible for operating the Global Human Welfare Group, a branch of Seventh Heaven Incorporated. Its job is to open homeless shelters, orphanages, free schooling, and reskilling institutes across the world. Its funds would be given to it by its parent company, which meant that there would be no outsider who would meddle in its business. The shelters and orphanages would take in the humans who had nowhere else to go and give them food, shelter, and clothing for as long as they needed. However, it would not be done for free. For the children, they would be obligated to study at the group's schools to make a future for themselves. For the homeless, they would be put into reskilling institutes where they would be taught skills and knowledge needed for any industry they choose, giving them the opportunity to carve out a life for themselves. Even those with disabilities and illnesses will be treated in hospitals that this group will own very soon. And those who are physically disabled will be given alternate opportunities to learn skills and gain jobs accordingly. However, the one ironclad rule that this group must follow is that no lazy people will be allowed to stay in their shelters. People who only want to laze around and use up the resources of the shelters without any desire to better their lives will not be tolerated. Gabrielle, on the other hand, had the job which was both easy and tough at the same time. She will be responsible for the political side of things. Metatron, who was forcefully pulled back to work by threatening to take away all of his ninja merch and literature, would assist Gabriel in this task. These two, along with many of their subordinates, would be responsible for manipulating the political scene in every country where they could put down their footholds and make things go in a certain direction based on the choices available. But the main focus would always be to better the lives of the common people and facilitate the development of technologies and ideologies that would prove beneficial for humanity as a whole. The funding for all these political campaigns would obviously come from Michael's company, which meant more work for him. Again. Looking at her brother, who was on the verge of weeping as he read through the towering stack of documents, Gabriel smiled again. Just as the 4 angels were about to relax and talk about other things, they felt the heavenly system change again, and a new and stronger wave of holy energy and light accumulated within their bodies rapidly. Looks like Brother Ethereum is done with his new modifications to the system. Uriel smirked at Raphael's words. Sucks to be the Beelzebub right now. Last I heard, he was working on studying the modifications done to the system to make changes to his own evil pieces. However, now that the system has changed again, he will have to start from scratch. Again. Uriel's words made the angels chuckle, but Gabriel pouted. That reminds me, Brother Michael and I have a meeting with the Satans next week to discuss some kind of treaty that they want to propose. Oh. That ought to be fun. Given how the heavens are right now in terms of military force, there is no doubt that the heavens can hold its own, and even have an upper hand in any reenactment of the Great War in this era. However, the problem is that the human world cannot handle that kind of conflict. The loss of life would be too high to justify whatever goals the three factions could have in initiating such a war. So, it was advisable to have diplomatic talks rather than open conflict. Of course, it also depends on the other side on how things proceed, like with the many meetings that the heavens have had in the past month or two. Out of all the meetings, a few stood out to the angels in their memory. The surprisingly chill way the meeting with the Hindu pantheon went, with a non-aggression pact signed between them after the heavens agreed not to try and convert the Hindu people's beliefs into Christianity, and provided the Hindu pantheon with the basic mechanics of the heavenly system so that they can set up a similar system of their own. In exchange, the heavens gained an alliance with the Hindu pantheon, where they would support the heavens in any endeavor they would have the future along with the promise of meshing whatever system they end up developing with the heavenly system, which would allow the heavenly system to share its burden with whatever new system the Hindus end up developing while also gaining new types of magics and techniques that the Hindus would incorporate into their system, just like they would gain the techniques from the heavenly system. Of course, there will be some techniques, like the tier magic from the heavenly system, and whatever secret magics that the Hindus have, that would not be shared, but overall, this exchange of techniques, magics, energy, and protections would prove to be a great boon for all the humans who live in the territories of both factions. Vishnu even gave the heavens a personal minor divine artifact of his as a token of their promise and alliance, showing just how serious the Hindu pantheon was about this meeting. Similarly, the meeting with the Greek, Norse, and the Chinese pantheons went just as well, even though it was mostly just a non-aggression pact that was signed along with trading a few things and information to gain the permission to operate in each other's territories and gaining a promise from the three pantheons to not interfere with the heavenly system's efforts to safeguard the humans. The worst meeting, however, had to have been with the Shinto pantheon. The sheer arrogance and isolationist policies of Takamagara hand pushed a few buttons in all the angels' minds. But the one who was the most enraged was Aetherion. The way the Shinto were not even willing to entertain the thought of letting the heavenly system protect the humans and spoke as if the actions of the heavens were unnecessary, while humans died left and right in their lands at the hands of various rogue yokai and stray devils truly made Aetherion see red. The four siblings do not know what Aetherion did exactly after he invited Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi to a private chamber for talks. What they do know is that, after that talk, the Shinto gods have not left Takamagara, nor have they tried to reach out to anyone else for any kind of talks or tried to interfere with their angels who were down in Japan. Even the yokai had disappeared completely from the mortal realms, holing up in their pocket dimensions in Kyoto and not venturing out for anything. The four angels chose to forget about those things since it was not the time to think about those incidents. As one, they stood up from their seats and headed towards the entrance of the seventh heaven. Now that their brother was done with the new changes, they were excited to hear about what kind of changes he had made this time around. Chapter 42, Chapter. I felt my heart sink as Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, and Raphael looked at my plans and gave me strange looks, as if seeing me for the first time. Brother, I am not trying to insult you or anything, but don't you think this plan has too many holes in it? Even for a rough draft. The innocent way Gabriel said that gave me the highest amount of damage, which made me hunch over a little bit. After making the latest patch to the system and sending over the relevant information to Azazel and pushing through the notifications to the human sacred gear wielders and the members of the church, who are the primary party who will be affected the most with this update, I brought my plan for humanity and the gates to my four eldest siblings, hoping to gain some kind of insight and help in refining this idea. However, given how they are all giving me strange looks, it is clear that they have found a lot of issues in the plans that I never even considered in the first place. Leaning back into my chair, I motioned the only female archangel to go ahead. Nodding at my gesture, she pointed out a few things in the idea that she found lacking. While the overall plan is okay, there are many issues that I think you should take care of before implementing this thought. The biggest of which is the mass casualties that will arise from this idea. I sighed at her thought. True. I have realized that there will definitely be casualties no matter what I do, and I am having a hard time coming up with a way to mitigate that issue. Any ideas? Gabriel nodded excitedly. Use the guardian angels to remove the casualties altogether. Okay, that's a good idea. I leaned forward at her words. Elaborate, please. We can use the guardian angels to protect their charges and pull them out of harm's way when the gates open, saving their lives, but still letting the gates instill the threat of death into them so that the humans can earnestly work to build their power. A sound idea, but one issue. Michael chimed in at Gabriel's suggestion. Not every human has a guardian angel with them, invisibly following them around all day. Right now, only those who have high karma are assigned guardian angels, and we are quickly running out of said category of angels with how many humans are being born every day with high karma. Not to mention how our Guardiana angels cannot reach humans in the territories of other pantheons, excluding the Hindu pantheon. Even if the Greeks, Norse, and Chinese can be tempted to allow our guardian angels into their territories to take care of this issue, it would still go back to the issue of not having enough angels. Not to mention that it is impossible to convince the Shinto and the Yoruba, who are extreme isolationists. Michael smiled as he spoke those words. A better solution, I think, is to roll out these gates in a controlled way. First, open a few in the territories we control, where the guardian angels can subtly protect their charges and make sure there are no human casualties. Then, as the humans become stronger and stronger from this region, the other humans from around the world would inevitably be drawn to this new power due to their inherent greed. This would mean that the other pantheons would have no choice but to allow us to do as we please unless they start losing the people in their territories as they flee to our own places in search of power and glory. I hummed at those words. While it is a sound plan, there is another issue I can see. This would create imbalance and suspicions in the other human countries if the gates are so isolated. Not to mention the possibility of war that could arise over the resources gained from within these gates, which I am planning on including to make it a more profitable venture for the humans. Sharing my concerns with the angels made them quite down as well, before Uriel spoke up. Why not make a private military belonging to your company? What use would that be? Uriel used his holy energy to start weaving illusions in the air to better explain his idea. We use the private military as security for your assets and locations. As your company expands, which it will since we want it everywhere in the world, we can put these security forces in those areas. Now, when the gates randomly open up across the world, the security forces could be used in tandem with the guardian angels to pull out the mortals and protect them from harm, which will make it so that there will be no casualties. Gabriel gave her brother a frown. But, what about the security personnel themselves? Won't they end up dying or getting injured in the process? Uriel smirked as he turned to look at me. The Annihilation Maker. That is the answer. I nearly shot up to my feet in shock as I heard his words. Genius. Why didn't I think of that? I still don't get it. I picked up from where Uriel left off since I got the gist of his idea. What Uriel is suggesting is that we use the Annihilation Maker, which I have already incorporated into the heavenly system, to create fake humans who have no souls or no true sapience, only programming to act a certain way, to act as the security personnel. This way, when the gates activate, the security personnel can die protecting the humans, creating a greater impact and a sense of danger for the humans since these fake humans would be made from real flesh and blood through the use of the sacred gear. This way, there will be no casualties in the human race, but they will still have an immediate sense of crisis that will force them to seek power from within the gates to protect themselves. And since I plan to make the initial gates extremely weak, it will give the humans enough time and holy energy from the monsters within the gates to tackle the stronger gates that we will deploy later. Uriel nodded happily at my words, showing that I had correctly guessed his idea. This also gave me an idea on how to manipulate human society in the coming years and make sure that nothing that is detrimental to humanity takes place. Artificial humans created through Annihilation Maker, and then imbued with specific programming hard-coded into them to push forward certain agendas and ideologies. Physically, they will be no different from regular humans down to the cellular level, but in truth, they will be our pawns that we will use to control human society and drive them towards a better future. With this, I can take care of multiple issues with a single stroke. Raffle continued reading through the notes while I discussed this new idea with Michael and the feasibility of its application before he brought forward his own issues. Brother, how are you going to tackle the issue of society as a whole once the gates come into the scene? That is another issue I am having trouble with. I admitted without any hesitation as Raphael asked his question. Admittedly, there will be some serious repercussions in the human world once I enact this plan, even with the new plan I made on the spot with Uriel's suggestion as the basis. First, the problem of human casualties within the gates, or more specifically, murders that can be done within the gate, given the nature of humanity and how they always find a way to misuse the tools given to them. For starters, I already have a plan to limit entry into the gates according to the level of the humans, making it completely safe as long as they are careful. I have even gone as far as to copy the way the raiding games of the devils are set up, allowing the humans to forcefully be expelled from the gates when they are critically injured. However, what I know about human nature, it will be just a matter of time before powerful people get it into their heads that they can do anything without repercussions. I leaned back into my chair and spoke out the plan that I already thought of, but did not find it feasible. I was originally planning on enacting a government body that would oversee the awakened humans, with the heavens overseeing said body and making sure nothing goes wrong. However, given how our numbers will be spread thin as the days go by, I don't think it will be a feasible plan. True. Let's put that aside for now and look at the more technical aspects of the plan. First off, what options are you considering for generating the gates in the first place? I am thinking of using the system to generate the gates through the reality warping powers of the dimension gap energy. Alternatively, we can also incorporate Dimension Lost into the system to achieve a similar result. Both options have their pros and cons, so I am not sure which one to use. My original plan was to use the system itself to generate the gates, but after I incorporated Annihilation Maker into the system, I got the idea to get a few other sacred gears that could be of use in my plan, so I decided on getting Dimension Lost as well from its wielder before it was awakened. With the Dimension Lost's ability amplified by the energy of the system, it can create a gate anywhere in the world. Then, the system would take care of creating the scenery, background, and resources for the humans to harvest through the concept of creation that it already has with it. Then, it will use the Annihilation Maker to create the monsters filled with holy energy to fight the humans. Once these monsters are killed, the holy energy will be transferred to the humans to enhance their physical bodies and give them access to holy energy to play around with, while also giving them a slightly modified version of the system panel that the sacred gear wielders have. This is as far as I have come in terms of planning. Raffle nodded at my words as he continued browsing through the papers. For hours on end, my siblings and I went through the details and made a somewhat practical plan. However, I knew that no plan survives enemy contact, so I also needed to prepare backup plans for those as well. As for the other pantheons and the tantrums they will definitely throw, I have a plan for that as well. And the perfect target to demonstrate said plan, given what our spies in the underworld have been informing us about in the past few days. Chapter 43, Chapter Grigori. Azazel stared speechlessly as the screen in front of him blatantly showed how much he had fucked up throughout his life. Karma value, -500, max. You really did not have to do me like this, brother Etherean. His words were met with silence as he was the only one in the room right now, as his subordinates were far too busy wrangling the rest of the fallen angels after the latest patch in the heavenly system was pushed through, bringing with it something that he had been dreading and anticipating for some time now. The karma system for all the fallen angels, and by extension, the possibility of being redeemed and brought back into the fold in the heavens. Ever since the patch, the fallen angels had been in an uproar as the messages that came with the system clearly showed what they had to do to rejoin the heavens. For those who had negative karma, they had to do good deeds as well as truly repent for the sins that they had committed, which meant that they must be feeling guilty for the sins in the first place, to regain good karma. While the possibility of rejoining heaven would only be given to those whose karma reaches +400 and above, it was still a possibility that shone like a ray of light in the minds of many fallen who wished to regain their former splendor. That is why there had been an uproar in the Grigori as fallen angels scrambled to go out and do some good deeds to try and game the system, as the kids these days say. Unfortunately, they soon found out that the system had already taken this into account. Just doing some good deeds would not be enough to change their karma value. They must truly wish to repent and must feel guilty for the sins they committed in the past. The system would read their intent and only then calculate their karma value. Leaning back in his seat, Azazel once again brought out a bottle of whiskey and started chugging it. Well played, brother. You made sure that those of us who did not regret their actions in the past would never be given a second chance to go back to heaven. A cold and logical decision, but one that I support wholeheartedly. I knew you would say that. Azazel nearly jumped from his seat at those words before he turned around, finding Etherean casually reclining on his couch. What the hell? How did you arrive without me noticing you? Etherean grinned at Azazel's question. Magic. Very funny, brother. But seriously, how? This place is enchanted to hell and back, in some cases literally, so how did you get past those wards that easily? Etherean continued grinning as he rested his face on his fist. Like I said, magic. Fine, keep your secrets. Taking out another bottle of whiskey, he pushed a glass full of the stuff towards the angel, who shook his head, making Azazel shrug. So, how did your people find the update? The flat stare that Azazel gave his former brother was all the answer that Etherean needed as he started chuckling. That bad, huh? What do you think? I am guessing, chaos. Try absolute pandemonium. Haha. Makes sense. Still, isn't this what they wanted after all? A chance to return to the kingdom in the sky. Azazel stared wistfully through his window, up at the purple skies of the underworld. Yeah. That is what many of us wish deep down, even to this day. Even after we rebelled, even after we fought and killed those who we once called kin. We still wish to return to what we once had. At least, a majority of us do, anyway. Kokabil. Among others, yes. Azazel did not hide anything and straightaway answered his brother truthfully since it was not really a secret. Kokabil had always wanted to restart the Great War since he believed that the fallen angels were the superior race and should have won the war if not for the ceasefire that was abruptly called after the death of God and the four Satans. And he was not the only fallen angel to believe as such. That is why he and his group had always been an annoyance for Azazel, even if Kokabil was someone loyal to his leader and would do as he was ordered, even if it went against his goals. Shaking his head to get rid of those thoughts, Azazel turned to Etherean and smiled wryly. Still, this was a brilliant move, brother. You directly destroyed any chance of anyone abusing the karma system by involving intent in it, making it so that only those who truly wish to do good deeds and repent can gain positive value. This way, you can separate those who are looking to abuse the system and those who truly wish to go back to the way things were rather easily. Aetherian nodded his head to those words. Not only that, I have incorporated this intent system into the overall heavenly system, which means that this is how things will work for the sacred gear wielders, the members of the church, and everyone else in the world from now on. That's a good plan. But what are you planning on doing with the devils? You do know that things have been really bad down here for the past few months, right? Aetherian smirked at that question. I know, Azazel. That is why I have come here today. Oh. In a few days, the heavens will be meeting with the Satans for a meeting. Supposedly, they want to propose some kind of treaty with us. That caught Azazel's full attention as he put down his bottle of whiskey. For a long time now, Azazel had been making plans to end the stalemate between the three factions and establish a true peace. As someone who had become disillusioned with war and had become tired of it, he had genuinely wanted to end this conflict and finally bury the hatchet, one way or another. To that end, he had made many long-term plans and was even willing to do shady things to achieve his goal. However, with the revival of Arail, now Aetherian, and said Angel's subsequent actions, he believed that this dream of his would die an ugly death in the coming days. But now, he caught a glimpse of another chance. So, without any hesitation, he stared seriously at Aetherian. I will join. Aetherian chuckled at those words. I haven't even invited you yet, Azazel. Acting like this makes you look desperate. I am desperate. Brother. I am tired of all the bloodshed and meaningless loss of life. I want peace. And if I can put down the foundations for such a future through this meeting, so be it. Aetherian smiled sadly at Azazel. I do not think it will be that easy, Azazel. Especially with the plans that I am thinking about implementing, which will make us the enemies of countless powerful beings from across the world. Not to mention that I have directly taken away a large chunk of the military force that the devils had until now, with my reforming of the system. Do you still think peace is possible under such circumstances? I will not know unless I try, brother. Besides. Azazel's power swelled as a confident grin made its way to his face. When have I ever been afraid of making enemies? Ha ha ha. All right, then. I'll send you the invite tomorrow. Suddenly, Aetherian's phone rang with a notification, making him look at it with a raised eyebrow before he smiled a bit. How interesting. Congratulate Ben Amun on my behalf, will you? Azazel gave a confused look at his brother, who teleported out. But his confusion would be soon cleared in a few hours' time when Ben Amun would return to Grigori with a pep in her step and a smile on her face. Because the system had calculated the genuineness of her good deeds in the past and had recalculated her karma value to be above 100 points, which meant that she could now use a little bit of pure holy energy along with her tainted light, which had a lot of its corruption scrubbed from it by the system, just like a few other fallen angels whose good deeds had been acknowledged by the system. Chapter 44, Chapter Kuo Town. Within a rather luxurious fortress made at the edge of the town and concealed with invisibility spells, 3 of the 4 Satans sat in front of the 3 angels while their subordinates stood to the side. Surzex Lucifer, the current ruler of the devils and the strongest devil. Ajuka Beelzebub, the creator of the evil peace system and the only equal of Surzex among the devil kind that they knew of. And finally, Seraphal Leviathan, the Satan in charge of foreign affairs. To the side of the devils stood Graphia Lucifuge, the wife and queen of Surzex Lucifer. On the angel side was Michael, the prince of heaven's armies. Gabriel, the messenger of God, and Aetherian, the current ruler of the angels, not by choice, but by necessity, given how Michael basically dumped everything on him and chose to run away from all responsibilities. Of course, as expected, the two sides had varying reactions to each other. On the angel side, Gabriel was weirdly staring at Seraphal with a hint of hostility in her gaze, something that no one ever expected from her, while said devil was busy staring at Aetherian from head to toe with an appraising look. Michael held his signature smile, but was staring sharply at Surzex, who had a wry smile on his own face thanks to the incident that happened the last time these two interacted face to face. Ajuka, on the other hand, was staring at Aetherian seriously as he tried to estimate the power of this new angel that he had never heard about. Graphia, too, was staring at the heavily armored angel who could not be bothered with the devils and their actions. As for Aetherian, he was busy on his phone, ignoring everything that was going on. Unable to handle the silent clashes in the room anymore, Surzex cleared his throat and spoke up. Shall we get this meeting started? Not yet. There is another person who has yet to arrive. Aetherian's words confused the Satans. Is it another angel? Aetherian grinned. Technically, yes. But also, no, Speak of the devil. A familiar teleportation circle shone on the floor, making the Davies tense up as they realized who had come through. Azazel, the scapegoat of God, one of the original fallen angels, and the leader of Grigori. And appearing alongside him was a similarly famous fallen angel, Barakiel, the lighting of God. Seeing the stunned faces on the devil's side, Azazel smirked before taking the empty seat. Sorry about the delay, I had to take care of a few things at my institute. Aetherian put away his phone at those words and grinned, knowing that this little scheme of theirs had worked perfectly based on the faces of the devils. Now, let's get this show on the road, yeah. What is he doing here? Seraphal's outraged voice expressed what the devils were feeling as a whole, making Azazel and Aetherian's smirks widen even more. Azazel quickly put on a hurt expression and looked at Seraphal. What? You don't want me to be present when you work your magic? Leviathan. Seraphal shuddered at the fake honeyed words from the governor of the fallen, making Aetherian grin even more, if that was even possible. Please don't speak like that to me. Then, you should not make a fool of yourself on live streams across the supernatural internet through your Magic Girl show. Seriously, do you know how traumatized I was when I first saw your show online? Hey. Everyone loves my show dash. Seraphal, enough. Ajuka's calm words instantly stopped the devil woman from speaking as he turned to look at Aetherian. It was you, wasn't it? Who modified the heavenly system into what it is today? Aetherian leaned forward with interest and placed his face on his fist. Why do you think that? Ajuka took out a bunch of documents from his storage and placed them on the table. A few months ago, reports started trickling in about a new archangel from heaven who called himself Aetherian. At first, it was just rumors from those who accompanied the Barbados clan heir in his personal crusade against Cleria Belial. Then, we got confirmation from our sources from the church that it was the truth. You are being surprisingly candid by talking about your infiltration of the church. Ajuka shrugged at Aetherian's words. It is an open secret. One that is no longer worth anything, given how the church has cleaned house and made it impossible to infiltrate it again with the karma system weeding out anyone we could send in as a replacement. Continue. Ajuka took out another document and started going through it. Right after our reports were confirmed about your existence, things suddenly changed with the heavenly system. Putting down the document, he stared seriously at Aetherian, but Surzex beat him to the punch as he spoke with a grim tone. Resetting the sacred gears of our peerages. Making Earth a hostile territory for anyone who has evil origins. Giving reincarnated humans the option to go back to being human and then transporting them to Earth through the system if they accept the deal. Suppressing the power of all devils who come to Earth by at least 2 ranks. Using the heavenly system to erect a space-stabilizing barrier across the entire planet, making it really difficult to travel from the underworld, and even the other adjacent realms connected to Earth, to the mortal realm. The karma system. The PvE system. As he continued speaking, Surzex's power started to leak with each word, trying to pressure the angels with his superior power. A move that he had used many times before and had gotten away with. If I did not know better, I would think you are directly targeting the devils and the fallen angels with your actions. By dragging in the name of the fallen angels, Surzex cleverly made this Azazel's problem as well and tried to make the governor join him in trying to suppress the angels and get some concessions and benefits out of them. Unfortunately for the current Lucifer, Azazel was not in the mood as he simply continued playing with his phone, ignoring everything. Seeing this, Aetherian grinned and leaned back in his chair. Suddenly, the oppressive and destructive energies in the room that were created by Surzex's power were snuffed out like a candle. What replaced it was a heavy pressure that made the devil's breath hitch. To them, it felt like they were thrown onto the surface of the sun, as the pure holy energy in the air seared their skin as if they were meat on a grill. Aetherian still held a lazy smile as he leaned back in his chair with his legs crossed and his face resting on his fist. Yet, his blue eyes were now a solid gold as his pure white wings became tainted with a similar shade of gold divinity as his eyes. To the side, Empyrean stood tall as he too manifested his 10 wings made of pure light while holding his spear, making Graphia stand tall as well, freezing the ground around her with her power. Seeing that standoff, Seraphal and Ajuka prepared to do the usual song and dance that they were familiar with after so many centuries, because this was a routine way of doing things between the 3 factions. Surzex would act like a hothead, using his power to intimidate their opponents, while Seraphal or Ajuka, depending on who was present, would mediate between Surzex and their opponents, allowing them to assert both their power as well as diplomatic power to win what they want from these meetings. However, today, things were bound to go against the script. Seraphal could not help but gawk in shock as the ever-gentle Gabriel, who would always remain silently by her brother's side, stood up from her seat before removing her robe. Revealing the gleaming silver armor that she had not worn since the end of the Great War, along with the scepter that was once the symbol of fear for many a devil back in the day. Her 12 wings spread open behind her as her holy energy joined Aetherian's within the atmosphere. Before the devils could respond, Michael stood up as well, showing his own armor beneath the robes and the blazing sword whose purple flames were still fresh in the nightmares of many older devils to this day. With the combined power of the 4 angels present, the holy energy had become so strong that it was now actively harming the 3 Satans present. Etherian smirked as he leaned forward, staring straight into Surzex's eyes. You do not know any better. Gremory. What you said is right. I am suppressing the devils and taking away their military power. And not only your kind, I am targeting every race out there that causes harm to humanity. Ajuka stood up from his seat as his own demonic energy erupted from his body, aiding his friend's power, just as Serafal did. The reincarnation system is meant solely to help repopulate our kind. Etherian did not even let Ajuka speak anymore before manifesting a large stack of files and throwing them across the table, landing them right in front of Ajuka. Aminal Barbatos. Former heir of the Barbatos clan. Kidnapped a human girl from Britain because she had a sacred gear, forcefully turning her into a reincarnated devil. He then traded her away when she could not keep up with his other members in the peerage, who were similarly taken from their homes by him. After his death, his peerage members, who had no say in the way their lives were destroyed, were labeled stray devils for wishing to escape the underworld and were killed off before we even learned about what was happening. Altrin Paimon. Heir to the Paimon family. This guy had a peculiar habit of picking up helpless humans from the streets and then turning them into his playthings. Particularly, he targeted teenage boys. After the heavenly system rescued these young men and gave them their humanity back, many of them committed suicide, unable to handle the trauma, while those who still live curse the Paimon name. The same Paimon whose family still serves under your Foreign Affairs Division, Leviathan. Serafal's expression fell as disgust filled her heart while she glanced at the files that Ajuka was seriously studying. Vera Beleth. This woman is the heir of the Beleth family and loves to target children from the other races, acting as a mother figure for those children who were too young to know what was going on when she has them kidnapped from their families through elaborate schemes. She is cautious enough to never show her face on Earth, but we are waiting for the moment she does, so that we can kill her then and there. Etherian smirked, but his eyes held nothing but pure disgust as he stared at Ajuka, whose shoulders kept falling lower and lower with each word spoken. I believe, Lord Beleth works in one of your research institutes, yes. Oh, great Satan Beelzebub. Ignoring the uncomfortable devils, Etherian continued speaking. But the words he spoke next nearly made Ajuka shoot up from his seat in shock. Diodora Astaroth. Heir to the Astaroth family. Your ever-beloved cousin, Beelzebub. He targets girls who are considered holy maidens or priestesses from various pantheons, including the church, and makes elaborate schemes to trap them. Then, he violates them, both in body and mind, before turning them into his slaves. The smirk finally fell away from Etherian's face as he stood up. Suddenly, it felt like the very world felt terrified of what was to come as a strange lance made of pure kaleidoscopic energy manifested in the angel's hand. For the first time in their lives, Surzex and Ajuka felt absolute terror as the weapon felt like an entire world pressing on their very souls, as the strange energies within it felt like they could destroy their very souls right where they stood. Tell me, devils. What am I supposed to do when your kind causes such wanton destruction in the human world? What am I supposed to do when helpless mortals are targeted like this by your filthy kind for their sickening pleasures? Are we supposed to just stand by and let you do as you please? Serafal stuttered as she pulled herself together and tried to speak. That is just the outliers. Out of the 72 pillar families of the underworld, only 32 still live to this day. And out of those 32, there are 23 family heirs in that stack of files I gave you, Leviathan. And this is not even considering the hundreds of pure-blooded devils from minor noble families and extra devil families who have committed similar acts. Tell me, who exactly are the outliers here? Azazel finally put away his phone and sighed loudly, gaining the attention of the devils and angels. All right, enough of that, Brother Arail, I mean Etherian. How about we sit down and talk about this like civilized beings? The deliberate slip of the tongue on Azazel's part was not missed by the devils, who filed that name away to investigate later and felt relief when Etherian put away his lance. With a dramatic sigh, Etherian sat down on his seat, along with his siblings, who gave similarly reluctant looks before sitting down. Internally, Azazel could not help but praise his former siblings for their stellar acting skills, but externally, he held a serious look. Look, nothing comes out of fighting like this. Our three factions are already weakened to a certain extent and cannot afford another war. So, how about we reach a compromise? Azazel spoke lies as easily as breathing, as that was his nature. Out of the three factions of the Abrahamic religion, only the devils were at a distinct disadvantage. Especially now that all the angels of old who were killed had been revived and made immortal, literally. When Azazel first learned of how Etherian had modified the system somehow to help all the angels respawn in the heavens if ever they are killed by keeping a tether of holy energy always connected to their souls, he had felt like he was hearing something extremely alien to the common sense of the world. Then again, it was an idea conceived by his brother Arail, so there was no surprise that it would be completely unhinged, but would somehow end up working to his favor one way or another. Even the fallen angels, who had suffered the least amount of casualties in the war, not to mention that their fertility rate, which was superior to the devils and could produce new fallen angels without much problems, were superior to the devils these days in both numbers and power. The only thing that the devils had going for them was the reincarnation system and their two so-called superdevils. Sirzex and his companions did not know this fact, but they still sensed that something was wrong with what Azazel said. However, they were currently not in a position to say no, as their entire script had been flipped on its head. Seraphal, the devil in charge of foreign affairs, finally remembered her original duty and faced Azazel. "What do you have in mind?" Azazel grinned as he spotted the subtle nod from Ethereum. "How about we put away all these old grudges and reach an accord that would be beneficial to everyone?"